Morning. I'm doing well. Man. There's nobody else here today. It's just me so far. I think Robbie's out, isn't he? He's at a concert somewhere, no doubt. So, yeah, so it's been good. How's everybody doing? You alright? Yeah? Can't hear you. I'm not even sure. Is this mic working? Because I've had nothing but problems in here. Anybody confirm for me? Anybody? Oh, good. All right. Fine. It might be better, actually, if you couldn't, to be honest, but there you go. While I'm here, I've got to mess around with this. This camera tends to get a bit stupid sometimes, so I've got to keep an eye on it. Is it moving around? No, it's not moving around. The usual crap. So, most things seem to be working. Get that back in there. I want us to move over a bit. Oh. Right. Come on, sis. Yes, I've been working on an ETI 3600, which is mostly undocumented. The bloke who originally built it back in the 70s was competent, but the techs that have looked at it since, not so. I think I've actually removed more parts out of it that were wrong and put parts in it that were right. So anybody coming in, you can't sit there for hours listening to me waffle on about crap. Chair plays better than I do. So, yeah, so it was a bit of a shame what happened to Moog. But, you know, I suppose the bottom line is it would have gone down the toilet and then been gone forever. So at least at this point in time, it can be seen as saved. But, I'm saying, time will tell. So, I think I nearly got this studio together now. Everything's nearly working. The 80 isn't working yet, I haven't plugged that in. And I'm going to try and do a woody bud to that, rather than run cables. See how that works out. Because weirdly, I've been having trouble getting things Bluetooth to actually connect to this Mac. And I thought Bluetooth to Mac was good. So it's probably more likely problem in chair, isn't it? Yeah, it does look tidy. Not so much down here. You know, off camera, not so much. Dead bodies and all sorts. Oh, are we? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. I must admit, I'm closing them every night because after what happened during the week, I don't want that again. Sort of like keeps it to the forefront of the brain. So I thought our man, old Andy Brooksy was going to turn up, but not as yet. So Actually, I did think that Ty might turn up, but he says he doesn't get the notifications. So, I could do with somebody coming on having a good rant. So, look, unless I can try and hit him up myself. I don't think I've got Messenger on this. I don't think my iPad's up here, which is a bit weird. Normally I've got that with me. It's almost like a third arm. Oh, you're right. Yeah, he does, doesn't he? He's going to see, who was it? I can't remember who it was. Yeah, it's the only bell he doesn't know how to work. That's for sure. So that's it. Everybody's at concerts tonight. Oh, it's Mode, was it? Yeah, yeah, I think it is, isn't it? Or is it Robbie? Robbie's going to see Depeche Mode tonight. Oh, do you know what? I can't remember. Everybody going everywhere. I normally filter that sort of stuff out. You know, being agoraphobic, you don't think about, well, you know, going anywhere. Yeah, I remember Matt saying he was going, though, funnily enough. Because he mentions it every time. Absolutely every time. So he's really excited about going to this tonight. Which is good. Good for him, you know. I'd love to know why this camera stopped working. Ah. We have... Oh.
Are you making any noise at all?
What?
Oh, you're very quiet. Can't hear you, mate. Can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
No.
Oh, I thought everybody else could.
I can see your mouth moving from time to time, but can you hear me? A thumbs up if you can hear me.
Well, I can hear you, but it's all blah, 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 blah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's an engineering
Something's
term.
not happening. Hang on.
It's an engineering term that we use from time to time.
I'm hearing something, but let me try changing the settings.
Have you got something over the mic?
Oh, well, something's coming through, but I'm not hearing it.
There you go. All right, let's replace him with you. You all right, Andy? Live from the venue. Right, darling.
Hello.
Yeah.
Ty's out there somewhere.
Whoa.
Oh, okay.
Man, the support act was fucking shocking.
That bad, huh?
Oh, just noise. But yeah,
okay.
just waiting for him to start now. It's about another 20 minutes to dig.
Or just shine a torch out into the audience, and when you see a big flash, that'll be Ty's head.
There we go.
You're up in the bleeds, mate, aren't you?
Got no carpet though.
No carpet? No, for God's sake. Oh.
What are you doing? Yeah, just thought we'd pop in and say hi very quickly.
Good. How's the boy doing?
He's doing fine.
Right, mate.
Yeah, he's good. We're all good.
We can't keep calling him the boy. God's sake.
I know. I call him that though.
I know.
Anyway, have a good show and I'll catch up soon.
All right, babe.
Have fun.
Take care,
See you
man.
later.
See ya. Wow.
Second Mad Max to call it Johnny the Boy, right?
Yeah.
The toe cutter wants it.
Good. Can't call a full-grown man a boy. Oh my God. Just makes me.
What concert was that, by the way?
That was, I believe, Depeche Mode.
Oh, I went again.
Yeah, well, in a minute anyway. Yeah, we'll start later.
Oh, I thought he already went like a couple weeks ago.
He's probably gone again.
Yeah.
Bit of a fan.
Damn. I think so. Yeah.
Quite the fan, in fact.
The tattoos to prove it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't like any band that much. I put them on my skin like that.
All right. Oh, hello. Camera's moving now. That's it.
Oh.
Ooh.
Actually, I can never think of anything I wanted to tattoo, really. I mean, I love graphics. I love artwork and stuff, but hard to think of something I actually want to put on there permanently.
I had an interesting day.
Yeah?
Yeah, yesterday afternoon, having one of those Facebook arguments with a guy about lightning.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Yeah. And about which direction a Vorlon ship travels. And then
Really?
And it's like getting...
Well, it depends, right? When they go into the dock, they turn around sometimes.
Yeah. So, and I'm there and I'm going, wait a minute, what am I doing? I go, yeah, mate, you're right, and left it at that. And finished it.
Yeah.
It's like, what the hell? Stop.
Well, there's that one episode where the one, where Kosh gets killed and the ship wants to commit suicide into the star, right?
Yeah.
And he's actually going backward,
Yeah.
I think, into that one.
Yeah.
Because that umbrella thing that opens up is usually the ass end.
Yeah.
And sometimes they have it going the other way. I'm like, oh, that's weird, but hey, whatever.
So apparently I'm quiet.
A little lower than usual, but not quiet. No.
Right. Let's see if I can adjust this. Hang on a second. Unless it means I hang on to the walls at parties. I don't.
Wallflower.
Try this. You think I'd have it closer, wouldn't you? But there you go. Is that better?
It is louder.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
It's still a bit thin for a mic like that, but you can't hear you.
Yeah. I'm just surprised it's all working now, to be honest.
Like I'm just on a crappy headset mic, I use for work.
Yeah.
So it probably sounds fairly thin because it's just a shitty little headset mic.
It actually sounds fine.
Was it? Oh, okay.
Yeah, actually sounds
It's
fine.
my morning voice.
I see. Yes, I have one of them as well. It goes really,
It's my post-Ramsey nap.
Yeah, Ramsey had a good show tonight.
That was fun, yeah. It's always a good time. Always a good time.
Got through a lot of stuff.
Did you? So I saw some of your comments here and there. So did you say recent Moog stuff in general just doesn't look as nice internally?
The grandmother didn't.
Was it just like messy wiring, or just the layout is bad, or what's the?
No, what it was the way it was designed.
Yeah.
You see, what you do is, say you had to open it for some bizarre reason, and it opens up almost exactly the same as the Moog Rogue does.
Okay.
So, and you would sort of like flip it up. Well, when you flip it up, there's a audio cable that runs from the spring reverb up to the board.
Yeah.
And it just snaps the connector straight off the board when you try to.
Oh, Michael Myers is on the line here. He's heavy breathing. Yeah. He's looking for Laurie Strode.
Booze. Wonderful booze.
Strawberry Pims.
Oh, yes.
Legs up.
Really pushing it. Pushing the boat out, mate.
I love you, Andrew. I love you. You're my best friend.
But you haven't got any grass cuttings in it.
Ah, yeah. Yeah, I better go and put a bush in it.
Yeah. Well, careful.
Easy.
Yeah.
I said a bush, not a badger. Oh, no, a beaver.
A beaver.
One or the other, I don't know.
You'll never get that in that glass.
Stoat, weasel.
Stoat.
I'd go for field mouse.
Fellas in my Python man with a stoat through his head.
I'm not going to be here long, so I thought I'd, because I've got to go off and have some dinner. I may well be back later, but I thought you were looking all alone, and I thought I can't leave you alone.
Yeah, but I look like that all the time.
Oh yeah, there is that.
You can't cure that. So
Yeah, you can't cure that, mate. Yeah, nothing will fix that.
Nothing, mate. Nothing.
Nah, nothing, mate. Yes. So.
Good.
So.
Well, it was a good show last night, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's all right.
I think.
Yeah. Well, we got to the end without any doubt. So.
Yeah, we got the beginning right.
You got the actual outro. There's no bathroom break, so.
Yeah. Yeah. So everything worked. Ramses went well today as well. Although whoever is selling that OBX on eBay needs to fucking die.
You like that?
That is stupid money.
How much are they asking?
Was it 36,000
Yeah,
US
something
dollars?
like that. Yeah.
36,000 US dollars. What's that work out US, Buds? 27?
It was.
US or UK?
No, this was Australian dollars, mate.
Oh, it's about £9.50.
Yeah, I don't know how many chuffs that is, though.
How many? A lovely friend of mine, northern friend, we used to go out on tour and things. He called everything that wasn't pounds shitters. How many shitters is that? He'd say.
Yeah,
Monsieur.
So what did he call the toilet?
Well, there is that. There is that.
I've got one in each corner now. Right, darling.
The Fever
Hello, lovely
Factory.
people. Yeah.
Mr. Brooks, how are you?
If I end up smearing snot over it. Hi, Andrew. It's lovely to see you, chap.
Not again.
Oh, it's continuous. It's not again. It just doesn't stop.
Is this the pollen?
It's bloody awful.
Oh dear.
Honestly,
Is it the pollen?
yes, the pollen, the pollen and everything. It's just pollen. Air quality and everything is just awful at the moment.
I hate to say it, but you know what that is? You actually have plant jizz in your nose.
I have what in my nose?
Plant jizz.
Plant jizz. Yeah.
Pollen is
yes,
sperm,
I know.
basically. So it's.
My neighbour was cleaning his car earlier on. He'd had it parked in one of our lovely little private parking bays, but they're covered in trees, and the sap that had literally dripped off the trees and glued itself to his car was unbelievable. I mean, it was like globules. It had looked like someone had opened a can of Coke and sprayed it all over his car.
Yeah.
That's the aphids.
And whatever it is, well, it was absolutely incredible. I mean, it took him ages to get it off. Poor chap. So
aphids drill into the tree and they try to find, the whatever
stuff.
it is,
and
the sap, but it's at really high pressure. So they have apparently, I'm going to be, someone's going to pull me up on this, but
Andy
apparently they have sort of like two exhaust pipes coming out the back of them, so that when they tap into the sap, it doesn't blow them up; it spurts out the back of them. So essentially, that is aphid shite or wee or something. I would imagine.
It's the ant drinking fountain. So.
Yeah, I was going to say you don't have to be called Andrew to join this chat. So Henrik's turned up with a wheelchair. Oh. No.
There you go.
Hi, Henrik.
Yeah. Hi. I have to find out how to turn the camera to use the other side of the phone.
Yeah.
That's a very fine pavement you've got there.
Yeah, lovely.
Just turn the phone.
Flooring is always a good thing, as Andrew will tell you.
Yeah.
It's funny, I said to Rob a couple of weeks ago, I said, I don't know about where you live, but where I live for many, many years now, a chuff is a lady part. And it always makes me internally giggle every time he says that Wagyu has given us 3 chuffs.
You see, I've always thought a chuff is a fart.
I thought it was a guff.
What is a guff and a chuff?
The term chuffed comes from when you're happy, like you're chuffed.
Yeah.
Really chuffed. It means happy.
You're happy enough. You're so happy you shit yourself.
Is that because the lady parts you're chuffed?
It's not true, Kate. Is it a late?
Yeah. Or
How-
you'd say that's chuffing up there with the rest of them. You know, as it was always like some sort of swear or lady part.
Right. Guess what I'm going.
Nuns, tighter than a badger. We've lowered the tone already.
Guess what I'm looking up now.
You do know what show you're on, don't you?
Of course.
Yeah, well,
there is no tone, is there?
There's no tone. Good God. It's discordant.
Dissonant.
To make a sound like the sound of someone blowing air out quickly and forcefully, or the sound a steam engine makes.
Okay.
Said the Oxford English Dictionary. Thank you, Andy.
Yeah. That's the Cambridge one. Yeah, thank you.
Guess what? It's only taken 2 years, but the Stream Deck works. Yeah.
Can I ask a favour,
puffing
Ken?
or explosive sound. There we go.
I really want to. I've been meaning to say this. Can you point that microphone so that it actually points at your mouth
It is pointing at me.
rather than your nose?
It's pointing at my mouth. Yeah, like that. There you go.
That's
Like that.
better. Yeah, immediately.
Like
yeah.
this.
There.
And now on Smooth FM.
And smooth FM. Yeah. Okay.
How's that?
What?
Is that any better?
No,
Henry,
sorry,
can you hear me better now?
Aye.
I was meaning Ken, not you, Andy. So.
Oh, Kent. Sorry, I got the vowel wrong. Pardon me.
Oh,
What did I say?
You said Kent. I misunderstood, and I thought you said another vowel. Sorry, so I automatically.
Yeah, another vowel. Cunt. Right. Okay. Yeah. Sorry,
There we go.
Sorry, you said it. I said it. Okay. Now we're all clear on that.
Now we're all clear. Now we're all clear.
what the hell is on this?
Goodness me.
Reminds me of an old Bukowski title. But instead, you change one of the words. It's Kent, cunt, and a happy home. Instead of Kant.
But not in that order.
Yeah.
Kent put the cunt in country music, but there we go. What can we say?
Yeah, my pickup truck left me.
How was it? How can I miss you if you won't go away?
Oh, man.
Right, I'm going to go and have some dinner, but I will be back. Everything
Ooh, what you having?
we're having, Liz has made up I say made up.
Kind of
She
as
doesn't
as
make
that.
up. She's done a really spicy chicken thing, and she's doing spiced potatoes, Bombay potato-y things, and vegetables with spice on. So it's going to be spicy.
Okay.
And I imagine later I shall be chuffing like a good 'un.
So it's
It will
repeatable.
be expected. We will expect nothing less.
We're waiting for Henrik to come and join us. He's coming around for dinner. Is that right, Henrik?
No, I'm getting pancakes and caramel sauce and ice cream. So
Oh.
Why aren't I with you?
finished watching.
Salted ice cream.
Why aren't I with you?
Yeah,
That's what
How the other half live. See?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm going to go and have my poultry, chicken, and spicy whatever dinner with fresh strawberries afterwards. And
well, I had that yesterday.
Did you? We've got gooseberries as well.
Oh.
Red gooseberries, they're lovely. Right,
Red.
listen. See you later, guys.
See you, Andrew.
Hi
See you in a
there.
bit, Andy.
Season one.
Bye, Andrew.
Good
Yeah,
to see you,
also-
Mr. Brooks.
You're being summoned.
Yeah, I have. Bye. That's fine. It's good. Oh, there we go. See that? I've been.
Yep. Yep. His secret is out. So, what's been going on? Anything good? Come on.
Did Henrik say he's having pancakes?
Oh yeah, I
Pancakes
think
for
it's
dinner?
like 30 or something. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's
All
because
you
I'm
crazy
watching
guys.
the wife's clothes. So I'm at the washing house.
Oh,
Mm.
that's a funny way to make pancakes.
It's a hell of a mixer for making your pancakes there.
Yeah, I mean, be there all day. That's really slow.
Yeah.
Yep. Andy froze.
Uh-oh.
Sorry about that.
Oh.
Again.
Sorry about that.
Oh.
I went to add you, and you've already added.
Yeah, no, I just disconnected and reconnected, and
Okay.
it says now checking network requirements. So does that mean I'm here or I'm not?
Damp
My bloody
string is all
internet.
you need.
As soon as the weather gets hot, this internet here just seems to go really bad. I'm connected, thank you. That's really kind of you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, this voucher's out of date, lady. Sorry. He only has a 3-foot warranty.
Are you living in a flat, Andy?
Yes, yeah, I do. Yeah.
Yes.
I do.
It can be if you're using the net of the whole flat. Then it could be.
No, mine's separate to all the others.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, mine is brought in separately.
They
all are here. We don't have that clever facility. It's not that modern. So.
Okay, we're on a common net, and if it gets hot, then it's the server and the cellar, which needs to be cooled better down. And it's a long time ago it happened. So
and Wagoo's just put router overheating. It's very possible. I mean, it's in the router's in the other room, and it connects to the phone network, and it's got a separate input. I don't really understand how it all works. They all came and did it when I ordered it, and I switch it on and it works until it doesn't. So, but yeah, it's noticeably a bit more temperamental when the weather's hot. Oh God, that reprobate's arrived. Hi, Ian.
The other
Hello, darlings. Hello, darlings.
Same old thing. People are sick to death of us.
I know.
Surely.
Yeah, we're just media holes, aren't we? Let's face it.
We're just going down the pub. We did the media thing this afternoon. Now we're just having a pint together.
Which one of us was online 6 times this week?
That'll be you then.
Yeah, exactly. I'm the media all, mate. Bloody hell. Started my own brothel. God's sake. Well carried away.
So what do we know?
It's that record label guy.
Yeah, exactly.
And Paul.
So where's the information you're sending me, artist?
I'm gonna write it. I did start and it was just wank.
It doesn't matter.
So,
just
I will
just write it and get Grace to write it, and then I'll edit it anyway.
No, I'll write it. I'm not dissing Grace, but I do know that I'm quite good at that sort of thing usually. But it's
okay.
I'm absolutely fine writing about other people. Writing about other people,
yeah.
I can do it ad nauseam. Writing about myself,
writing in the third person, isn't it?
Yeah. Writing about myself in the third person. Yeah, what a twat.
All right, I should come on with waffles
like
to go up Henrik's thing.
Are you watching?
Hi, Andy.
Too?
Good to see you.
I don't have any waffles. Sorry.
Oh.
It's damn hot here, huh?
Yeah, we set a date, didn't we, Andy, for when the album's going to be released?
Did we? Oh shit!
Right,
better tell me.
I've got 7th of July as a provisional date. Does that sound all right?
That's doable.
Doesn't leave a lot of time for me to send stuff out to try and get some reviews and stuff. Which usually, I have to say, when I did Dave's album, we got 1 review out of 50 emails.
Well, either he's frozen or he's going to drown.
Yeah, I think he's frozen. Yeah. He'll be back.
Yeah, he's got a drink problem. Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah,
there he is.
drink.
I missed what you said there because it all went tits up again.
So I said that we were going for we've provisionally got the 7th of July. Okay, so far. And it doesn't leave us a lot of time to do any sort of promotion. But when I did Dave's album, I sent out 50 emails and got one review.
Mental.
And that reviewer, bless him, that review is actually a mate of mine. He happened to run a blog.
Andy, mute your mic until you have to talk. That you're in a windy place.
Oh, is it? Oh, I didn't hear it over the thing. I'll kill
Windy
it.
place.
Yeah, you're chuffing a lot.
Right.
I mean, actually, I tell you what was really interesting was I sent out some emails and they came back and went, "Oh yeah, we'll do a review on this, but you're gonna have to pay us." Sod off! I'm not paying anymore. We're not paying for reviews.
Oh.
But by the way, I don't have a drinking problem. I have a release problem.
Oh.
I release albums all the time. Oh,
Yeah, well, you know what it's like. I put up a track on my Facebook, and I got 5,000 people in my Facebook, and I got 3 plays. There you go. So the law of averages says that's pretty good.
The law of averages is pretty good.
Yeah.
I got a little spider friend here. Look at that.
Hmm?
It's a little spider there.
Hey.
No. Where? Oh, there he is.
There?
Right.
Oh, there. Yeah.
Yeah, get up close and go.
It's a little jumping spider.
Yeah, keep moving, buddy.
Oh, they're cute.
Yeah, they're
Oh,
lovely.
so you're on the web now.
Hey. Hey.
See when they move like that, they turn like that? That's a jumping spider movement.
Yeah.
He's judging the scene when he's about ready to jump. They're really cool. They actually do that whole 360 move and they little sporadic movements like that.
What's a shame is they don't go wee when they do it. That'd be great if they did that.
If you look at photos of them online, they're so cool. Their eyes are more toward the front in these in this cluster because they have to judge their version of stereo vision, which is kind of lame, but
yeah, it just makes them look
does
more
help.
cute.
Yeah, they're very cute.
Yeah. I don't think we get them here.
Really?
I don't think so.
No, I don't think so either.
Did I miss them?
I might be wrong, but
Where you go?
Just tucked in that corner.
He's got little spots, little stripes in the back.
They're pretty cute.
Cute little spider.
Mm.
We had a cobalt blue spider for a while at the zoo.
Yeah.
It's actually a small type of tarantula. And aggressive as hell. It had these beautiful metallic blue hairs on the back of it.
Yeah. Which is weird when you think that, because normally tarantulas aren't exactly aggressive. Unless you mess with them, obviously.
They generally just want to get away. You're a giant threat to them. They don't want anything to do with you. So, I get bitten in my sleep a lot by random spiders, but that's just them walking around. Maybe I moved on them and they, got pissed. Took a nice little bite. But we also got another one for a while. Another kind of jumping spider.
Hendrik, mute your microphone.
I'm done now. So.
He's complaining about my wind, and he's like making all kinds of clothing noise.
Chucking his socks and undies in the washer.
Yeah.
They're quite substantial pancakes, though, I must admit.
A lot of fiber.
Hey.
It's here again.
I'll mute the mic if it goes.
Spider's here again.
Oh, he's back.
He's going down.
Hill.
Quickly.
Very.
All right, you're gonna do your turnaround again. Do your turnaround.
What's in the can, Ian?
What's in the can?
Yeah.
What can? Oh, this can. This be
Oh, boring. Okay.
caffeine-free Diet Coke. Well, yeah.
Oh, I thought you had
Free. What's the
a fancy
point?
beer on the go.
What is the point?
Stella filtered. Very nice. I'll see how Head will approve. Or maybe not. Maybe the Belgians hate Stella. I've no idea.
Fruity. It's like a fruit flavored beer.
Yep.
So you probably noticed, maybe, in the background here, that I succumbed to the monitor amount again.
Yeah. What the hell's going on there, Ken? I mean,
Every time I call up the mixer in Cubase and it goes right across the whole screen, it's like, for God's sake, I've got to keep moving it out of the way. And then I go, where's the mixer gone? So that one can show the mixer and that one can show all the plugins. Keep that area clear.
I gotta leave. Got to eat pancakes. So.
Go and eat your pancakes, Henry.
All right,
See
buddy.
you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
cheers,
Take care,
Richard.
bud. Yeah, so if there's no sugar and caffeine in your Coke, what is it?
What? I don't know.
Can of water, isn't it?
Sarsaparilla.
Says
It's sparkling water with artificial sweetener.
no fat, no saturates, no sugars, no
No
salt,
point.
No, nothing.
energy,
No.
5
Yeah.
kilojoules, 1 calorie. It's good for you.
Low fat.
What
heat.
calories? Is that sucralose in it?
Sorry? 1 calorie.
Is it sucralose, not NutraSweet?
I don't know.
Must be if it has a calorie, because NutraSweet is
It's
basically
got something in it.
yeah.
Can't read this really small writing.
I think the air you let into the can's got more flavour.
Actually, it tastes all right.
Does it?
It does.
Oh, okay then.
Yeah.
So basically, you got a can of taste.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
Did you guys ever drink Tab when it was all the rage? Did you guys have Tab over there?
Tab. I remember Tab.
Oh God.
Saccharin?
Never liked
Yeah,
it.
saccharin flavor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've just dropped chocolate all over the desk.
It's a start, isn't it?
Hang on a minute. You've been eating chocolate and now you're drinking a can of 1 calorie Coke.
You should always have
Ooh.
a small
Trying to make up
bar
for it.
of
Yeah.
80% dark chocolate.
Cocoa
a day.
solids.
Yeah.
It's good for you. It's good for you.
Yeah. Apparently,
So I've
it's
had
very
my
good for
tea.
you.
Got my can of Coke, and I've got me cocoa solids, and I'm happy. There you go.
So you have
That
two of
was
the
my-
food groups there, right? It's the
Right? What, sorry, what was that, I mean?
two of the food groups. Is it chocolate and soda?
Yeah, I had steak and chips for tea.
Yeah.
The healthy option.
Yeah.
And an ice cream. It's Saturday night. I can go mad on Saturday night.
I've had a proper chill day today. I've not been out of here
Good.
except to go to the supermarket. And I did Ramsey's, as Ian knows. And
I think we all
that's
do. We were
about
all
it.
there.
We were all there. Yeah, we were. Oh, yeah, we
Yeah.
were. Oh, yeah.
In some
oh, boring.
capacity, yeah.
Yeah, of course we were. Yeah.
The same gang just keeps going around, around.
It's tedious, isn't it?
No,
Can't you just
something
talk
to
about
do. Good. All I got is bleeding acoustic lenses to stare at. This is much better.
Acoustic lenses.
Yeah,
What are acoustic lenses?
that shite on the wall.
Oh, I thought that was a chessboard. I thought you just like playing big games of chess.
Now the pieces kept falling off.
It's like saying sanitary engineer. He's just dressing it up a bit. So
Yeah.
Sanitary engineer. Toilet
What are
cleaner,
you
yeah.
using to stick them on with?
Glue.
Well, hope mostly.
Hope.
a little bit of phlegm here and there.
Yeah, sort of like my own feces and disappointment.
So which one sticks better?
My own feces, funnily enough.
Wow.
If you use
mortar.
enough
Yeah, it's
glue,
Shit sticks.
yeah,
Gonna
shit
say-
sticks, mate. That's the truth.
Try,
it is
try
a mortar.
dog feces instead. There's loads of
Yeah.
it at your place.
It's spray glue.
Spray.
And,
All right. Okay.
Yeah, and it does exactly the opposite of what it says on the can.
Do you know? I think that's.
It
I
sprays, but doesn't glue.
It doesn't glue very well.
It glues itself to the wall, but nothing else.
Yeah. Now every morning I come in here and there's 4 or 5 lenses on the floor I've got to pick up,
Yeah.
glue, and put back on again.
I remember, I think when I first, not in this studio, my original studio, my first studio I had above the shop, I did exactly the same thing. Bought this spray stuff that was meant to be for exactly the purpose. Didn't
Yeah.
bloody work.
Yeah.
I ended up buying some stuff with they use like a glue, one of those cartridges you put in a glue gun,
Yeah.
or a mastic cartridge.
Yeah.
That stuff was brilliant.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So, and you just put a bit of it. What I've started doing now though is
Well, that's designed to keep buildings upright, isn't it?
Yeah. Rather than stick it to the wall, I stick it on boards and then put the board on the wall. Because when we actually moved out of the shop, I had to redecorate all the walls because all the glue was just still sort of stuck there. It was horrible,
Here we call that a caulking gun because Americans like to
Yeah.
say caulk. So
Yeah. Same thing, yeah. Yeah.
Well, it's
Say
called
what?
Calk here as well, but it's CALK or something.
It is, yeah.
oh, is it really?
Yeah, yeah,
Calk.
yeah.
Yeah.
Calk. Yeah.
Yeah. Put it
That's
and do
cool.
It's
do
funny.
it around windows and stuff like that, can't you?
Mm. Talking of which, I'm going to turn the AC on. Hang on.
Is it that warm down there then? It's not that warm. It's not that warm. It used to be here.
Just open the
Oh,
window.
oh, that's better.
Slick, Kent, slick.
Oh, it's what you call it. Right.
It's windy. I'm going to go in here.
26 degrees, yeah, about that here too. IIX orb.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is here, but it's nice and cool in here.
I soaked the dogs this afternoon. That's not a euphemism. I literally hose pipe the dogs. It keeps them cool. But it also makes
Did they
them run around
mind, or did they? I bet they
Oh
went
no,
mental.
they love it. Well, Charlie doesn't like it at all. I mean, he won't even go outside if it's raining. He just sits at the back door with his legs crossed. So it's yeah. So I soak them down, and it's supposed to cool them down. I suppose it does
Yeah.
momentarily because it actually wakes them up, and they start running around and playing, and they get all hot again. So. But it's a big game to them, so.
I asked you a question in the chat on Ramsey's earlier, Kent, about the
Oh, did you? Sorry.
the Kent Garden EMOM.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Not going great at the moment because
Looking
we're
dodgy.
having neighbour issues.
Oh, it sounds like a great solution.
Well, yeah. I kind of was going down that road, whereas Fiona was not so keen. So. But we'll see. We'll see what occurs.
Ah, well, just let us know
Yeah,
Yeah.
because it's getting rapidly close, and
yeah.
dates for the diary. That's all.
Yeah, I know.
You got your Synthfest ticket?
Gearfest,
No, Synthfest.
Synthfest, not yet. No.
Yeah. The kit they launched them a couple of days ago.
Did they?
Yeah.
Well, I'm hoping that they're going to do a proper EMOM thing
Right, and you don't have to pay. You just
at
you just turn up.
Synthfest this year, and that'll be part of it.
Yeah.
Oh,
It would
I
be
mean-
nice, and I'd love to play as well.
Well, I mean, we're trying. We thought. I mean, Grace and I were talking. It's something we'd love to do. Well, obviously, Grace, it's dependent on whether she's here or not.
Yeah, yeah.
But if not, I would love to do it.
They
I mean,
did-
that 1 hour thing that they had was a nod and a wink. It was nice.
He wasn't.
But to have a festival, to have an event like that without live music being played seems to me a wasted opportunity. And they've got the space and the facilities to do it.
Do you know in the bar area?
Yeah,
the bar looks-
exactly.
the bar's different now as it was in 2018. The bar was different because they had a little stage at the end.
Yeah,
Which I think's gone now. I'm trying to think back to last year.
still put one in.
Yeah, or just it doesn't have to be anything flash, does it? And they did have acts on because some mates of mine from Leeds played.
Yeah, they did.
Chrissy Caulfield and Stuart played. And, it wasn't all electronic, but they played about 40 minutes, and then there was somebody else. There was 3 or 4 acts on all day.
Well, it starts at 11 o'clock, and I think they should have acts playing right from the very beginning, right the way through to the end.
Yeah, I agree.
Full stop.
Yeah.
You know, and, you know, I mean, the seminars are always great. The seminar things are good.
Yeah.
And the seminar that EMOM did was a really good seminar, but it wasn't an EMOM.
No.
So to have people, you know, I mean, it doesn't have to be an EMOM, just to have people playing. I mean, that's one of the things when people were talking about Super Booth, one of the things they talked about was the feeling of this is a festival.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because you've got people playing live, you've got people out and different things going on in different places. But I think the one thing that it lacks is live music. I mean, Synth East this year, there were all the people displaying their wares, and it was all centered around people playing live.
Yeah. Well, Gearfest, because Gearfest had that stage, didn't it?
Gearfest did have a stage, although it didn't seem to be particularly well focused.
No,
I think they could make more of that.
It's very, very
and to have, Gearfest to have people standing up playing folk music on guitars and stuff. All right, okay, it's perfectly valid. But the ice cream man's arrived.
Hey, I'll have a bunny's ears.
And
I mine for today.
Yeah, no, I just want to know those people that have got contacts with Sound on Sound and Ian Gilby and the other what's he called? Is it Ian Gilby? The other Gilby.
Oh, actually,
it's not Ian that's running it. It's the other Gilby brother. Anyway, they just put live music on. It's easy to do.
Robbie's your man then, really, because he's
well, let's give Robbie an ear bending.
Yeah,
and he should get on it and say, look, make this happen.
Yeah,
and I'll send Martin Christie a message saying, are you gonna be at Synthfest? Are you gonna give him an ear bending? Go and give him an ear bending.
Yeah.
Tell him, because it would be great. Whether I get on
this,
this
live music all day outside, it was really cool. Walking by, place to place.
The problem with Sheffield in October is outside may not be that nice.
No.
It could be beautiful, but it might not be. It might be pissing down.
Sort of little auditorium bit around the back, isn't it? Behind that if the weather's okay.
Well, that front bit in front of the octagon, where the entrance bit is, that sort of amphitheatre area.
That's the bit. I swear, I thought it wasn't around the back. You're right.
It's around the front. Yeah, to have a little stage there, perhaps with an awning and stuff. I mean, that could be done. You know, I mean, I've played in those sorts of things when it's been absolutely hammering down. Of course, there'd be nobody outside, but it would be part of it. It would be part of an event. Anyway. So, no, I haven't yet, but maybe I should. I've still not got my Gearfest ticket yet. Oh, dear. Maybe I should get onto that one. Oh, that was a sharp intake.
I bought tickets for both days.
Have you? You're down for 2?
Yeah.
Well, I'll just be down for Saturday.
We're going down Friday. Jane's actually coming with me now. She wasn't originally, but she's not coming to Gearfest. She's just coming down to London.
Come on, Jane. Get yourself down there.
She won't do it. I mean, to be fair, give the girl a break because she does have to put up with me going to these weird and wonderful gigs that I'm doing. You know, she came all the way to Whitby and stayed over. Actually, Whitby's a good. The guys in Whitby, it's a really, really good night. It's every 2 months, and they'd love you, and they'll love you and Grace actually.
Oh, wicked. We'll bear that in mind.
I'll give
Spread the word, Ian.
Well, I'll give you his contact details because he's a good guy, is Chris, and it's in collaboration with Castle Records, is it? Anyway, some record label. I mean, it's not a big audience like a lot of, it's not an
No, it won't be.
There was 3 acts on. We had this really collaborative thing at the beginning with a lady called Violet. Her real name wasn't Violet, but that was the act. And we're all banging drums and kalimbas and all sorts of things, and she was playing stuff with the violin, and that was really good.
Okay,
Then
cool.
I was on. I did about half an hour, 40 minutes, and
With
then,
your broken guitar.
No, I didn't use it there actually.
Oh, is that
Thank
there?
God I didn't use it there. And then Namsky Communication, which is my mate John Tuffin, I said he headlined. The guys at on the night said no, he's not headlining. You're both equal, which was very sweet of them. But
Yeah, we'll do. Pass the, I'm going to have to
will.
nip to the loo. Pass do give us the contact details if you
Will
can,
do.
Ian. That'd be brilliant.
yeah.
Tell you what, Wagyu, I think, has invented something there.
What's he done?
Yeah,
got
ice cream
a
cone with galaxy ripples in them. Yeah.
Oh no, that's sacrilege.
Yeah,
Surely.
like I said, they're having the flake problem.
Yeah, I never liked. And I've liked a raspberry ripple was the worst ice cream on the planet as far as I was concerned.
Really?
Yeah, I never couldn't still can't stand them. Never could as a kid.
Huh.
Yeah. Maybe it's the raspberry thing. I don't know.
Yeah. I remember my mum being sort of like exacerbated about going to the freezer to get the Neapolitan tub out of the freezer and then opening it to find all the chocolate gone.
Yeah.
And just the strawberry and vanilla left. Sometimes it's not even the strawberry.
Yeah.
So you used to get some shit for that.
There we are. That's better. Sorry
Good
about
man.
that, Ian.
No, don't worry, matey.
That was the
Steve
case
Alvarez,
of-
you can have my raspberry ripple anytime. I just said I don't like raspberry ripple ice cream.
No, he wasn't coming on to you.
No, I wasn't.
Salted caramel
Oh,
ice
yes.
cream.
Yeah.
Mm.
I was very upset because every 2 or 3 weeks on a Sunday there's a brass band in the Burnby Hall Gardens around the corner. Now I'm not into brass bands, but actually in a nice sunny day, it's a really nice thing is to take your chair and
Yeah.
sit and watch a brass band for 2 hours.
Yeah.
Hey,
and
I'll
actually
lend you
what-
me flat cap, Ian.
I've already got a flat cap, mate. It's all right. I'm from Yorkshire, remember? And I tell you what, you get to know which are the really good bands and which aren't.
Yeah.
The,
Of
the,
course,
the
yeah.
Ellen band from Leeds, who played last weekend, were absolutely stonking. They were brilliant, But I went to the ice cream stall. I queued for my salted caramel. They didn't have any.
Sold out.
I didn't have any. They had it,
So you were
up
stuck
on
with
board.
raspberry ripple and hated it.
No, I was stuck with. I had to have mint, choc chip.
Oh well,
Well, that's
that's not a bad
possible, come on.
compromise.
It was all right. Actually.
That's all right. No.
Anything,
Chip
anything,
is all
but,
right.
anything but raspberry ripple.
What's wrong with raspberry ripple?
I just never liked it as a kid. Couldn't stand it.
Did it taste sort of like chemical to you?
Yeah. I mean,
Sometimes these
the
things
taste
can have
of
sort of
raspberry-
like
actually,
a lab taste to them or something.
Yeah, the weird thing is, and it's not about the raspberry flavour because when you used to put that sort of stuff on the top of your ice cream, the juice,
Oh,
I'd be quite happy to have the raspberry.
That'll all have been chemicals.
And I'm sure it was full of chemicals. Yeah. So it was something about the raspberry ripple. Yeah. What's Raggle saying? I love raspberry ripple.
It looked like you'd cut your arm and it was just blood
Yeah,
dripping everywhere.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, cleans floors without scratching.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh dear.
Does it work, Kent?
The MPCX is actually on.
Wow.
Yeah, but do you know how to use it?
No. It loaded up this project, and I go, cool. Now I just want to load a different project, and I'm poking at the screen, going, "How do you load another project? How do you get back?"
I remember those lessons that Inky gave for you and Dom.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm watching and I have absolutely no interest in the NPC, but they were brilliant. They were brilliant lessons. They were great fun.
Yeah. It frustrates me every time I switch on. And I am determined. This summer, my goal for myself is I am going to learn how to use the MPC.
Wow.
Because I've been talking about selling it and I've not sold it. I've kept it, and now And now that they've released the MPC plus 1 plus Mark 3 plus Mark whatever, it's now probably not worth anything like as much as it was. So I might as well just hang on to it and learn what I've got.
Well,
I know there'll be people giving me ear bending, but
I felt the same about the Zoom Arc 96.
well, that was always arcane.
Oh my
Hence
God!
the word
I
arc
tried
in the beginning
to
of
learn
it.
and then I'd get so frustrated. I literally turned it into a frisbee at one point and wanted to throw it across the bloody, you know. So it would sit there and it would sit there. Then I'd get it out again. I actually even went to the instruction manual. I'm watching videos. I'm doing the instruction manual thing, and it just never really clicked. Really, I mean, what didn't help is the pads were really. They weren't very responsive, so you had to hit them really quite hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, playing drums on the ring is really rough.
Yeah, I mean,
not good.
it was, and I could never really get my head around it. You know, it looked pretty.
It looked amazing, and it never worked right, did it?
No.
That's the majority view, seemingly.
Yeah. So I was glad. I mean, I waited until I could get a decent price for it.
Yeah, when they were selling them off, they sold them off really cheap, didn't they?
Well, that's when I bought it.
Yeah.
I think I bought it from Tillman, and it was cheap, you know. So I got my money back and a bit more.
Well, it's like when Ty releases the list of all the stuff from Dom's studio.
Oh, yeah.
I do kind of feel obligated to buy something from the list.
I want to buy
Yes.
something.
It
might have to be a small
above,
thing for me.
you know, above wanting to buy something off the list anyway. But I was going, yeah, but what? I know isn't there a matrix brute amongst all that?
There is a matrix brute.
I go, do what? I need a matrix brute like I need a hole in the head.
Yeah, of course you do.
I mean,
You've
know,
got monosynths everywhere.
Yeah. But see, because I know Ty's going to be bringing up a van load of stuff that needs sorting out, like the JD. I know the JD needs a lot done to it.
Well, at least the matrix boot's paraphonic, so that's good.
Yeah. But I've already got Dom's Timberwolf and Rhythm Wolf here already, sitting in the workshop in the box.
So they're not actually yours. I mean, but you've got. Are they?
I do have
your own
Timberwolf. Yeah. So what I decided, what me and Dom discussed was, he was going to bring his Timberwolf over, and I was going to tear it down and use it to update it to make it into something fun.
Yeah.
And then I said to him, look, your one's really nice, and it seems I'd be more comfortable fucking my one up rather than screwing your one. I mean, you know, it's not expensive or anything like that. It was just the whole point of it. And he goes, yeah, but what about the Rhythm Wolf? I said, well, if I do the Timberwolf first, I'll have a better idea of what I'm doing when I open up the Rhythm Wolf. And so he come up with those two for me to just familiarise myself with and just go through them. I was like, fine, okay, we'll do that. But he gave me a list of all the things he wanted this Rhythm Wolf to do. I was going, maybe we should just design a drum machine because it'd just be quicker than trying to
master the house.
Yeah,
I'm sure that those circuits in there must be able to deliver more than they're delivering.
well, yeah. I mean, if you look at the design inside a Timberwolf, you can literally physically see on the board where they've gone. Yeah, if we have a envelope generator for the filter and the VCA, like most synths would have, that's all and good. But is there a way we could do it? We can just have the one envelope generator to do both, because that'll be cheaper. Yeah. Okay, get rid of them. Don't need them, and just cut down. If you were to like open it out again and then add back in the bits and pieces that are missing, we were quite confident that we could make this upgrade that we could put in there and connect it up to the board in such a way that, you know, it'd all become one synthesizer, and it'd literally be like having an over home 4 voice, you know, and it wasn't going to. If we got the boards made in China, blah 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 blah, and all the rest of it, it would be a very cheap upgrade to do.
Was any of it laid out for mods, like some of the quirk stuff, the MS-20 Mini and stuff?
No.
No, okay.
No, it's all torn back, almost to the point where it's like they didn't want you to know how it worked. You know that whole thing.
Oh, I hate that.
So there was lots of point-to-points with the, the oscilloscopes and frequency counters and
Security through obscurity.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it was. I think the challenge would have been working with components that fucking small. You know, because they were small, teeny tiny.
Because as a machine, it's one that's crying out to be modded.
Yeah.
You know, it really is, and yet you don't ever see any, really, do you?
No, I think the way they've designed it, it makes it very difficult to get in there. You know, it's not as. I mean, if you took a board from the I don't know, say the Juno 106, it's a piece of piss to break into it because everything is laid out separately.
Yeah.
Where you got lots of stuff that's like incorporated into one tiny little bunch, and it's really hard to get in there and pick off what you want and be able to separate it from things you don't want to be activated by what you're doing. So especially if it's all contained within one IC, you can't really get in there. So you need more different kind of software to control it to be able to separate stuff out. And yeah, I mean, we were getting somewhere because fortunately, you know, Don was going to be able to do some of the more serious coding that was going to be required. But yeah.
Do you know what's going to be on this list? Have you any idea what's going to be on this list that Ty's going to put up?
Pretty much everything that was in there. But from what I've gathered, poor Francesca, she had quite a job. Dom had a lot of passwords on his computer, for instance, for various things like that, but hadn't written them down anywhere. And she didn't know what they were. So there's a lot of stuff that's locked away and you just don't know. But Ty was taking apart the wiring trunking. And there's like this huge board with all the cables coming in, all the cables going out, sort of thing. And he says he says, who's going to want that though? So, you know,
what a huge wiring loom.
Yeah, I mean, it was like an interface board for the thousands of bloody XLRs, you know, and this sort of like a switching system for it, and then trunks just full of high quality cables and stuff like that. It's just tons of it everywhere. He goes, but it's something that
some people will want it.
Well, yeah, but it might take time. She's definitely in the frame of mind that she would like it gone. Because it's every time she walks by, it's just a reminder.
Yeah, of course.
And she'd rather not have it there. So,
which is sad but understandable. Totally understandable.
But I mean, everybody deals with things in their own way, you know.
Yeah.
Because some would say, "Oh, wouldn't we like to keep it as sort of like a reminder?" So, no, that's not what I don't want to remember him in association with that. So, you know, it's like when people like completely redecorate the house. You know, when they lose their parents that they've lived with all their lives. For instance,
how's Lula May, by the way? Is she doing all right?
She's a young girl who's resilient, like most children are. It's not easy, but you know, she's not, you know, not falling apart as it were. But it's not easy.
Oh, bless her.
It's not easy.
Yeah.
So, but yeah. So there'll be a lot of stuff. There's a lot of rack stuff, obviously.
Yeah.
And you know, like Ty said, he goes, you know, spoken about getting maybe a Funky Junk come down and do a bulk offer for the lot. But in fairness, they're there to try and get stuff for as cheap as possible. And they would.
They should put up a reverb store like Junkie XL did with a nice banner and a little history of Dom. That would be really cool.
Yeah, well, that's the general idea, but also, this thing about releasing stuff back into the people, people who knew him, both on,
No, I get that. Yeah, but I mean,
in person and online, so they get first dibs.
Yeah, that would
Sure.
be nice.
What isn't shifting?
Cool.
Yeah, then there's going to be some sort of eBay shop type thing going together. And then they're going to, as far as I know, the proceeds are going to Great Ormonds.
Really?
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, well, a bulk
Did
of it
wonder if
anyway.
that would be the case.
Yeah. So, yeah, there you go.
Sad but necessary.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, it's been tearing Ty up. Going down there and taking
bet
this
he
all
has,
apart.
actually.
Yeah,
Bloody hell.
it's not something he's enjoyed for one moment.
No, but he's doing a good job, and he's doing something worthwhile.
Yeah, yeah.
And
exactly.
ultimately he'll be helping Sophia and Lila May. And
did you say he'd never met Dom in person?
Not. No, that was Nick Bat, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Bet. Yeah.
Nick
Yeah.
Bat had met him. I think Ty had, hadn't he? All right.
No, Ty said he
No,
hadn't.
No, that's
Yeah.
right. 'Cause, yeah.
Right.
But he was. I mean, Dom was down here literally a couple of weeks before he thought he thought it was his migraine medication that was making him feel a bit iffy.
Mm.
But it was fine.
Well, it's funny because there was a friend of ours died of pancreatic cancer.
Yeah.
And this was back in the 80s. And it's almost exactly the same. She didn't know she had it. She didn't know she was ill. And within 3 weeks, she was dead from being diagnosed. It's that type of disease.
Yeah, it's hideous.
You don't know what's
Well, the
you always
weird
have
thing was,
she had no symptoms at all. And
yeah.
then,
Well,
know.
Dom, the things that Dom was complaining about to me, like he said to me on the phone, he was sort of like the day before he was coming down. Everything he said, oh, it's weird. He said, I've got this pain in my back. I can't get rid of this pain in my back. I said, whereabouts? He said, oh, it's up here near the shoulder blade. I thought, I don't know. Have you pulled a muscle or something?
Lymphatic node.
Yeah, exactly. The last thing you're not going to get this sort of like burning pain in the area of your pancreas. It's just, oh man. So
Anyway,
yeah.
Well, all we can do is be glad that we knew him, glad that we met him,
Yeah.
and that he brought so much joy to our
Yeah.
sad,
And
pathetic lives.
Let's face it, we're never going to forget him.
No, I only met him twice. I met him at Gearfest, and we had an absolutely delightful day. You were there, Ian. You know that.
I couldn't
It
believe
was
the
lovely.
massive hug he gave me when he met me. It was lovely. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, and then
a very touchy-feely person.
yeah,
Absolutely.
and then again at Synthfest last year
Yeah.
when he was very busy, but he's
because he was demonstrating the one of the
Soma stuff.
Yeah, because so I went up and said, "Well, we're going for a meal. Are you going to want to come with us, or do you want to sort of sleep in a dark room?" He said, "No, I'm going to be done by the end of this." And he was showing me. I can't remember what it was. It wasn't because the terror wasn't there. And he went, "I have got no idea how this works. It's absolutely bonkers." He was showing me this. Going, I've got no idea what's going on.
Oh, it would have been ace if he'd come with us, Ian.
It would have been. It would have been.
It would have been
lovely.
ace if he'd come with us. That would have been so nice. But anyway, we regrets. Well, we've had a few.
Yeah.
God rest you, Dom.
Well, it's
Miss
kind
you
of how
loads.
I sort of like, inherited the Soma UK, repair thing, and I suppose you call it support. But I mean, it's. I worked for companies where it was easier. Let's just say that. It's like pulling fucking teeth sometimes. It really is. But yeah. So I mean, currently I have a Cosmos. It's like a guitar.
Oh no, it's a looper thing. It's a weird looper.
Yeah.
I'd love one of those.
And it was
I love all that
accompanied.
stuff, though. It's weird.
Yeah, but it was accompanied with this email telling us what was wrong and whereabouts it was wrong. And you listen to this thing and you go, how can you even tell
Yeah.
what is wrong and what isn't wrong? So
Yeah.
It's probably not then, is it?
Probably
It's
not,
probably
yeah.
user error.
Yeah,
I've had a few Soma bits of gear in that they said, oh, you know, for instance, like, oh, the envelope doesn't work correctly on voice 4 on this Lyra. I'm using this Lyra going, it's exactly the same as all the other voices.
Yeah.
And it never did go wrong. You know, I couldn't get it to go wrong. But we put the new diodes in it anyway and gave it back to the bloke, and the bloke's happy.
Right. Oh,
So I'm
I have
gonna
no
put-
idea. I mean, having listened to a Lyra and had an occasional finger on twiddle knob and go, ooh, what? I don't know how on earth you'd know whether the thing is working or not.
Because I have that
Yeah.
I have that the Lyra patch on the organelle, and I love it. It's great, actually. I've done a track with it on the new album, and I would love to have a Lyra 8, but I can't afford one. Well, I mean, I'm saving up for the Terror, so
Yeah,
you know.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Grace uses the Lyra and she's got to grips with it.
Yeah,
But to me, it always sounds like the Lyra,
yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Yeah,
and that's not necessarily a bad thing. You think, you know, well, it's how you have it, how you set it up.
yeah,
Because if you're playing in a track, you've got a track going. You've got to have it set where the tuning is in somehow sympathetic,
Oh,
Yeah.
and
definitely,
that's
yeah.
really difficult on that line.
I used to tune
really
it to tune
difficult.
it, and I tuned it to an A
Yeah,
minor chord.
but then you twiddle another knob and then it's gone all to pot. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but
Yeah, you have to set and forget a lot of stuff on there. It's crazy.
yeah. So
Yeah.
I mean, once it was set, and I did do it a couple of EMOMs. Once it's set, and actually stupidly, I set it, and I should have written down the settings, and I didn't. You know, so every time I come to it, I have to try and work it out again what I'd done.
Yeah.
But and once it's set, it's about listening to it and how things work. You know.
One sec.
But no, I mean, I'd like the real thing, you know. And
Yeah.
whoever designed this patch did a really, really good job at sort of mirroring how a Lyra works. Because I can look at videos, and based on that, I can actually. That's how I learned to use the patch.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Well, from you know what Ty's saying about the stuff coming out of Dom's studio, the Lyra 8 I have here is Dom's, so to all intents and purposes should be on the list,
Yeah.
and they ain't looking for big money, Ian.
Well, I'd have it. You know, I would have it when the list comes out.
It even has, you know, Dom's Lyra 8 sticker
Oh.
on the back of it still, you know.
Oh, it's lovely.
Oh.
Yeah.
On a different note, I've just gone and got myself a bottle of. Well, I got this earlier. It's was it Kopparberg?
Oh yeah.
Kopparberg fruit lager, lime and lemon. So what's this going to be like?
It's like that drink that my grandmother used to drink, which was lager with lime in it.
Lager and lime.
Lager and lime, that was it.
please.
Lager and lime.
Oh,
Get
so
me half a lager
70s.
and lime, Jack. She used to say.
Yeah.
As my granddad used to go up to
Yep.
the bar in the workingmen's club
Yeah.
because she wasn't allowed to go and buy her own drinks.
Yeah.
Is that? Oh God, the world is.
With
Or
the
like a
box
shandy.
of
You guys drink shandies ever?
No,
Well, as a kid, I did. Yeah.
Yeah.
but,
Yeah.
only if I'm driving and I'm going. Better
Pretending
make it
to be
shandy.
grown up.
Well, here we go. Let's find out.
I tell you what, I
They
started
usually
getting
make cider, don't they? These Swedish Kopparberg things, fruit ciders, fruit lager. Bloody hell, it's 5%. Oh lordy, lordy.
I started an interesting discussion, stroke argument with Fiona last night. So to her, which came first, the foot, or the
Shoe.
or the pipe organ pipe?
which came
Oh yeah,
first?
yeah. I'm with you.
I suggest the pipe came first because
No, I
there were always
was-
pipes that were being blown into. So the pipes pre-existed the footage. Yeah, I would go with that.
So was the measurement then derived from
Western tonal
the
scales.
frequency?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Must be.
I tell you how this come about, because when she was calibrating the 3600 yesterday, and she's going, how come it's 64 foot, 32 foot is exactly an octave? How does that work? I said, well, it's the length of the pipes
the
on
frequency
the
by
pipe, that's where it
half.
comes
Yeah,
from.
yeah.
And she goes, what? And a foot just happens to be exactly right, you know? I go, no, I'm wondering if
Any length will be right.
yeah, I
you're
reckon
doing
if
it-
the
you're doing
pipe
it in
came before the
feet-
measurement, you know?
If you're doing it in feet, any length will work in halves.
Yeah.
Anyway, this is like drinking.
Go on.
Like drinking lager shandy. That's exactly what this is
But
like.
But it's 5% lager shandy.
Yeah.
Oh bloody! Like drinking pop. Yeah, it's a get pissed quick drink. Oh no! If I fall off the chair by the end of this, you'll know why.
Take the varnish off a coffee table.
Lovely.
It will take the lining off my stomach probably. Yeah, well, anyway, congratulate Fiona on a good question, because that is a good question.
Yeah, she does come up with some interesting questions sometimes.
Yeah, the footage of pipe organs. Yeah, that is a good one.
Mm.
Oh, blimey. Hardware Jam's chat is going mad right now.
Yeah, I think the
I'm getting
diameter is
1,000.
relevant as well.
Of course it is, yeah.
Yeah. But is that from a support point of view, or is it actually something to do with the frequency?
Have you seen that 64-foot diapason pipe at York Minster? It runs all the way along the side of a wall. it's
Christ.
massive. It's massive. Yeah. You can't hear that. It just makes your bowels go.
It's a brown frequency then.
Brown frequency, definitely brown.
Well, that'd be because of repairing, wouldn't it, Chris?
What's Chris had said? Q, why are 99% of all cars just sold in single colours? I don't know.
Maybe.
Paul Lartola's going to ask me if I'm going to start singing karaoke. I want to be the sledgehammer. Yeah, maybe. It might break out eventually. Blue car, red car, black car.
Yellow car.
It's got to be.
Most cars are one colour though, aren't they? Let's be honest.
Yeah, but surely, because if you had a car that was, say, 2 colours, or say 3 colours, if some twat goes down the side of your car in a van,
Then
that's
you know.
3 colours you got to paint on the car instead of 1.
Cheap, because it's cheaper,
Yeah.
probably.
Plus, that way they can dip them
Oh,
rather
yeah.
than spray them
Yeah,
when they assemble them.
yeah.
Yeah.
See? So we're pulling the universe apart and analysing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh God, half piece. No, any Dire Straits numbers? No, I don't know any. I don't know any.
Most people don't care about their
Dire
cars.
Straits.
It's just
I
a way,
wouldn't know.
one place to another. They don't care about the color. They don't care about the style. They don't care about any of that shit.
I have in the past played Walk of Life. Andy.
Why
I was in a band. I was in a covers
For
band
what
playing Walk of Life.
would you ever want to do that?
I like Dire Straits. We're going to fall out here, mate. I
How
like
can
Dire
you-
Straits.
But not that track.
No, I don't. I hate that track.
Of all
Make
tracks
him
on the
appreciate the-
planet,
Making
If
If you
Moves
can't
movies.
was
appreciate the
like Emma
guitar solo and Sultans
Yeah.
of Swing, something's wrong with you.
Yeah.
well, you used 2 words there: guitar and solo.
Hey,
Sorry, Andy.
Making Movies is the best Dire Straits album.
You don't like any
really
Well,
guitar
that's not
solos?
saying much.
Not even Eddie Van Halen?
Nah, I was never really into.
No, I can cope with Eddie Van Halen because he's not in Dire Straits.
Oh, so there we go. The secret's revealed.
Yeah, no, honestly, I'm scarred. My scars run deep, and I'm never going to get over it. So
No, I
stop
can tell.
stop baiting me, you
I feel
horrible
the same
people.
about Coldplay, so we're all right. You're all right, man.
That's fine.
I actually have a badge
fine.
that says "Make Coldplay history."
I don't understand that because I think they actually write nice songs. So
There you go.
anyway.
You see, yeah. And I've met Chris Martin.
And I'm sure he's a lovely bloke and he's
And
very
lived to tell the
talented.
tale.
He was playing cricket with my father-in-law. He was a bit of a twat, really. But anyway, that's another story. It was when he was with Gwyneth Paltrow.
That was she's the problem, not Chris Martin.
Yeah.
Anyway, Neil Wharton's just said they're not
The
dips,
goop
they're
nonsense.
sprayed, and he knows because he works for Toyota, so he knows all the ins and outs of how cars come to be. Thanks, Neil. Hi, Neil. How are you, chap?
Hi, Neil.
Are we going to Gearfest this year? Let us know. We'll work it out.
No, I can't remember it. Got me all organy now.
Yeah.
Well, we've bored Kent into submission. No, don't, Kent.
Sorry.
Oh,
Can't beat a bit of a
toccata in D minor.
Guitar and fugue, mate. It's like
Toccata
ooh.
in fugue.
In an organ shop, that's the
Yeah, that's the
stairway to
heaven.
Yeah, it is.
Stairway to heaven.
Stairway to heaven or
Yeah.
jump.
No toccata and fugue.
Yeah.
You just point at the sign.
Yeah.
Play Vidor. Go on, play Vidor.
How's it go?
What's Carter and F by Vidor?
Go on.
It's Carter and F by Vidor from Vidor's Organ Symphony.
I'll need my Beat Stick Pro for that.
Do you not? Do you not know that? I
yeah,
thought
I
you'd
know
know that.
it. Can't
Kent.
play
Yeah.
it.
All right, I thought you would, because you're a man of many fingers. I thought you'd be able to do it.
Oh, they all say that.
So it's one of my Desert Island discs to Carter and F by Vidor. I love it.
Okay.
There's some great footage of Rick
'Cause it's
Wakeman
like-
playing
it's-
at churches. It's really good.
Yeah,
performance stuff.
It's like banks of Moog sequences before they invented sequencers, and I just love it.
Yeah, we have done jams on the pub before now, but the latency
The
has
latency's
proved
good. Yeah.
a little.
Do you ever guys do a pub
Irksome.
jam?
It
Yeah.
becomes
yeah.
it becomes incredibly experimental and brilliant.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. As long as you're playing slow and nothing,
Slow and ambient.
Yeah.
no
You don't-
particular key.
Don't need to worry about the timing because there is none.
There's no timing. Yeah.
And alcohol is required.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes.
Well, I'm well oiled already, so
I'll tell you what. This is a mental plug-in. One of the pedals, when you push the pedal down, you can hear the traffic outside the church,
Oh wow.
just for atmosphere.
Yeah.
Did they add the sound of the bellows too? Some of those have bellows sounds in them.
Yeah, I think there's practically everything on this particular. This was not a cheap pipe organ plug-in.
Which one is it?
I can't pronounce it.
Oh,
Hang on. It's oh god. Well, basically, the first part of it I can't pronounce, but it's an Italian.
where's it from? What company?
Yeah, that's what I can't pronounce.
Oh,
It begins with H and goes Hagendas or something.
but it's not a contact library. It's something else.
No, it is a contact library.
It is. Okay.
Yeah. Well, outside, a third-party contact library, I should say. Although contact doesn't recognise it, and you have to go to files instead of library at the top. But it's
that's
one of the
nice.
most nice sounding pipes. It actually sounds like a
fuck
pipe
up
organ.
hardware jams. Sorry.
What's that?
No, I'm getting 1,001 notifications every time somebody types something into the hardware jams chat. I get
Is
that.
You have to minimize it so it goes off to the side. That way it never pops up
Is that on YouTube then, or is it on
on Facebook.
Facebook?
On
Oh.
Facebook.
Yeah, minimize it. Don't close it. Minimize it.
Oh, well, that's weird. I've now just had a notification from Sophia Hawken.
Oh, don't, because Sophia posted a message saying that she'd been hacked. So
Right,
don't click
okay.
on it.
Great.
All right,
Yeah.
fine.
She was hacked the other day, and she said, don't accept anything from my Facebook account.
Right, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
That's good to know. That's how you
Always the
play
last
it.
bit.
That's
Always
the
the
new
last
version. I
bit.
like the new version. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the new version. The new jazz version. Nice.
Oh, piss off!
Okay.
Sorry, not you, Ken.
Didn't know my playing was that bad. It'd be good when you do a concert and there's one guy right at the back of the auditorium.
Please, Andy, tell me how I get rid of these all these
Minimize.
notifications.
Minimize.
Thank you, Wagyu.
It's not there. I've not even got it open. I've not even got Facebook open.
Open the message window in Facebook and hit the minimize bar.
Although you've spelt it correctly, I need to hear how you're supposed to say it.
Hackwork.
I
I mean, I'm rubbish.
Go on,
at
Andy.
this, so.
Get on it.
Sorry, I'm not even looking right now, so I'm gonna have to go. Hardware jams. Where's hardware jams? And now I've got to minimize it. The minimize bar.
The little line. There's the X on the line. The line is minimized.
That will minimize all of my screens.
Minimize the chat window that comes up, the message window. You know, when you open messages inside of Facebook, it's like individual tabs with different.
Got Messenger, Facebook.
You're in the big Messenger window by itself. That's different. I'm talking about when you have Messenger floating above your normal Facebook homepage.
Oh, right, okay, no, I've not got that. Right,
that's how I use it. I don't use the big Messenger window. So.
Well, but I've not even got Messenger open, and it's still chucking all these things at me. Right, I've had enough. I'm fed up with it. Right, that's better. Maybe it'll stop now. Oh, thank you.
It's a busy group sometimes.
And that was Babs. Hi, Babs. Sorry. Please leave me. Stop picking me messages. Like I said, why is Brooksy wearing hairy Ganesh? What? Leave Babs. What do you want to bet?
What?
I don't know. I've no idea. Oh,
I think that beer's stronger than you think.
No, I just think I get irritated. I mean, when they're having a discussion in hardware jams and 3 or 4 of them start getting involved, it just goes ping, 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 and I go, oh, shut up.
That's it. That's how it works. Yeah?
True. They're having a lovely chat about something that I'm not involved in.
I mean, I suppose proper etiquette is when it's a really long, crazy discussion, just have a separate chat.
Separate thread within it. You know.
People want to keep it all together.
Turn off notification on the Facebook group. Yes, I probably should, actually.
Well, but you want some of your notifications, though, right?
No, well, I want. That's the problem.
Yeah.
You want.
If you turn that off,
you want to hear.
Lose stuff.
Oh God.
The trick I found is minimize. If you have it in the general Facebook view and you have messages, just little tab windows at the bottom of your screen, you minimize it. It'll continue to light up in the corner a little bit, but it won't bother you. But
hello, Ian. Welcome back.
That was me, was it? Because I just went to check see if our Wi-Fi had gone off. It hadn't. Technology is wonderful when it works.
That's my line.
I know.
Well, if it worked, I wouldn't have a job. So
yeah. That's true, Andy. Yeah.
I keep slumping down further in this chair, and eventually I'll be.
That's the alcohol, matey.
No, it's not. It's this cushion and the fact that I'm.
Yeah, tell me how to play, how to say that word.
Hauptwerk.
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 Oh, I've seen that one before. That is a nice plugin.
Okay, right.
Hauptwerk.
Okay, now I've heard it.
Hauptwerk.
I'm all right. I'm cool.
Yeah.
I won't be afraid to say it and just go, it's the Italian organ.
Hauptwerk.
Haupt.
So is Haupt some guy's name, or what is Haupt?
No, Haupt is main.
Okay.
So Hauptwerk is the main piece of work.
Okay.
The main piece of work that somebody's done. So it's sort of a masterpiece. Hauptwerk.
Okay.
So main stations in German towns are called Hauptbahnhof. So Haupt is a prefix. It never stands on its own. It's only ever stuck on the front of something else. So here, Hauptwerk, main work. So masterpiece.
There you are.
The more you
There
know.
ends your German lesson for today.
That's the end of the German lesson for today.
Okay. Now's the French.
Non. On ne va pas parler en
Avez-vous un
français.
pamplemousse?
Non, je ne veux pas avoir un pamplemousse. J'ai déjà mangé un pamplemousse aujourd'hui.
Avez-vous un stylo?
Oui, plusieurs.
Très bon.
Yeah, well, I've already eaten a grapefruit and I've got several pens. What more do you want? All right.
Hey, that's the limit of my. That was
Avec
2 years
and
of
the
night
hot
school
chocolate.
learning French.
Magnum
That's it, mate.
opus says half
That's
cut,
it.
half piece. That'll do for us. Magnum opus. That's Latin for magnum opus.
Wow. That's too many libraries.
Did they only make like organ type plugins, or do they have a bunch of other stuff?
I believe they do some other bits and bobs.
Other stuff, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It's, yeah. So,
We would like to hear a collab on music with Andrew Brooks, Ian J. Cole, Kent Spong, and Synth Addict, for example. You mean like now?
2, 3, and
And go.
go for it, Ian.
Acapella.
Hang on a minute. Just get the
Yeah.
iPad going.
If I were a rich man, yabba-dubba-dubba-dubba-dubba-dubba-dubba-doo.
It's a wonderful to have you.
Thank you.
Oh, here we go.
Uh-oh.
That's not
Interruption.
plugged in yet. I've got to plug it back into this. So, boing. I've got that spring sample. I can do the spring sample.
Someone is shredding.
Yeah, sorry about that. Guitar overdrive lead from.
Actually, Culture of Ghosts, Adam A hasn't been on for a while, and I've been meaning to get in touch with him. If has anyone heard of anything from Adam Adamski A?
No.
No, I've not heard him for ages. I
No.
hope he's all right because I know he's not been very well. So I hope he's okay.
I did reach out to him at one point about helping him to get that
Yeah, that's right.
wonderful
Yeah.
key synth of
Getting
his
those
out
things
there.
together.
But
I think he commented on one of my YouTube videos about 4 or 5 months ago. Is last time I heard from him.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah.
I'll give him a ring. Adam Angelo, I'll give him a ring.
Yeah,
I'll
someone's
ring. I'll
worrying.
give him a tip. I'll send him a message.
Yeah, always worrying.
Yeah, I hope he's all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Adam, if you're out there listening, we miss you. Come back and join us
Come
when
back.
you can.
Ooh. What's that one?
And Dolly Gold. Gold. What's that?
Chris said, saying, no, sharing files, pass the parcel type thing, stems. So we should
I
all create
see.
some stems and pass them between us. Well, we could do that. We should be able to do that.
We can do that.
We can.
Right, who's gonna? Don't put
I'd
me
like
in
to
the
add an
drive.
album of with graphic scores. Getting everybody to send me a graphic score, and then I create a piece of music.
What's a
out of
graphic score?
What the fuck
There
is the
you go.
score?
it. There you go.
So I send you a picture, and it turns
Yeah.
itself into sounds.
You draw me a picture. You have to draw a graphic score.
No, I'll just send you a picture of Swinside Stone Circle, and you can make us tune out of that.
It has to be from you. It has to be because sometimes they'll have instructions on them. You see, look up graphic scores on Google. They're brilliant.
This requires the Siri look of comprehension.
Yeah.
It does.
Yeah, the RCA Victor dog.
Yeah.
You've just become a university lecturer again there,
Sorry.
Ian.
I gave that up 10 years ago. Sorry.
President's just said it would add a bit of music to the pub conversation. Yeah, I know it would.
I'm surprised that Harvard Jams
people
hasn't done that
noodle.
yet, where you have stems that people share and add to. That hasn't come up yet.
There's been the
Just
sample packs have
sets.
been
We've
the
done sample
nearest.
packs, but yeah.
Yeah.
But the leapfrog thing would be kind of funny to send out a stem and then people leapfrog on that.
Yeah, but can you imagine how long that would take?
Oh yeah. I'm
So
not
it
saying
would
it'd be easy, but
it would have to be an ongoing sort of project. It's doable, of course. So maybe
just
you start
something
off
simple. Yeah, very
with
simple one.
with a 3-month time span.
Well, not
and
all
you
for
say-
one. Not on one set for the group. Like you have like a triad. Like 3 different people share a stem between each other. You know, have like the Secret Santa one, right?
Well,
They do
well,
the jam for
Grace-
somebody else.
Grace and Seb did that with the Lyra stuff.
Exactly.
So
Yeah.
I mean, it's certainly doable.
But just a couple people, not the whole group. That would be too much.
Or even just setting up reciprocal pairs. You could set it up as a challenge and go, who's paired with whom? Right, each person sends a stem to the other, and you do something with it.
Yeah, because the Secret Santa one was crazy. I had to do one for Owen Ollie, and you know his style's all over the place. So I'm like, what the hell am I going to do for this?
No, I know. I mean, we got a whole. I was actually listening to it earlier today. We got whole sound, so we went back and listened to a lot of the whole sound stuff, particularly his earlier videos, where it's nearly all acoustic guitar and accordion and all sorts of stuff, and him playing a ukulele. So we took samples of him playing the ukulele and stretched them and did this and took bits out and turned them into other things. But yeah, it wasn't. It wasn't a whole. Let's just take a whole sound track and recreate. We did our bit and we tried to do it in the spirit of. It wasn't easy. That one wasn't easy at all. It took us a long time, that one. But that's actually sometimes when the best ones happen, though. So.
Yeah.
Hey, bust me a yogurt.
I can't. I've not got one.
Oh, it's just every time I play Vangelis, I really, really want a yogurt.
Wow.
Preferably a Greek one.
How about some kombucha?
Do you remember ski? Remember ski yogurts?
Ski yogurts, you can't find them anymore. Where'd they gone? They've probably got subsumed into Activa or something else. Was that you playing the saxophone sound?
It was.
Yeah, I thought
Not a
it
bad
was.
one, actually.
It's Swarm on what's an iPad, but
We're getting a bit Blade Runner-y, you know?
yeah, it was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I like it a lot actually.
That's the Rudis one, right? The Jordan Rudis app.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
Yeah, Geo Shred or whatever.
Geoshred. Yeah,
Yeah, the Swamp stuff on there's amazing.
it is. Yeah, it's got really, you can get the growl. See. Can't
Yeah,
get
his
all
little
the
XY pad for the growl.
Yeah. Flutter.
That's nice.
Yeah.
That sounds like Jan Hammer there. From Miami Vice.
Guitars are always a little difficult. I must admit, there is one guitar library I got where you hold the chord and then there's a couple of keys that you use for strumming, strum up and strum down.
I've done that before in the past.
Much more realistic.
It is incredibly realistic.
Yeah, doing it that way. Yeah.
I had it probably almost about 10 years ago, and I had a copy of that.
Yeah. And for the life of me, I can't remember what it was, the name of it, because I think it's on one of the other drives. And I've looked, and I can't find it.
Robbie uses one that's called Sunburst or Starburst, something other guitar.
I had it because it was when I was still on Windows when I used it. Really,
He uses it in Falcon.
Yeah. Because that's the problem with guitar sample packs, isn't it? Making it sound like a strum pattern.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, some of them are actually so heavily articulated, though, that you can't actually create anything meaningful of your own, because sometimes the articulation gets in the way of it, and you can't choose when the articulation happens on some of them. So it's, although it sounds very realistic, it's not very usable in a creative way. So there's always a trade-off somewhere. But this one seems to be quite nice, but it doesn't do strumming.
Neil Wharton's right. Korg's Karma is good at strumming on a Kronos.
Well, even the guitar on the GarageBand on the iPad is really cool.
Yeah,
for
actually,
strumming.
I've used that once or twice, I think.
Yeah.
Never on a proper track, but just messing around.
Well, they first had it on Nintendo DS. There was a music app on there that did the strumming.
Well, at least you got vibrato on the aftertouch.
Okay, can't play Sultans of Swing right now.
I don't think I ever have.
I never have.
No,
That
I
should
think,
be a hardware jam. Then you pick
I think
any.
the only
any
guitar
Dire
track
Straits
I've ever learnt and played
Hardware jams.
was
Reinterpret a Dire Straits song. Yeah,
If I
Crazy
join
and
hardware
Walkway.
jams, Andy, that's my first choice.
you better get on there, Ian. Get on there, get on the mods, get on the setting the challenge, and
It's
you
not
can
going to
set,
happen anytime soon.
rework.
yeah.
The Sultans of
Swing.
Swing. Oh, shut up, you boring twat.
Wow.
How's it go anyway?
Sorry, I'm very biased. I apologise
You can't. Yeah.
profusely for my
Not that
profanity
bad.
there.
There you go. He's got it. Almost.
Yeah.
Is that?
Sultans of Ski, friend.
The Sultans of Ski for Andrew.
That's it.
Behave, Ben.
Ow. My fingers need to go to sleep now. Good night.
Can I share a confession? Second one today.
Go on.
I played an acoustic piano on Friday, the first time in ages, and I found it so difficult because I haven't played
Yeah.
like an acoustic piano in ages, and I found it so hard I couldn't do it.
You know what you need, don't you, Andy?
The stupid mini, yes, I do, Ken. And in the summer, it will happen. Yeah, my brother and I will come down. I'll go and visit my brother, and he will come down in his fucking big Audi, which has got a massive boot, and we will come and do that. Yes, we will.
Good man.
And then the next time he comes to Doncaster, he can drop it off in Sheffield on the way, because I can't get that in my little Kia Picanto, because I've only got a Kia Picanto, and it can only fit a matchbox in the
Go in
boot.
the back seat.
No,
Open
it's
glove
too big.
box, it should go in.
A big an 8 keyboard will not fit in a Kia Picanto. Sorry, it won't.
I can just get an 80. I can just get a 76 nut Kronos with case in our Yaris.
Just about.
Just about.
You got a Yaris? Oh,
I've
no,
got a Yaris.
it's a nice guy. Anyway, I've got to go on point personally again. See you in a minute.
Okay.
Let's say if you put the passenger seat forward, you should be able to put it in the back,
exactly.
leaning
Fold
forward.
Fold the seat back.
Yeah.
Passenger seat back.
Because I had a friend who was able to carry a 13-inch reflecting telescope in his BMW.
Yeah.
And that's not a small scope.
Well, it's 1.3 meters by 35 centimeters. So it's. I reckon he could.
He could.
Open the hatchback and wait, open the glove box.
Yeah.
Get it then sorted.
So what guitar is that, Kent?
This one is Electric Mint. I think it's one of the Native Instrument Ultra bundle jobbies, I believe.
Oh, okay, right.
Because I don't remember
used
buying
yet.
it. Yeah.
Yeah. No, Ultra was a good deal. Once you get into the upgrade path, it's cheap.
Yes. Yeah, it is. Still, I think it took about 800 quid off from what I because of what I already had.
Yeah.
But still a chunk.
Well, if you get the full blown.
Yeah. But I thought if I go for the full blown, it won't hurt so much next time round.
Yeah.
Call it an investment in the future.
Have you played that the one called the Giant?
Yeah.
That was kind of cool.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Giant piano.
Yeah. But yeah, it's one of those things, isn't it?
A lot of good libraries in there. I wish I could put them on the Machina Plus, but you have to use a computer for them.
Yeah. But I'm still a massive string fan. On to the top track. Oh, bloody hell, I haven't played that for years. Do you know what that was?
Nope.
That was the chords from Red Weed. Side 2, War of the Worlds.
Oh, I'm going to say, is that War of the Worlds? I've not heard that.
Yeah. I haven't played that for donkeys. But when it comes to doing those synth chords for the opening track, you have to use the 80. Nothing else does it.
Red Wii.
Yeah, Red
You
Weed.
use that beat through.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd get that checked if I was you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is a little scary the first time you do that, and you go, "Hey, what happened here?"
Yeah, but the first time you do that, the list of possible causes are long and go
Yes.
from do not worry to worry.
Precisely.
Yeah, so until you get yourself checked out, you don't know. Yeah. God, I hate them type of things. Because as an agoraphobic, I can't go to the doctor or a hospital.
No.
I'll get ill and die here.
We can get house call, right?
Hard. I mean,
No.
honestly, in the UK at the moment, Andy, it is almost impossible. Like I say,
Really?
yeah, no, I mean,
Yeah, this is Surrey, mate. If you're not private,
Yeah,
you're
I've
not
booked-
private. What do you mean?
I booked a doctor's appointment 5 weeks ago, and I go in 2 weeks' time.
Holy moly!
Yeah.
So you have to go out of bank basically and pay your own way to get that kind of service.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they always said that they wanted a more American-style healthcare service, and they're getting
The
it.
Tories have managed
Ask
it.
and you shall receive. Yeah, there you
Yeah,
go.
exactly. They're just going to keep shitting on it until
Yeah.
the American system seems better.
Yeah. And forget a dentist. No
Yeah.
dentist. No private. No NHS dentist anyway.
Well, even here, dental insurance is crap. So you get much better coverage for medical than dental, no matter what you do.
Right.
So if you get like crowns and fillings redone and stuff like that, it's almost always out of pocket.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything in this country has been privatised except for the National Health Service.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And
I'm
that's,
saying nothing. I don't like the
Well-
idea of privatisation.
I think that they've privatised the National Health Service just to a certain point, but through
They
the
have.
back door. They haven't
Yes.
completely done it, but over the last, and I'm not just blaming the Tories here. I'm blaming New Labour because it started with Tony Blair and Gordon Brown.
Yeah.
You know, that's when it started, and it's just got worse and worse and worse. You know.
The problem is, the population of the country's gone up so much, and
Yeah.
the NHS can't cope with that.
And the underinvestment for the last 13 years as well. I mean, there was a graph somebody had the other month, and it showed the investment that the last two Labour governments put into it, compared to what the Tories have done in the last 12 years, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it's incredible. You know, it's not, and you know, obviously it was at a stretching point before the pandemic, and it's there's no wonder you can't get any healthcare, and people are dying because they can't get the cancer treatment.
Yeah.
You know, they can't get diagnosed properly.
Yeah.
You know, and the problem is, we're entering that age, all of us, where we're going to have more health problems because we're getting older. You know, we're not sort of 25 anymore. So that becomes a bigger issue. You know.
Yes, the aging population, the overpopulation, and the fact that it's been underfunded.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, did I tell you about my? I went to a dentist not that long ago, and to a checkup. It cost 50 quid for the checkup, I think it was. And she came away. She gave me this list of things that were potentially wrong, but it was going to cost 800, 900 quid. And I said, well, I don't have any pain. I know I do need a fill in because I've got a slightly broken tooth, you know. But and I'm not going to spend 900 quid when I'm not actually convinced that there is a problem. So I'm actually going to go to another dentist to get a second opinion, you know. But it'll take weeks and weeks, you know.
That's the problem, isn't it?
You dried out now, have you? Yeah.
And those people that, you know, can't afford private healthcare and private dentists, you know. I mean, they were somebody on Question Time asked a question, I think it was last week, not this week, said, you know, what about a child who's, you know, has got raging toothache and there is no dentist in their area?
Yeah.
You know, what do? You know,
Suck
you
on
go
a
to
clove.
A&E with a toothache, you know, but the kid doesn't really understand and he's in terrible pain.
Yeah.
You know, that shouldn't be happening. Anyway, sorry, that's depressing, isn't it?
Yeah, you're expecting compassion from a system that's never going to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Very true.
Yes,
Right,
indeed.
I'm going to go.
You're
and
gonna
I'm
do
going
an
to go
Ian.
watch a film with my wife. I'm going to do an Ian. We're watching Harry Potter.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Which one?
Because actually we thought we'd seen them all when the kids were small, but actually we're on film 4. We're only doing it on a Saturday night, and certainly two of the first 3 films we haven't seen. I can only be sure that I've seen the last one, the third one, the Half-Blood Prince, is it? Or Prisoner of Azkaban.
Prisoner of Azkaban.
Yeah,
And then
definitely seen that.
it's the
Oh, you got Gary Oldman in that one.
Yeah.
Goblet of Fire after that.
Goblet of Fire. Yes.
That's the one I'm watching tonight, I think. Yeah.
Goblet of Fire.
Netflix have got them all.
And then it's the
Order of the Phoenix.
Order of the Phoenix.
Don't
And
remember.
Deathly
And then
Hallows 1.
Half-Blood Prince.
Yeah.
And then Deathly Hallows 1, Deathly Hallows
Yeah,
2.
there's 2. Yeah.
I've definitely seen the last one. Now, whether I've seen the 2 parts or not, but I know we definitely watched the end of it. Although I can't remember.
You've got to watch them all through. They do follow the books really well,
They do, yeah.
and they fill in all the necessary bits. There are some omissions from the books, as there always will be with films, but they are good.
I mean, I read the first 2 books, 2.5 books actually, and I thought they were all right. You know, they worked on those sort of 2 levels, one for kids and one for adults. It was fine.
Yeah, they do,
Well,
and they get better. They get better and better.
We've got first editions of some of the books that are signed as well, because the boys went on the Hogwarts Express, and we queued for hours to get for Matt and Josh to go through and actually meet J.K. Rowling and get the book signed. So they're not ours; they belong to Matt and Josh, but they're worth a bit of money.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah, I like
Yeah,
that.
they had the Universal Studios Florida thing here set up with the Harry Potter world. It's pretty impressive, actually. You actually feel like you're there.
Yeah, it's amazing they've done that in Florida, because I mean it was actually filmed in where was it? No, it's not. It's just around the corner from Kent, isn't it?
Elstree.
Yeah, Uptrip Road. Yeah.
Where the Harry Potter world is, it's Limes. Oh, what's it called? I can't remember. But the whole Harry Potter world here has been done really. I mean, they are the actual sets.
Yeah.
You see, I'm going to have to
So-
wait for grandchildren before I'll be able to go legitimately to Harry Potter World.
Why? Why? Go as an adult. I mean,
I know.
people think it's
because,
for
yeah.
kids. It's. I mean, like a lot of the
No,
best
no.
kids' books, it's appreciated best by adults.
Yeah. Oh, one of the best days ever we had when the kids were, I think it was been like 8 and 9. We went to Legoland for the day. We were there.
Leavesden. Thank you, Keith in Watford. Leavesden.
We were at Legoland before it opens, queuing with Jimmy Page. Jimmy Page was in the queue with us, which was really weird. He went straight to the cafe.
VIP entrance.
No, he just went to the cafe with his kid, and we were there till it closed. It was just such a good day. It was great. You know. Anyway, right. I'll maybe back later then if you're still.
Yeah, go and enjoy The Prisoner of Azkaban.
Okay. If
Yeah,
not, I'll see you later, guys.
Or
There's a good bit in it where
the Goblet of
Yeah,
Fire.
Voldemort tells Harry that he's his father.
You're
That's
cracking
the
up
wrong
again.
film, Kent.
Is it? Oh, okay.
Yeah. You're breaking up again, Kent, because of your
Oh, that bloody thing again.
that thing. Right. See you later, guys.
See you later, bud.
Bye.
Right, that means calling this up.
Well, that's just. And then there were 3. There's an album title in there somewhere. Kent's died. Oh no! I know he's back.
I should be back and no crackling.
You are back and no crackling.
Cool.
Although we like crackling. Crackling.
Yeah, Kent is D'Artagnan, so
D'Artagnan.
D'Artagnan.
Has Ty been on yet? No, he's not, Keith. No.
No,
you
he's
just
at
have to go
concert.
Behringer, and he'll show up. So
Behringer. Behringer, mate, the best synthesizers available today. Discuss. That'll bring him in.
Yeah, it's weird. I have to go into the audio devices panel, change it to 44.1, then change it back to 44.8, and then it's fine again.
Oh.
Mac Mini didn't do it. I don't know why the studio's doing it. Weird.
Is
That's
that a
newer
more posh
OS, right?
version?
Hmm?
I think your OS is newer in that one, right?
Yeah.
They changed some crap.
13.4 or something.
Yeah.
This is all new to me, to be honest. Because even though I've had that Mac Mini a while, setting all this Mac Studio up was quite a learning curve, I'll be honest with you.
I'm still on way back. I'm on a Intel Mac with, I think High Sierra or something like that. So,
Okay. It's a Focusrite, Steve. A Scarlett 8920.
8920. Neil's just said he can't wait to go to Kent's and fix your Mac issues. So it looks like me and Neil will be coming down to visit you in.
Yeah, you're becoming.
What
are you doing? What
are you doing
is this
now?
here?
Come on,
Why have you set it to that? Are you mad?
Oh, Neil will sort you. Neil is Mr. Mac. He'll sort you.
Oh, okay.
Oh, what fun! That'd
You'll
be a good
straighten
day
out
out.
my kernels for me.
Oh, blimey.
Aye. So, there you go, mate. The first note of Kimai.
Yes, I was going to say that.
Yeah.
I knew it was.
Yeah, you
I
always
knew
do.
exactly
Yeah.
what you were playing.
You do a high string, you go, oh, that's Kimai.
That's key, right.
So, yeah, that's it.
You need to get the EMOM sorted because we desperately want to come down and be with you and do a big thing.
Yeah,
Bollocks to the neighbours.
yeah. I know the dogs will love it. They will love it. They love having people round. They just adore it. Big smoochy buckets they are.
And I'll give Neil a ring, and we'll sort out when Neil and I are going to come down and collect, and Neil can fix your Mac so that it behaves like a Mac.
Can't you use your CS80 preset section?
Sorry?
The CS80 preset section, do you use that?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Absolutely. Yeah. Oh, yeah, there's great presets in there.
Is it, but it's hard to dial in with those tiny sliders, right?
It's hard to dial in very accurately.
More like a boutique.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think the sliders are only about 2 centimeters long, really. I mean, they're tiny.
Yeah.
So, but, so when you set up on the sound you like on the front panel, and then you start trying to make it a memory, you're forever fiddling with it and tapping it with a biro to try and get some tiny increment out of it, to try and get it right. So you tend not to when you
bother.
Yeah,
because it's too much of a faff.
It's just a real.
And that's why I asked if you actually use it, because I know it's a nightmare to set up, from what people have said. So.
Yeah. It's very hard. It's very hard to copy it out. So it's best to keep it simple. But you can actually really make a sound on there using the normal sliders so quickly. In many ways, it's better to not bother keeping it as a memory.
And it didn't have a tape out function, did it? So you couldn't do it via audio tape. Yeah.
No. It's nowhere near.
Right.
Anywhere near digital enough to get anywhere near that. That's still another 4 or 5 years to go yet. So yeah, so it's but that's it. It's really a user's keyboard. The presets change their sound subtly, as because it's made up of like 30,000 bloody resistors, and they all start to go out a bit, and then the sound subtly changes.
Yeah, but you want that definitive sound. It can only be one sound.
Yeah, well, this is it. I mean, it's like, oh yeah, you can't beat that CS80 brass sound. Yeah, which one?
Well, that's the thing with the Minimoog too. Yeah. All that stuff, right? They all change.
Yeah, exactly.
So.
Yeah. The only thing you can really sort of like say the sound will be exactly the same on one analog synth as it is on the other would probably be the Synthex.
Yeah.
Where the presets are hardware coded into the EPROMs. It's really hard for them to be actually different. But there again, I mean, you could say the same thing about the Juno 60s and stuff like that. But depending on how it's been calibrated, depends on how that patch is going to actually sound. So they all sound subtly different from each other.
Yep.
But that's part of the charm, I suppose. Or you've got no
it's just
choice,
so funny
because
people say, well, that doesn't sound like that. And it's like, well, there's variation in any of them anyway. What does it matter? The sample libraries people say aren't accurate enough and stuff. And I think they're probably pretty damn close. Most people can't tell.
Yeah.
You'll lose some articulations or some other subtleties, but
yeah, absolutely.
You wouldn't know.
Yeah. But it was. I mean, I had this thing with a guy. He wanted his TR-808 restored, and I restored it for him. But he brought it back saying that his crash cymbal lasted something like half a second longer in fade out than his mate's one. I went, yeah.
So it's analog, man. Get over it.
Yeah, no, I want it the same as my mate's. Well, I said, there's no way of knowing your mate's is right, because there isn't one.
Well, especially since the key to that whole drum machine is broken transistors, right?
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, that's what Kakahashi admitted years later. Yeah. Like, it was like, that's how they got some of those cool sounds, is broken transistors.
Well, I mean, the decay of the crash cymbal on the 808, where they used like a FET and a dissipating capacitor. I mean, you put a new capacitor in it, the cymbal will get slightly longer, than the older one that was in it, but so that you just can't get them to sound exactly the same. But this guy wanted his one to sound like his mates, and I said,
Well,
just
go to sample
swap
library.
your one with your mates, just swap them over, and then you'll
Go sample his and use it in a track.
yeah. So yeah, it's all stupid, isn't it?
Well, that's what I always thought was funny. I mean, there obviously the old Arturia and modeling stuff was primitive compared to the modern Arturia engine, the TAE stuff. So it didn't sound maybe as good as it does now. But to say, that's not a mini Moog. It sounds nothing like a mini Moog. I'm like you said, which one? Which mini Moog?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Well. Yeah, because I mean, just standard.
Yeah.
The mini Moogs, the difference between an RA.
And that too, right? Even when they were made, all that.
Yeah. Well, the RA up against a Moog Inc. one, chalk and cheese.
Like that one I gave to Ramsey, that the guy who bought the company made his own version of it. Did that sound a lot different?
Is that the Welsh one?
Do
you mean?
I forgot the damn name of it. It had a funny name. You said it was between RA and the Inc.
Oh, Musonics.
Musonics, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, well, Musonics was still Bob.
Oh, it still was.
Technically, yeah. It was just because I think it was because of Musonics. See, the guy who owned Musonics, if I've got this right, was going to get Bob out of the crap.
Yeah.
With RA, because RA was just about ready to go down the toilet, and he said, come with me, I'll save your company, but you have to make the Sonic 5 and the Sonic 6.
Oh, it's his idea to do that. Oh, interesting.
Because Bob hated it.
Yeah, it was ugly too.
Yeah, and it sounded sort of like,
Yeah.
I know there's some people who love them, but coming from an RA Mini to that, it's like,
yeah.
Whoa, like somebody throwing a big dog shit in your face. So,
right.
But the company needed to be saved, so you went, okay.
And speaking of that, when they were talking about how Ty and Dom were talking about purchasing Moog, how much would that have cost, do you think, if they were trying to get it back then?
Well, because it wasn't that long ago.
Yeah.
So they still would have been, 7 million debt.
Jesus.
It's about 22 million stock. So.
I mean, do they have investors in mind, or how are they going to pay for that?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
Well, I know Ty's not short of a few bob, but I don't know about that sort of money.
Yeah, that's a lot, right?
Yeah, but they could. I mean, there was a possibility. I suppose they could work at getting a bank, business loan, should we say, against it. But I imagine there would have to be a few other people involved to get some, proper working capital. Because really, all the Moog needed was just to get Mike Adams out, really. So, because I mean, there's loads of stuff that's never come out. But I mean, when Mike Adams took over Moog, he did his level best to screw Michelle and the foundation over us at every possible turn. So
yeah.
She has to give the sort of like, good old Mike Adams and everything like that. But I think she'd quite happily set fire to him and leave him in a car park without any trouble, to be honest. Because they essentially tried to or did successfully raid her dad's garage and nick all the history stuff before Michelle could get around to collect it, and to make it because they wanted to join the present day company with the lineage from the RA days and make it sort of like bridge the gap and make it one company with a history.
Was that part of the whole heat between the two groups, the foundation and the
Yeah, they were never good bedfellows. It didn't.
Yeah.
Because I think the hierarchy at Moog saw Michel and the Foundation as, a truth that they didn't want knocking around.
Yeah.
They wanted to give this impression that they were Moog, again from the 70s, reborn.
Right.
So having the Foundation knocking around wasn't going to help matters.
Wow.
But you can guarantee that Mike Adams walked away with bulging pockets, and the rest of the staff was basically fuck 'em. See, because they've been given money for their shares, because obviously one of the things in the deal was that all the staff's company shares, although it didn't give them any control, was part of that deal. That InMusic wanted to own the company 100%, but they gave them not what they paid for the shares, but what the company was worth now that Mike Adams had drove it into the dog shit. So they haven't not really seen a great deal of money come through the door. Maybe a slap out meal one weekend.
That's sad.
Yeah, but that's business, isn't it?
That's sadly you expect it, unfortunately, but it's sad when something like that people have reverence for, and there's a lot of good history there. It gets fucked over.
Yeah. So I know that some of the stuff would come in from China, but I think what InMusic will do is make as much of it as humanly possible in China, and literally the factory will just be putting boards in cases, that kind of thing.
That may not necessarily be a bad thing.
No, but it will also mean that there will be redundancies.
Well, that's exactly what happened with my company.
Because they're not going to need
sending a lot of stuff to Asia,
Yeah.
and vacating majority of the U.S.
Yeah. And imagine a lot of the staff at the top end of the company might find themselves being handed their cards as well, because InMusic will probably want to get their own people in.
Yeah, because our legacy sites, we have like I think it's 7 U.S. legacy sites right now, and we're pretty much going to be down to about 3.
Well, I mean, hopefully this works, and hopefully they can have Mo as this sort of like special
premium brand
that this premium brand that they have underneath their banner, because I can guarantee you, if it starts going south, they'll close that factory in a New York minute and move everything out to China. That.
Yeah.
Because then it's not worth it to them anymore. So. But at least at this precise moment in time, it does mean that Moog is saved, rather than it gone down the toilet. Goodbye.
Well, the one problem you have to worry about when you move stuff over there is you have a counterfeit market.
Well, yeah.
So there might be some counterfeit ones showing up at some point.
Yeah.
Because they go out the back door, right?
Yeah.
Hey, where'd that go? I don't know.
Yeah.
And then they start selling these little counterfeit ones.
Yeah. Yeah. Once all the board layouts go to some factory somewhere in Shenzhen, the next thing you know, there's bloody grandmothers for sale on eBay for ridiculous money that don't really work very well.
Yep.
Yeah,
it might look the same, but it's not the same.
Yeah. Well, it's happened before, hasn't it?
Yep. Or they use substandard parts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of this stuff ends up on Amazon, doesn't it?
Yeah. Or
you know what I mean. Like you're doing something like let's see, for instance, say a USB hub, all right? And you got this USB hub, and it's 60 quid. It's say a 16 port hub, and it looks really great. It does all this, and it's got power protection and all this sort of thing. And then there's another one, coupled down the way. It's 19 quid, and it's got exactly the same spec. You go, I'll have the 19 quid one. And you plug it in. The next thing you know, you've got no motherboard. So it's kind of that. I mean, it happens all the time.
Yeah. And a lot of the stuff gets sold on Alibaba as well.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, to be honest with you, I wouldn't go near Alibaba if you paid me.
They're good for like telescope, microscope parts, things like that. Things are metal that are
Yeah.
physical, but
Mm.
I wouldn't buy like circuits there and other stuff.
Yeah, yeah. We've got to be careful. I mean, it's the same with the ICs. But if an offer will come up to buy some rare ICs for a reasonable amount of money, and it's too good to be true, and that's because it is.
Yep.
So I got an email from a guy saying he had 50 IG 00153 VCOs for CSs, and he wanted $1,000 for them. And I go, send us a photo of them, which took him ages. But I got a photo, and he had these ICs all in a sponge and everything like that. And I go, yeah, okay, yes, they have IG 00153 written on them, but bit of an overlook. But these are 14 leg ICs, and the VCOs are 16.
Yeah, it's done with like a paint pen or something. That's
Yeah. Yeah, might as well be. Do you know what I mean? And it was only because the thing is, because they were 14 leg instead of 16 leg, and I'm going, they're fakes. But if they were 16 leg, I'd be going, oh, yeah, well, you know what? We fucking need them.
Yeah.
We really do need them. And they go, so, but yeah, deep down, it's not going to happen.
But imagine that detail. Imagine they did have 16, but they're still bad because they're fakes. So some of those guys are pretty clever.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, if they'd asked $3,000, they would have been better copies.
Yeah.
So the more they cost, it's not a case of like, well, if it costs more, obviously there's more chance that it's real. It's actually more chance that they're very, very good fakes.
Yeah.
So you have to be really, really careful with this ordering stuff in now. So I've had CA3080s. This is before they were started remaking them, and they were 741s rebadged. So plug it in, turn it on.
Yikes.
That's not a 3080. And this polymug still ain't working.
Wow.
Yeah. So.
That's wild.
Well, I'm sorry, folks. I think I'm going to do an Ian. I think I'm flagging. So I'm going to wave and say, have a lovely evening, everybody.
And
I'll see you. I'll see you at some point soon, all.
Yeah.
Take care. Tatty bye.
Bye.
Go and take some rest and look after yourself, buds.
I will do. Take care,
man.
Bye bye.
See you, mate.
See ya.
Ta-da, man. I'm going to have to get Robbie to send me the What a Wanker sound file over for me Steam.
Yeah, I was going to ask, are those stock things on there, or did you load sounds on that thing?
Yeah, I loaded some on, just to try it out, so it was like... Because I've never been able to get the bloody thing to work.
You should put some Mighty Python and Red Dwarf stuff on there and all that.
Yeah. The thing is, I can't find the file that I did have when I was trying it out the first time, which was the entire Badger song.
Oh, yeah, Badger Mushroom.
Yeah.
Mushroom.
Set that off in the middle of PSN. And then get everybody dancing as well.
Although, the visual is the best part. You gotta have the visual.
Or, what was it? Look at my horse.
Oh, right.
The other one. That's a good one as well. I think is that the only two he's ever done? I'm sure he's done more.
Oh, those guys are always doing more stuff. I don't know.
Because it was one particular guy, wasn't it? Because it was.
Well, it's like the guy. Do you know the Salad Fingers guy? Do you know who Salad Fingers is?
Yes.
David Firth.
Yeah.
He's a fatpie.com, and he's got like Burned Face Man, and he's all this crazy stuff. You got to see my favorite was the Milkman. He did a music video for Aphex Twin, the Milkman.
Yeah.
And it's one of the most violent things you'll ever see.
Yeah, I think his name's Mr. Weeble or something like that.
Yeah.
And
Weeble, he's the egg guy, right?
Well, that's where it started off, I think.
I like pie. Pie.
Well, he did one. We had, big Weeble, little Weeble.
Yeah.
And they had portal guns. From Portal.
Yeah.
Valve's Portal. And they, so one had the blue one had the red one. and they were just mucking about. And in the end, he did one on the ceiling, one on the floor, and got a little weeble just to keep falling through over and over again. He used to do lots of them little things, but I haven't been back to that site for a long time. I don't even know if it's still there. Was it B3TA?
That's one of my favorite sites because they had politics from your area that I wasn't familiar with.
Yeah.
They had funny visual games, collections of Flash animations back when you could play Flash.
Yeah.
And contests. The Photoshop contests were some of the funniest things ever.
Yeah.
Where you had to basically, here's the challenge of the week.
Yes.
And some of them were really good.
Some of them were really brilliant. Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, it was B3TA is where I first saw the Fenton video. You know, with the dog Fenton.
I don't remember that one.
Because
I've probably seen it. Don't remember that.
Well, what it was the guy was just filming Richmond Park, and it's all serene, and then all these deer come running by, and then this dog, and then the bloke shouting Fenton.
Oh yeah, right.
And then making the deer cross because there's an actual road in the middle of the park. So
that's funny.
Yeah, it's funny because I actually I was in contact with the guy who owned the dog. I think Fenton died last year. The dog himself. It was a lovely lab as well.
Oh
but yeah, and it became a thing, and everything was about Fenton. So.
Yeah, that site was fun. Also, as that was when I first discovered that somehow. It was he was also putting up torrent links too. At the time I hadn't used torrents, and I go, oh, you guys, that's how these guys are getting TV around the world. There's all these torrent links.
Yeah.
And so yeah, that was a great website. I don't know if it's still up or not, but I used to get the email digest, so I knew a new episode was out by just getting the email.
Yeah.
And just click on all the links and stuff. It was very funny.
Oh, there used to be some fantastic. You read the newsletter, and it was absolutely hilarious.
It's wacky, yeah.
Well, a lot of it was inside, because a lot of these people were, IT guys, weren't they?
Yeah.
And what have you.
And some are good animators, too. They've made animations.
Yeah.
A lot of the famous, like the flying cat sandwich, whatever meme, that thing with the cat animated.
Yeah, with the cat.
It was made by one of those guys.
Yeah. There's a lot of those things that then bled into the internet, which just became part of the whole.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, the whole social thing, didn't it?
And other like silly, like there was like a contest, like you have to look at all these pictures. Is this Tash or Gash? She had to guess. And it's like, oh man.
Mate.
Definitely not safe for work material.
Well, I think that's really what it was all about. People were on this site rather than working, weren't they?
Oh, yeah. Well, because it was an innocuous site, and most of it was pretty funny or silly. Most people wouldn't think much about it. You start looking at the articles, you go, wait a minute.
Yeah.
This is like this is almost an X-rated site.
Oh man.
But yeah, the Photoshop stuff was one of my favorite things. The
Yeah.
weekly challenge.
There's some fantastically talented.
Like movie posters. One was all on movie posters, and
yeah.
Oh man, some of those are great.
Yeah, they were really good. Yeah,
I
haven't been back for donkeys.
I don't know if they're still up anymore. I mean, I was still on the Wayback Machine, but I don't know if they're still up doing new ones anymore.
Yeah.
But I used to spend a lot of time on that thing.
That must go back 20 odd years, isn't it?
Yeah, because I found that. When did I first find that?
Is it late 90s?
Oh, maybe the original, probably. I didn't discover it to probably about 2000, maybe.
Yeah, I think. Well, you're only missing it by a few years.
2002, 2000 something. Probably 2002 was when I
discovered it. I think it kind of started sort of like 97, 98, right about then.
Yeah,
that sort of time. Computers were really getting prolific within business.
All right.
And the advertising industry, on a bigger scale, we'd had bigger staff. So it's some of them were actually brilliant.
Yeah, and you never knew some episodes, and it's fun too because they were very good about sharing stuff around the world.
Yeah.
So they had a section like stuff done by our mates, and then stuff
Yeah.
around the world.
Yeah.
And some of the stuff around the world is like, what the hell is this?
Yeah. Yeah,
It was
like by Gooses, I think 1999 was when it like really, really took off.
Yeah.
And the word had really got around, and it was a big thing, and everybody was waiting for the Thursday newsletter?
Makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't remember how I found it, but once I found it, I was like, wow, this is great. I'm gonna keep coming back.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
a lot of the political stuff, I didn't have a reference point. A lot of political commentary.
Yeah, well, some of it would be rather niche and and very specific to London sort of thing. But
I mean, it'd be funny, but I wouldn't really know why they're being so mean to this guy.
Yeah, you'd have to sort of like do a Google, do some background on it, and then come back and appreciate the joke. Yeah,
like they're the ones who started Pedo Bear, right? Isn't that the guys who started Pedo Bear?
I believe so. Yeah.
So then they started using that for all kinds of people.
Pedo Bear. Oh man.
Yeah.
Oh, Jimbo.
Hello.
Bonsoir.
Bonsoir.
What's happened?
Ça va?
No, that's all the French I know. Sorry. That's as far as I got. And they kicked me out of class.
If I'm doing escargot, that's what I got.
Leave.
So.
Where's Andy Brooks when you need him?
He's wiped out.
All right.
He should be in his pit by now. On 4%.
Yeah. Well, I'm running on about 4%, to be honest. Bloody hell. Yeah. Oh dear. Yeah. Oh, so gig last night in Blackpool. Got it in about 3 a.m. Went to bed about 4 a.m. And I've had this like family lunch in Leicestershire, so I had to drive down there. Yeah, which was epic actually. It's really cool, really good seeing all my fam. They're brilliant. They're just
Little
really
worse
cool.
for wear.
Yeah, just fatigue.
Yeah. Up
yeah.
the end of the table, go, can you read the menu for me? I can't see it.
Pretty much. No, thankfully it was all pre-ordered.
Oh,
but yeah, so someone had written it out for me.
Instead you go, what am I eating again?
No, actually it was, I had this most delicious fish and chips. It's amazing.
Oh, okay.
Really good, really good.
Oh, the good fish and chip debate can get very heated. Where to go to get them?
Now, the best place I ever had fish and chips was in Kirby Lonsdale, just south of the Lake District. And it's this tiny little fish and chip shop, and I'm gutted. I found out that it's closed and it's up for sale. But it was just amazing. Just incredible. Really, really good.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, but some people say, "Oh no, you got to have them by the sea."
No.
You know, that's not necessarily the case. It depends on the batter as well. It's very important.
Yeah.
And
Well, they're usually frozen anyway, right? Don't they all serve it frozen?
Well, they don't serve it frozen.
I mean, it's it's received, frozen, and then fried.
Yeah.
Fresh
The
in quotes,
the really
right?
shit places do. You go, yeah, you sort it out. It's a kid. Yeah, but they talk about getting them done by the sea because this was swimming around in the sea 4 hours ago, mate. It's fresh. Now there used to be a place in town back when I was much younger and could get into London. There was a place in town. It was it was near Marble Arch. And the bloke used to set up in a car park, and it was just fantastic fish and chips. You'd never tasted anything like it. Something about the batter. And the chips was crisp on the outside and soft and yummy on the inside. It was beautiful, really beautiful.
Nice.
I want fish and chips now.
I want it again now.
God damn it.
Right, I'm just going to probably mute my mic and potter around and
Oh, okay.
set some of my gear back up because actually I probably won't do that for long because I've really got nothing left.
So do they always use cod for fish and chips, or do some places use other things?
Oh no, they use all sorts. I mean, cod is like the nation's favourite kind of thing, but
Yeah.
they'll use haddock or plaice.
Well, it hasn't really been cod for a few years now, has it?
No,
It's
because
now-
it wasn't
was it
really.
pollock?
Yeah,
They
pollock.
overfished it.
Yeah.
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 You
Wonderful.
still get cod these days, but you know,
Yeah.
it did come back in. But yeah,
It's working its way back as stocks have grown again. I think it's still quite pricey because of it.
Yeah, that's happening all over. You have to go further out each time they go fishing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Inky's right. The beef dripping on for the chips is very important as well.
oh god, no,
Oh yeah,
no.
it gives the flavour.
No, the original Harry Ramsden's was like that in Leeds,
Oh yeah,
but before it became a chain.
yeah.
When I was a kid, we had a chain out here called H Salt Fish and Chips. It's kind of they actually gave you fish and chips in newspaper, kind of initially, and then they had to, because people complained, they had to put it in some other paper that looked like newspaper.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Yeah, I used to eat fish and chips out of newspaper. It was
Well, they
perfectly okay.
changed the ink.
Yeah.
Yeah, the ink process became different, so it then leached out with fish and chips, so they had to scrap it. Yeah, in the old days, you used to be able to. So, yeah. What am I doing?
Yeah, what are you doing?
I don't know. Just rambling. Oh, there. I know what I was talking
You guys,
about. Someone today was like, bad puns of shops and stuff like that. One of the best ones, talking of fish and chips, was in Sheffield on London Road. And it was called Assault and Battered.
I saw a shop on Facebook a few weeks ago, and it was a lovely big shop, and it said beds, 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 and in the window was just chairs.
That sounds like a David Letterman thing.
Yeah. Oh mate,
That was good. It's probably an art project.
Yeah. Oh dear.
There was an old bit on the David Letterman show back in the 80s.
Yeah.
Where these specialty shops, one was called Just Bulbs, one was called Just Shades, one was called whatever. And he'd go into the alternate stores and he goes, so I can't get any bulbs here? No, we only sell shades. And he goes, no, seriously, can I get some bulbs here? And she kind of just looked like he's being really mean to her.
Oh mate. It's like that Callum Gilhooly sketch almost, isn't it? We got Callum Gilhooly goes into this place and he's waiting, and then he goes up to the counter and he goes, can I get a £1 stamp here? And the guy goes, yeah. He goes, or a £2 stamp, or a 29p stamp, or a 15p stamp. He goes, yes. He goes, can I get a passport here? Yes. Can I get my driving licence here? Yes. This is a post office, isn't it? Fucking. Bit skimpy on the acoustic lenses there, mate. Make it the new wallpaper.
Those panels work well, though. We constructed some for my last company for the video conference room.
Yeah.
It's pretty well.
That one in the corner at the bottom is less of a panel, more. In fact, it's actually an IKEA shelf that's just full of medium density rock wool. So it's about that thick.
Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah, works a treat.
Works as a bass bin, doesn't it?
But best thing though is actually that futon. It's amazing.
Yeah.
That probably absorbs down to about 20 hertz.
Trouble is, I think I put so much of this acoustic stuff on the wall now that if Fiona came in, I'd have to shout at her for me to hear her.
Yeah. Totally.
Yeah.
Now, my previous studio, well, actually 2 studios ago, I had it so sorted. Admittedly, it was a bigger room, sort of length and width. Ceiling was quite low because it was in a cellar. But I had it so well tuned. I just had like a slight sort of about 6 dB dip at 36 hertz. The rest was like plus or minus 3 dB, the entire spectrum. And I was gonna just build a Helmholtz resonator just to take out that last frequency, and that would have been it. Like just rule the flat, which, you know, better than like 90% of commercial studios. That would have been.
Yeah.
It did sound amazing in there, especially like cranked up, really loud. It was just like whoa, just this wall of sound, amazing.
Yeah.
Whereas that, you know, I don't even crank it in here because it's flats.
Yeah.
It would wake people up, piss people off.
You should make an anechoic chamber.
Oh God, no! That'd be the most horrible place to work.
Hear your heartbeat and everything.
Yeah, your tinnitus would drive you insane.
Do you have tinnitus?
Only a little bit.
A little bit. I've been lucky. I avoided that with earplugs and stuff. So.
Yeah, no, I've only got sort of, you know, very.
Does it come and go?
Very background. Mine tends to be centered around gigging. Yeah.
Yeah, because sometimes I'll get it and it'll just go on for days and then go.
Yeah. There's many things that I find affect it. Hydration being one of them.
Yeah.
Smoking I found particularly bad for it, strangely.
Yeah. I haven't had that problem, I must admit. Well, at least I don't think.
Yeah. So I found, you know, not smoking, not drinking was massively helpful. And, yeah.
So you
kind of general rules for life, really.
yeah, kind of, you know, just generally looking after your body, and it seems to work better.
Yeah,
so.
you can just hear how boring you are then.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so depressed.
Yeah.
But at least I can hear myself being depressed.
That's why I go out and gig and get fucked up that way.
Right, I'm going to go and make myself a quick coffee. I'm back in a minute.
Coffee?
Can't beat a nice cup of coffee.
That guy's getting busted left and right. He'll probably skate.
Yeah. Mind you, Boris Johnson over here, he's gone now, resigned as an MP, been found to have, you know, abused or lied to Parliament, and yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So they found him guilty of sort of lying to Parliament and put him on a 90-day suspension, but he resigned anyway. And he also...
you guys actually hold people accountable there. That's good.
well, we try. But yeah, so he's now resigned, and a few others, which is good.
Oh, interesting.
Good riddance to bad rubbish.
Yeah, for sure.
What's next?
Not that anyone really wants Biden to win, but, you know, he keeps falling down. He's going to die one of these days. He's a bit fragile. Then we end up with DeSantis, which is another disaster.
I've not really been keeping track with American politics.
It's probably best not to. I mean, there's a whole series of lately, like in general, like trans people are freaking out. They're moving around different states because they're afraid for their lives.
Oh, you're kidding? Oh, that's fucking shit.
It's terrible.
Oh,
like, I mean, for a long time, gay people had to basically funnel. That's why you have certain parts of LA. You have San Francisco. You have Key West in Florida.
yeah.
And a few other major enclaves. Because for a while, they just want to be somewhere they were comfortable because people were treating them like garbage. But then it kind of settled out a little bit until the marriage thing started up again.
Right, yeah.
But the trans is the hot button thing now, and everyone's getting attacked and death threats and all kinds of stuff.
Jesus.
So it's crazy. And it's all political. It has nothing to do with reality, of course. So.
Yeah. I mean, I can't help but feel that the people who are most threatened by homosexuality and trans people must be really, really insecure in some way about their own sexuality and identity, and so it's kind of like that, and full of self-loathing.
Yep.
So it's like, because speaking as someone who's I don't know, I think I have a very healthy sense of identity. I'm very secure in my heterosexuality, and because of that, I don't have any concerns, with regards to sort of homosexuality or trans or non-binary, anything.
Yeah, it shouldn't matter to anybody, really.
It's like, I don't feel discomfort or anything. It's just like, no, because I have a healthy relationship with myself, and I think a lot of these people who have issues and have this sort of, I don't know, seem to want to pick on a group or whatever. Just, they must really fucking hate themselves.
Further disenfranchise the disenfranchised.
Yeah. And it's just, in a way, I feel sorry for these people because they're so fucking unenlightened. Yeah. And so I'm not having another rant again, aren't I?
Well,
But go and educate yourself and get in touch with yourself and figure out who the fuck you are before you start criticising other people. Please.
Well, that's the problem is they do their research. They do the research in quotes, right? I've done my research, and this is what I found. It's like, oh, you did some research, did you?
You mean you looked some shit up on the internet?
Yeah, you went a couple web pages and found some echo chamber that agrees with you. That's wonderful.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that sounds like real solid peer-reviewed research.
Oh, yeah. Don't get me started on peer review stuff. I mean, one of my friends that used to live in San Francisco was pretty mellow in general. He moved to Arizona, became a serious hardcore Trumper maniac because he's in an echo chamber over there. And he keeps sending me links. One was the lunar hoax stuff. And and I'm like, you understand that you've known me for like 30 plus years. I'm a science person. I believe in reality and data and experimental value, empirical evidence, all that kind of stuff. And you're going to send me this link out of the blue, and you think I'm going to bite? Other than to say you're an idiot?
Yeah. So. The strangest thing is there's a report out this week in the UK that mentioned that something like 9% of Americans believe that lunar landings didn't happen.
Yeah.
In the UK, that's 25%. It's like, oh fuck. Yeah, I think Robbie mentioned it, didn't he? It's just like, what the actual fuck?
Yeah, pretty much.
And it's like, do these people have any conception of what special effects were like in 1969?
No, Kubrick was amazing. Look at 2001. He did it.
No,
he did it.
Yeah, not live though.
It was dog shit. You know?
Yeah,
It's
I know.
like, fucking-
They're insane.
dear. Yeah, I know.
I mean, I'm giving them credit by saying they're insane. They're actually just stupid.
But yeah, really, really stupid. And you know, someone pointed out that out of anybody who would have claimed, you know, that it was a hoax, it would have been the fucking Russians. Even the Russians believed they did it
Right.
at the time. You know.
Well, here's the ultimate joke, because I have lots of friends at NASA and worked at SETI and a bunch of other places. So I'm tuned in a little more than the average Joe, just because my friends do that work.
Yeah.
And I've been to the facilities. I've been to various other research places and seen the equipment. And so the recent a couple years ago, they had the LRO, Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, that went around and took high-res photos of the moon, like never before.
Yeah.
And they were so high-res they could zoom in and see all the landing stages for all the Apollo missions.
Yeah.
Not only that, but for the missions that didn't have buggies, the early missions were hand-carried experiments. They couldn't wheel stuff around the moon. So when the blast-off didn't want to corrupt the experiment, they had to hand-carry an experiment, you know, several hundred feet away from the takeoff site. Well, there are hiking trails on the moon of astronauts. You can see them in the LRO photos. Literal hiking trails on the fucking moon, right? And well, not only that, but they put a sensor many years ago that we use to continually bounce a laser off of, so we know how far the moon is. And that was also hand placed.
Yeah.
So people are insane, you know.
Yeah, you know, that experiment's been continual since then.
Yeah.
You know, to look at the lunar distance, it's like. But all this stuff exists. I mean, I can't remember who it was who said they met Patrick Moore, who's a famous astronomer.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. And they sort of mentioned about, you know, possibility of the lunar landings being fake. And Patrick Moore actually helped them, you know, choose on landing sites and stuff like this. And apparently he threatened. He said if they ever brought it up again, he would vomit into the guy's eyes. That's how upset he was about it.
I like that.
Yeah.
The guy's got moxie.
Oh yeah. But of course, we don't know.
I have one of his books. It's Patrick Moore's A to Z of Astronomy, I think it is. So.
Yeah.
The classic British eccentric, really was.
Oh, this baby last night, my subsequent 37.
Oh yes.
Beautiful. What a synth. The things this does. Amazing. It's so good. I want another one just in case anything happens to this. Or I actually want the sub 37 as opposed to the subsequent, just for the different headroom.
Yeah, what is the difference? I forgot.
So I think there's more headroom in the filter section in the subsequent.
Okay.
So that basically with the sub 37 you can't coax as many kind of tones out of it because it starts overdriving really early on.
Right.
Whereas the subsequent's got a bit more headroom, but I kind of like the idea of it getting dirty early on.
Sure.
Sounds wrong. Sorry.
You like some dirty.
I need sleep. But yeah, so I think that I think I'd quite like that.
Yeah.
But to be honest, this sounds amazing, and you can drive the filter really hard anyway. So
Yeah, I always wanted to get one of those. Yeah. I think even more than Minimoog, I wanted to get one of those.
Yeah. That's just amazing. Love it. It's probably next to the. I think after buying the Digitac, that's probably the best thing I've ever bought studio wise. Amazing. But yeah.
That's cool.
But yeah, if you want to hear my performance from last night, it's on Geosynth's channel.
Oh, cool.
It went down really well.
Good.
It was really good, even if I say so myself. But yeah. Yeah. Normally loads of shit sort of is a bit tricky, but nearly everything went right in the end. That's
It's okay to do a little shameless self-promotion once in a while. So it's
Exactly. Well, no fucker else is going to do it.
Yeah, exactly.
yeah.
Actually, the thing is, I wouldn't say it was any good unless I actually thought it was. It just, yeah. It just worked, which was good.
It's always nice when it comes together.
Yeah. Oh, and I have the so got my replacement analog heat plus effects, and that's just yeah. The only tricky thing is like, so I had Moog over here, all of my electrons and the Roland SH01A. But I've now added 2 foot pedals to the mix as well, so I feel like I'm playing fucking Twister. It's like...
It's huge, though. Foot pedals are great, especially on the Osmos. I added a foot pedal to that. Holy smokes.
Yeah?
It needs it. Because you would want to keep your hands on those damn keys, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And that slider, the mod slider, basically, is replaced by the foot pedal, which is really cool.
Oh, cool.
Oh, good. I'm glad that can be done.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, good.
And you don't really need the pitch bender much because you're doing the pitch already with the keys.
You're doing it already
I barely
with the
touched
keys,
the pitch bender.
Yeah.
Have you got your Osmos, Kent?
No.
Oh.
No.
Is it due?
Well, it has been due. It was supposed to be the end of last month.
Is it really? Because you ordered it not that long ago, I thought.
Yeah. No, they said I'm due.
So they ramped up.
Yeah, I'm due the end of May, and then the end of May rolled around and he goes, well, actually, try the end of June. So, we'll see.
Yeah.
You know, it will come when it'll get here when it gets here.
I mean, I was put off by a month as well, so it happens.
Yeah, it does happen. Yeah, absolutely.
I was happy to. I mean, I waited 4 years already. I could wait a little longer. It's worth it.
Yeah.
I also realized that it's literally worth probably $4,000 in my eyes. It does so much. It's a steal at the price I got it at.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, even at the, what was it, 1,700? I think it was, wasn't it? Something like that. When you consider the price of what the Rolly Grand was.
Yeah.
You know. But I mean, even the Rise at a K, but there's no sounds in it, which is always a bit of a shit, really, to be honest.
I was hoping the Rise 2 would have done that.
Yeah, well,
put a minimal equator inside of it or something, so you can just do standalone.
Yeah. Well, no, actually, the only thing I got from the Rise 2 that was on my wish list was at least USB 3.
And USB MIDI too, right? Which is very clever.
Yeah. But I mean, you had USB MIDI on the other one, but it was...
Yeah, but it wasn't class compliant or whatever, right?
No, but it was that big printer port thing, and it was very easy to break the thing off the board on the inside, which happened to mine.
Oh, but I love the USB-B connectors. They're so sturdy.
Well, yeah, but not when they're surface mounted with...
Yeah, well, that was...
quality.
Yeah,
Do you know what I mean?
that was kind of dumb. Put a sturdy
Yeah.
connector with a shitty inside connector. Right,
Yeah.
that's...
But what it needed was like a strap restraint around the socket.
Right.
You know what I mean? So it's soldered to the board, and then something to hold that socket in place. So
How about just
cannot
epoxy
move.
it or something? Pot it in there.
Or yeah, anything be better than just leaving it loose and it can flap about in the gap, and it can be pushed backwards and forwards slightly as well, which didn't help.
That sounds like a movie title. Flop about in the gap.
Yeah. Yeah. X-rated. Yeah. So so the Rise 2 it does feel, believe it or not, more sturdily built than even the Rise 1 did.
I'm still considering it because I do like those products so much. So.
Well, you know, they've got their own strengths. You know, cause,
I'm just bummed that I lost the $300 promo deal.
Yeah, well, I mean, that thing where I can't remember who said it to me now, but somebody said to me, but you've got a Rise, why are you getting an Osmos? I said, because one does one thing.
Very different.
And one does another thing.
Yeah, very different.
And although they may kind of are kind of the same thing, but they're not, and they're totally different, and you approach it in a different way, and you will play it differently because of that. So, and
oh, by the way, I've got to say, I got recognised last night from Kent's show, from the pub, from this.
Wow.
what?
Going, you're Jim. I've seen you on Kent's show.
Oh, Christ Almighty! Don't say that. We have to start watching what we say.
So, Silas Echo, if you're out there, hello. Nice to meet you.
Was he offended by the show? Is the question.
No. Listens to it all the time. His wife was there. Was like, oh, yeah. That's what you listen to down in the basement, or whatever.
Oh, we got to try harder.
Right.
Yeah, got to try harder then.
Got a blanket over his head. He's a
It was actually one of the acts.
Into the Mariah. Yeah.
It was actually one of the acts on last night, and he did a really cool ambient set just using like an electroharmonics looper and a big sky, and he just had like stems on this looper. It was lovely, and like I was looking at his minimal setup and looking at my stuff and like virtually crying. It's just like he managed to produce something really lovely with fuck all, and it was just like
Some people can do that. It's phenomenal. There's guys on hardware jams who have like a one box challenge thing, and just like a digitact, and that's it.
Yeah, well,
and
that's
like holy shit!
Oh, I thought hardware jams was hard enough without making it a one box jam as well.
Well, this weekend's a 2-box jammer.
Okay.
So I'm gonna try to
my
break my cherry with the model cycles and model samples because I haven't used them yet.
My 2 boxes would be a laptop and a System 55. There you go.
Well, that's funny because Brooksy was asking, "Hey, what do you mean by 2 boxes? What about my modular set?" I was like, "Well, hey, wait a minute. There's a whole bunch of shit in that thing."
Yeah, but it's only one box. Yeah.
So it's basically 2 sound sources. So if you're not using 2 groove boxes or drum machine in a groove box or drum machine in a synth, it's 2 sound sources. So it'd be like 2 oscillators on a modular, some effects, some whatever.
Yeah.
And that counts. So they should have reworded it and not just called it a 2-box challenge.
Yeah.
But 2 boxes is easier to say.
Everybody can interpret the same sentence a billion ways, can't they?
Well, and that's part of the problem too, because the challenge is somewhat open usually, but you make it too open if you don't do it right.
Yeah.
How'd you find time for this?
I literally do them late in the morning sometime, or late in the evening, or middle of the night, or whatever. Often, whether I post them so late, I do them sometimes 3-4 hours before they're due.
He's actually an orc. He doesn't sleep at all.
But it's you consistently do it. I was just like, how do you have time from one week to the next? I don't know.
It's so much fun, and it's making me try new things. I have to do it. It's like a compulsion now.
When you're saying that, you're not ripping your bloody studio apart every time you do a gig.
No, because I only use the modular on it once in a while, like I did last time for the Hardware Jam Fest. And because my modular stuff is portable, I can set up wherever I feel like it and not be screwed. It's. But yeah, one of these days I have to do some more stuff from my actual studio. I just haven't done that for a while.
Reminds me, a job to do. I need to take this apart and glue up the. This is my spare NTS one. The lovely Zoe got me. But I need to take that apart and glue gun all the connectors on it. Because they just fucking lift off the board with any kind of use. It wasn't really designed to be road ready, was it? Let's face it.
Yeah, it's pretty cheap stuff. Did you get the NTS 2?
No, I'd sooner get a proper scope.
No, I wouldn't use it for the scope. I'd use it for some of the other, because it does a few other things, right?
Yeah, like what? Like waveform generation?
I think so. I forgot now. I have to look at it. But it's cheap enough to play with. It seems like fun.
Yeah, no, I'd sooner get a scope with waveform generation or.
I just use O-scope on my iPhone. It works awesome.
Yeah, right.
Or I have actual real CRT oscilloscopes at home.
Yeah.
That's how I learned to do when I first got my Rogue, and I realized, God, the Rogue doesn't have a lot of stuff on it. So I started fiddling with filters and various settings, and I go, oh, I just made a sine wave. So it's nice to have that feedback, you know.
Yeah.
It sounds like a sine wave, yet it actually is a sine wave.
Yeah. The Rogue, oh my god, that's a Moog that's built to a price if ever there was one.
Well, the MG1 is even cheaper, but they're similar in construction.
Yeah.
So I almost got an MG1, but I wanted a proper pitch bend mod wheel.
Yeah. Actually, I think I might have an MG1 coming in for me to have a look at sometime.
Good luck.
Yeah. I mean, you got RCA outs. That's hilarious, right? That's definitely a consumer product.
Yeah.
Did it have the crude oil problem?
I don't know. What is the crude oil problem?
The melting foam.
Yeah, the foam. It turns back to its constituent parts, basically.
Yeah.
It's the red glue of Moog. Is that...
Yeah, absolutely.
No,
But
I've seen that before.
It kept making the mistake. I mean, the Polymoog had it. You know, same problem. But it kept using that stuff. Because it didn't take a long time for that foam to collapse. But then the foam that they used on the Jupiters, like Jupiter 8 and Juno 60 and so forth, that stuff would go brittle. You just crush it into dust.
Yeah.
Or it got crushed into dust and then it falls inside the slider.
The sort of dust that on a 60s sci-fi program, it's what an alien would leave you as.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you're like that. Yeah, pile of Roland dust.
Yeah.
Oh man. Ooh. I suppose the concerts must be winding up now.
What concerts?
Well, Robbie's gone to Depeche Mode, was it?
Oh.
Oh, those guys are all there, huh?
I don't know. No, I thought Robbie was going to something else. No.
Oh no, he's doing Pet Shop Boys, right?
Oh, Pet Shop Boys, and it's
Yeah.
Matt and
Ty? Is Ty Depeche
Ty
Mode?
is at it. Yeah.
Yeah. I would have had Ty down for that, definitely.
Yeah.
And Matt, obviously.
Yeah, Matt was there. About as far away from the stage as I am from Guildford. That's a bit niche, isn't it? I suppose.
Well, that's why I always bring binoculars to concerts, because it doesn't really matter where I sit. I can always do gear spotting and stuff like that. So.
Yeah, because he did turn the camera to where the stage was, and it was like, where? Oh, that little square over there.
Yeah. You get a big screen to look at. You can also use binoculars. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's, those crazy ass seats in the front. Forget about it. Especially Depeche Mode. The cheapest tickets I could find were like $100. $200, and that was at crap seats.
Jeez.
So like, yeah, no thanks. I like them, but not that much. So especially the new stuff, it doesn't. I don't dig it as much. So it's.
Oh, I like the new album.
It's fine, but it's not $200 fine.
No.
So.
No.
Peter Gabriel, that's another matter. He's coming in October. I can't wait to see that. I'll spend $400 there for that if I have to.
Yeah. Yeah. Because these things can't go on forever, remember?
And I've only seen him a couple times. I missed him a whole bunch of times. But I think first time was Amnesty International concert in '86. First time I saw him. You actually got a lot for that. You got U2, Peter Gabriel. It's the guy who did Jackson Browne. I'm not a huge fan, but whatever. It was okay. The best thing about him is he was doing the Andean panpipe music with it, the kind of ethnic stuff with his music. Do you remember that period where he did?
Yeah, I seem to
basically stealing Peter Gabriel's thing, where you're using international music to augment your music, and it was cool.
Didn't Paul Simon pull that one first?
Well,
yeah, of course.
Everyone's done that one.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
Even Richard H. Kirks did that one. What am I looking for?
A reason?
Oh, plenty of reasons.
I'll tell you what, Inky, you'll be glad to hear I've learnt how to load a project into the MPCX now. I found the button.
Progress is progress.
Absolutely. It just wasn't where I expected it to be.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Force in theory and some of the design aspects, but God, is it a menu divey nightmare.
I must admit, this is why I got the X, because I thought there would be an extra element of ease if I had
more controls,
a touch display screen as well.
Yeah.
So instead of looking for buttons on the front panel.
Well, Force is touch as well, and it's like, it's still very menu divey.
Yeah, it kind of, sort of, didn't work out the way I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I go, oh God, I've got to sit down and learn it. Then I'll have to sit down and learn it.
And you can, it is logically laid out, so you can fiddle your way through things without a manual. Yeah. But it's all that time you spend doing that. It's like, God damn, I didn't get anything done.
I think I'm going to have either the manual to hand or some YouTube channel with some guides that's like goes through it, but hopefully goes through it at a relatively nice learning speed. Not the guy that sort of, you know the guy. Well, you can see it's a nice red color. Yeah, get to the point. Which button do I push?
Well, that's why I like the cuckoo videos for like the OPZ, OP1, Electron stuff, because he'll get right to the point.
Yeah.
He'll go on. He'll cover a lot of ground, and he doesn't do it like one of those paint by numbers Adobe manuals. He'll do like a project with it and show you how he builds it, and you learn by example. But he's not just going through like stupid little details and stuff. He's going through useful things.
Yeah, oscillator sync as well. He's really good for that.
He's good too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, there's really no excuse, and it should be relatively straightforward, and I'm just making it sound more difficult than it actually is. I mean, for Christ's sake, I learned how to repair polymogs. I should be able to do this. You know what I mean? God damn it.
It's just, there's so many features, it's very layered. And yeah, like on a real mixer, you have all your sliders and all your weird buttons for the routing changes and stuff. It has all that, so the skeuomorphic stuff is kind of there. But then there's some other features like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah.
And then, oh, okay, that's what that does. I don't think I'll ever remember that, but I know it's there, you know.
Yeah.
So what I often do with this kind of stuff, even the old SP404, which is kind of a mind fuck because there's no screen, right? But they're chordal things you do with option buttons and all this key combos and stuff, is I make cheat sheets for everything.
Yeah.
And then I can just kind of pick up where I left off with my little cheat sheets, and that's very rewarding.
It's weird because one machine I learned to, I wouldn't go as far as to say master, but certainly found my way around it with ease, was the Roland S330 sampler. And that is by no means an easy machine to work on.
Yeah.
And yet yet somehow I just went, oh, I got this. Yeah.
I think some of it is just like where you are at the time that you pick up a particular instrument, and
or how hectic your life is at the time as well.
Yeah.
Some things just click too. You know, I mean, just you wouldn't expect it to go. Oh, that's actually pretty easy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like Digitax.
I mean, I love the way the Ensoniq thing OS.
Yeah, the Ensoniq layout is really nice.
Yeah, even though
And they kept it universal. Yeah.
Yeah, but again, quite menu divey. But yeah, boom, 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 done. Do this, do that. You know, all over the place with it.
Yeah.
So maybe it was just need. You know, because it was the only keyboard I owned, so it didn't have any choice.
Yeah.
At the time, it was the only
you
one I
had to
had,
learn
so
it.
you had
Yeah.
to learn it if you're going to do anything. So, yeah, having too much stuff makes you.
Oh, you don't use any of it
Makes-
to its
makes
full
you lazy.
potential. Yeah.
Yeah. Hence why everything sits up now, not plugged in, until I actually definitely need to use it.
It's not staring you in the face, laughing at you.
Yeah. Though I must admit, I pulled out my Motif ES, turned it on, made sure everything was all good, and got the 8 inches of dust off it, and then went, shit, how's it work again?
Yeah, I have the Motif rack, which is pretty fun, but
Yeah.
the sounds are great on it.
Yeah, I love the sounds
Yeah.
I got out of the ES. Must admit, but although that said, I nailed the Oasis. Got me way around the Oasis, and I think a lot of that was because of that touchscreen, which is why I thought maybe the MPC-X might be the one to get rather than the other box, because of go. Now I'd be poking at that for hours and get nothing, you know.
Well, it's like the V-Synth. The V-Synth is pretty easy to navigate as well, with touchscreen and all that.
Yeah.
But there's certain things you're like, where is this again? Oh, it's over there. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot to
So-
be said for the, knob per function, but
Yeah.
that comes with a price ticket.
Yeah, and it makes a bigger unit too, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And obviously, yeah, it's like I said, cost, and also more things to break.
Yeah, true enough.
The thing is, good UI design is very skilled, and it's a difficult thing to achieve.
Yeah.
Especially when you're dealing with something a high degree of complexity in an instrument, but trying to make the operation of it simple.
Yeah, but it also has to appeal to the large, or try to appeal to the largest percentage of people. Like,
Yeah.
for instance, you put a VCS3 in front of one person, and they'll give you sounds, and you put it in front of another person, they just end up punching it.
Yeah.
I'm playing Battleship.
But I was about to say that.
Yeah. You said my Battleship.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, I'm gonna do one. So I'm just about
You can do an Ian.
done in. Yeah, indeed. What was his excuse tonight?
It's going to watch
Movie.
Harry Potter.
Yeah.
Harry Potter.
Yeah, so Harry Potter he hasn't seen or missed.
All right, I see.
So.
Cool.
He's got his little wand. He's going to sit with this wand in his hand and watch the show.
I
Play
don't
along.
want to know about that.
Well, I wasn't
Thank you
quite
very
going there, but yeah, you could go there too.
Yeah, you could go there.
I'm
No,
not
he's
going
probably
there.
got his cape on, and his hat.
Yeah, he's got along. He's
got
playing
his
along
little-
with it.
Yeah, cheering along.
He's got his birdie bots.
Is it a small
beans and-
chicken?
Hmm?
Oh, when you said he's got his cape on, I was like, "Isn't a small chicken?"
Oh, whoa.
Cool.
You need that
Anyway,
on your thing, Kent. Wah, wah, wah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Is it? Actually, I might have something. Hang on. There must be something on here.
Have you all got one of those?
I've had this for like a year and a half. This is the first time I got it working.
Oh,
Yeah. Sorry about that.
I like that.
Well, that was
one.
Jim earlier with his equipment. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Prefer your sound effects to Robbie's, to be honest.
And we've even got pub background.
Oh, you're kidding. Why is that not on a loop?
There you go. Just have that in the background while we're talking.
Yeah.
You're looking at me, cunt.
Throw some punching noises and stuff. Yeah. Glass breaking.
Yeah.
Where's the dropping stuff gun?
Yeah,
Over the
yeah.
top of that.
What was it?
Yeah. That should be over the top of the pub noise.
Oh,
She said what? That's when he gets turned down at the pub, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, wow, fox, right?
Yeah, it's that fox again.
Okay. No, it just went. It's all right, mate. Don't worry.
Yeah, it's just a fox.
Yep.
Cool.
Right,
Right, anyway,
get some sounds for it.
I'm going. I bid thee farewell.
See you later.
Safe travels nowhere. Or whatever.
Indeed. Yeah.
All right.
I'll be careful how I get off the chair.
Yeah.
So you highly recommend the new Electron FX box, right?
I do. Yeah, it's for me amazing. I'm still deciding whether to keep my
Sell
other
the
one
other
as a
one.
backup.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it could be quite good for just doing some sound design and sampling through.
But you're not
stuff.
missing stuff on the new one, right?
The new one is, I mean, it's got the Digitac compressor in there, which is, yeah, everything sounds better basically on the new one, I think. Plus, it's a far more creative device.
Right.
Yeah.
Cool.
For me, it was just like a perfect fit.
Yeah, because it's only a little bit more than the original, so it's like it sounds like it's worth it.
Yeah, I mean, considering you got, it's a decent quality. It's the delay's really creative. You can, the stuff you can modulate in it as well. It's
Conditional trigs on effects and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, you can do all sorts. So it's got loads of creative possibility, loads. But I don't want everyone to get one and be awesome.
Everyone have the same sound. Yeah.
But no, it's shit. It's shit. Don't get one.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly,
Your
yeah.
advantage. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's really cool. I like it.
Nice.
Anyway, I shall see thee in the morrow or wherever.
Radio.
Oh, man.
Cool.
Bye, bub.
Cheers, everyone.
Catch you later.
Take care.
See you later, mate.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, the animal in distress sound is a universal, like, dogs and cats will all go, what? Food?
Yeah. I think it was actually listed as girls screaming.
Oh, yeah, it does sound like a rabbit or a fox.
Yeah, that's right. It does, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean,
Oh, okay.
other than that kind of sounding like the animal sound or whatever, what's the practical use of that sound?
I have no. Might be good at attracting foxes, I suppose.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, who picked that? Who curated that sound?
And why?
Yeah, some kind of creep, maybe.
Yeah.
It's the Epstein sound bank.
Oh. Well, at least Felicity Huffman made the number plate. I don't know what it means either.
I barely even know who that is, so
No,
I'm not a super pop culture guy, so I know some of that stuff, but
yeah, somebody in the chat might know what that refers to, because I sure as hell don't. Oh, he's gone. Oh, are you gone, Chip? Oh, he's... See, the one thing that had to stay in the studio was his bed. He's curled up on his bed down there.
oh,
Oh, yeah. Nosy?
need a dog cam.
Yeah. I said, well, I've got no bloody cameras. I couldn't believe how many I had and why I had so many. It's like, why do I have so many cameras?
Well, it's
And
good now you
use
have a
the
show.
Well,
Yeah.
Well, it was one of my customers. He gave me this rail that you mount on the wall in the workshop, and it has 4 of those Sony HD cameras.
Yeah.
And he goes, "Oh yeah, no, you put some XLRs in them for the sound. They're all stereo, and then you run all the cables down." He gave me this unit you plug it into, and he said, "And you can have like a 24-hour workshop cam." I'm going, why? Who wants to see that?
Well, I mean, they are amusing. The whole voyeuristic approach to the internet, where there's an app called security cams or whatever on
Yeah,
iOS, and you can go to like some zoo in Japan and some street in Germany somewhere, and some just randomly hop around and just see what's happening. And it's a kind of armchair travel a little bit, but it's also the voyeuristic thing.
Well, the one that makes me laugh, and I will try going there at the most innocuous time you can think of. It doesn't matter whether it's 4 o'clock in the morning, 7 o'clock in the morning, 11 at night. You go to the Abbey Road street cam, and you will see people
are doing the walk,
posing on the thing to have their picture taken. It doesn't matter what time of day.
Even Rick Beato did it in his Abbey Road visit. So
yeah, there you go. and it doesn't matter when you go. There'll be like some Chinese tourists or something doing it or something like that.
But it's like a really busy street, right? Don't you be careful going across there?
Yeah, but I mean, you see most people doing it late at night when there's very little traffic.
Oh, right, okay.
But they do it during the day as well.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Of course, the law is if somebody's on the crossing, you got to stop.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter how fast you're going, you got to stop, mate.
I mean, they have to stop, but they may not be able to stop.
Yeah.
Inertia wins every time. So.
But it's like when you watch those videos on YouTube, and they do the ones in Russia where people are nearly hit on their crossings, which are I think black and yellow.
Sure.
But most of them are worn away. Some of them you don't even know that there's actually.
They don't care
there.
anymore. It's like
yeah. So if it's not on the road, does it not exist anymore?
Well, I've seen horrible things with security cameras in China catching people on like mopeds getting run over by trucks, and the trucks just keep going.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, so he's a grease spot now. You don't give a shit. Okay, that's how it works.
Yeah, but it's like you watch those ones, in America on the freeways, and some of them, with the road rages.
Oh, sure.
And I mean,
we have a special kind of road rage because you could be a car road rage, a car and a gun road rage, or just a gun rage.
Yeah. But the one that always makes me laugh is that people never ever learn and think it's funny or clever to brake check a rig.
Yeah.
It's like, really, dude? Science, man.
Yeah.
Inertia. Weight. Twats. Yeah.
Oh, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Some of the best videos for all of those Russian ones are right, like the accidents, and then the guys get out and they're drunk and they're fighting each other in the street, drunk and falling over.
Yeah. I like the very unconvincing insurance scam. Oh.
Yeah.
All on the bonnet, and they point and go, we got a dash cam. Oh,
yeah.
Okay, just walk off, For fuck's sake.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts. And when I went to Argentina on a trip, and they drove like fucking maniacs down there. We're in Buenos Aires, and the guys, no one's using lanes. There are lanes, but no one's using them. And because it's organically, everyone's shifting around at the same speed roughly, but kind of hacking and slashing between. Not one person got hit, but I mean, they all should be crashing, right? But they don't. They all just kind of work it out.
Yeah.
And in Costa Rica, they were passing on blind corners. And I'm like, God, what the fuck? So I eventually started doing it myself. I go, hey, when in Rome, I'm doing it too. So
it always amazes me, when you see people who are traveling flat out in snow.
Yeah.
And, in icy conditions, and then wondering why they, you've hit a tree. It's just ridiculous, Oh,
well, there's a classic one of these guys on a hilly part of, I think it was Chicago or something. And there's a guy hanging out a window capturing all this mayhem because the roads became icy. Yeah. And so people are trying to drive very slowly, but again, applying too much brake and then basically uncontrollably gliding down the street, like very slow bowling. And like bouncing into things and spinning and hitting other things and eventually colliding in some kind of mess. And the guy's like, oh, here goes another one. So he's documenting the whole thing. And they end up with a car pileup on the street of people who had slowly glided down and hit each other. It was so fun.
Yeah, I know, man.
It's like, just don't do it.
Well, I mean, obviously some, people do have to get to work and everything like that. But normally when it's like snowy, icy out there. I'm going, yeah, I just not take the car out.
But when you grow up in an area that's always snowy and icy every single year, and you
Yeah.
pretend that it's not going to happen again, something's very wrong.
Yeah.
You either have the skills or you don't. It's just,
Yeah.
it's totally wacky.
Yeah, my God.
Because around here, when the rains start,
Yeah.
and the oils start oozing out of the roads very slowly.
Yeah, and you start aqua gliding everywhere.
Yeah, so it's even
Yeah.
not just wet roads now; it's wet, slimy roads, and so people are so stupid. It's like you realize what happens every time we get rain like this. Just don't drive like that. Oh, what? So it's just.
Yeah, that's true. So we don't get snow around here very often. We used to back in the day, but we rarely see it now. I must admit. So, but sometimes it can get a bit icy out there.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's probably just as well.
I mean, it's one thing if you're a tourist, but if all these cars are not tourists. They live there. And to continually forget, oh, that's right, we have to be careful now because of this and that. And it's like, yeah, you kind of have to remember that.
Yeah, true enough.
It's weird.
Yeah.
People are just, it's like the old Chris Rock joke about people loving to be stupid. Just love to be ignorant.
Yeah. Well, it's a vocation for some people, isn't it, I suppose?
I mean, it some shirk their responsibility, that's for sure. Until something really happens and they have no excuse, But yeah, it's just always frustrating. That's why sometimes I wish I were agoraphobic and didn't go out as much because you're much safer.
Yeah, I still don't recommend it though.
No, I don't either. But I mean, because I have a lot of hobbies that involve equipment and sitting around watching stuff and playing with stuff and fixing things. That's why COVID didn't really affect me that much,
Oh yeah, no, people go,
my job was work from home, and I loved being in doing stuff anyway. So fine, I'll stay home. I don't give a shit,
Because the old joke is, when people go, "Oh, so what was it like in lockdown?" What lockdown?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Go,
and after all that, I still didn't get COVID once. So.
I got it twice.
Yeah, I know people got 3-4 times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, people are generous. They brought it to me.
Exactly.
Well,
it's the gift that keeps on giving.
No, the first time, I'm not quite sure where I got it the first time, but I had the same one that Dave Spears had. Because we were phoning each other up every day going, "What have you got now?" He says, "Oh, my head. It's my, same here, my head." And we had exactly the same one. But this was December 20.
Yeah.
So it's before lockdown. And both of us said we've never felt so ill in our lives.
Yeah.
And then we got the jab, and then we both felt like we did, but only for a day.
Yeah.
And then we had the booster, and that was just like, meh, it's not too bad. But the second time I got it from Fiona, who picked it up in Asda.
Now, was she
just get milk,
That second time, was she just a carrier, or she actually got it badly too?
Oh, she got it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
She went down, and so I was looking after her because she was really quite bad. I was looking after her, and I got it off her from looking after her. Because you're in the same house. It's really hard to avoid contact unless I just left her in there to die.
Yeah.
So I'm bringing her meals and liquids and everything, and keeping her comfortable as possible. But so I went down with it, which was okay because by then she was starting to feel better and she started looking after me. So it worked out because if we'd both have had it at the same time, there would have been a different kettle of fish, I think.
Well, that's what people didn't get about this whole thing. It's like they laughed about the masks not working, which is stupid because of course they work. They laughed about all this other stuff. They got a little crazy about your packages need to be wiped down every single time because that was never proven to be. It didn't last that long to be active by the time you got something in the mail. But the concept of fomites, where you actually are transferring via surfaces, is a real thing even with COVID. It's if you hawked a loogie on something when you coughed,
Yeah.
and somebody touched their face, they fucking got it, right?
Yeah.
But
Well,
there's a
common
time
cold
delay
is
there.
exactly the same, isn't it?
Yeah, it's similar. There's a time
Yeah.
delay there, but it's
Yeah.
if it's been like hours or days or whatever, and all that stuff, your package is not carrying COVID,
Yeah.
But the media fucked everything up as usual with random information from all different angles. I know some of the stuff they're still trying to figure out, so I get some of that.
Yeah.
But stop saying definitive stuff that's just going to be disproven later when you're confusing
Yeah.
the fuck out of people.
Well, I think what a lot of news channels do is they want to bring, obviously, people to their news channel. So they'll
They want to be the source. Oh, I'm the source. I got something you don't have.
We'll mess around with the truth a little to make it a little bit more exciting and bring people in. So
I miss the 80s when I used to watch the news a lot more, and science was actually pretty good on the news.
Yeah.
They don't get the details right, but they got the gist of it right. And now anything on science on news anywhere, it doesn't matter what channel, it's all bullshit. It's just they either get it wrong or they don't care, they don't fact check. It's not, and unfortunately the public, that's all they got. They didn't study this stuff. They don't go to proper websites that are actually accredited and fact check and stuff. So they're at the mercy of whatever garbage comes across their TV or their webpage.
Well, I remember a few years ago watching, because we were finally we got access to American Fox News here, and I went on it to actually watch it. But I got BBC, ITV, all the rest of them, and then I'm watching the Fox covering the same story, and going, holy fuck, they know that's wrong, don't they?
Yeah.
They know that's completely us about it. And then you go, hang on a minute, there's an agenda here, isn't there? Yeah, hang on. Doing dog head at it. Go, wait a minute,
Yeah.
And then it just got worse and worse and worse and worse. And then and we say, oh, thank God we don't have that kind of journalism here. And then we did. And we got like GB News now and everything, which is just about, well, it's just, that's all I can describe it as.
Yeah.
So and it's sort of like, and now it's become kind of, the norm here as well now. So.
It's just news. So we had a thing. The local news had a funny segment called the Circular File, and it was basically garbage news that was entertaining or whatever. It's mostly a op-ed thing, like editorial stuff. And that was a tiny segment of the news, and it was entertaining and also informative, and some guy's opinion, some idiot with the teleprompter telling you his opinion, right? Which is okay, but that was a segment. It wasn't the whole fucking news. Now the whole news is like, Anchor's like, would you believe that, Bill? I can't believe that. It's terrible. It's like, who cares about your opinion? You're a talking head. Shut the fuck up and just give the news.
Yeah.
And so it's got like, they're smarmy. They've got, they're sassy. They've got all these opinions now. And they don't fact check like they used to, because, the 24-hour news cycle really fucked things up because they're in a hurry to get stuff out. Go. CNN kind of started that shit.
Yeah. And
it's like, stop trying to be first when you're going to get it wrong. There's no point in being first. It's wrong.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not a new thing. I mean, we had the same thing here because I remember my nan telling me about, during the Second World War, where they used to have Lord Haw broadcasting from Germany to the British people, telling how there's no way they can win against the mighty German machine, the war machine, and you might as well give up, and all this sort of thing. And it was broadcast, and people used to listen into it here because they used to think it was hilarious. Because they knew he was a twat. So, because I think he was actually a British guy that went over to Germany. So, I don't know if they ever caught up with him. Because he was literally trying to destroy the morale of the country.
Well, it's not hard. Look how easy it's done these days.
And then, but you'd think
They're
people
willing
would learn
participants.
from this.
No,
And
they're
go,
willing participants. They love it.
Yeah.
They have to love it. Otherwise, why they doing it so much?
I know. But
It's people
But
are more concerned about the Kardashians and other
well,
like
this is it.
nonsense.
I have watched the vacuous nature of TV. I mean, there used to be a time when you used to get new, mad. I mean, sometimes they're just considered like lunatic programs. They were just crazy. I mean, I remember the reaction there was from, shall we say, the older community to the young ones when it first broadcast.
Oh, sure.
Which is now looked back on with love and affection, But it was the same for when Python first hit.
Sure.
I mean, there were questions in Parliament over, some of the episodes of Monty Python, but now it's all, this Love Island and fucking.
Oh, my favorite is
my
favorite is the MILF show, where like the guy goes with his mom on a show, and they're all swapping partners on the show.
Ugh.
And it's like, what? And one of them was a semi-famous actress at one point. She was on Star Trek and some other stuff, and now she's on that show. And you're like, what? This is where your career took you?
Wow. Talk about hitting the dirt. Jesus Christ.
It's as pulpy as it gets. It's really stupid and amusing and sad.
The MILF show, really?
Yeah, it's MILF Manor or something like that. They have a certain name for it, but it's basically a cougar kind of lady shows up with her 20-something-year-old son, and the whole point is there's a house full of them, and they all swap.
What?
You think Big Brother's bad?
I mean.
Yeah,
I know things are pretty racy during Roman.
I mean, they're not
times,
showing they're not showing penetration and nudity and all that stuff, but it's all there. It's all implied.
Yeah, but it's all there. It's like what's that one we've got here? The it's a dating show, but what they do is they go behind screens and they just show off nude. So they check out, there'll be like 5 guys, and the woman's got to pick which guy she wants to go out on a date with. So they show the torso, the legs, and the bollocks, and then they choose which one they would like to go out with, and vice versa for men with the women. Naked Attraction, thank you, Bagu. And I came downstairs one night, and Fiona.
They showed the bollocks on TV?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
that would never happen here.
It is full meat and veg, mate.
Wow.
All
full Monty, as they say.
Yep. Yeah. Sniff and go, yeah. And I come downstairs, and Fiona was watching one of these. And I'm going, darling, I said, what are you watching? She goes,
This is the Penthouse channel?
Yeah. She goes, it's a dating show. I went, okay. Now, we've got an 85-inch Sony Bravia.
Oh, wow. You're looking at follicles.
Oh, and it's 4K Ultra HD. And I look over at it, and there's this great big knob on the screen. And the girls there going, oh, I don't know, it's quite big, isn't he? Like that. Go, well, on my TV he is.
It's like the Waldorf Big Red Knob.
Yeah, I had to move the coffee table out of the way. So like, whoa, come on, dude. Careful with that.
Yeah.
So I mean, you can fucking knock down a wall with that. So
it's like the old Robin Williams routine about, I'd like to show you something special. Please move back.
Yeah. So I go, why are you watching this? Oh, there's nothing else on. I think you got like 400 fucking channels. You got Disney Plus. You got Amazon, and you're watching this shit.
Yeah.
I go, yeah. Well, and then it turns out what it was. She was very comfortable, and the remote was on the coffee table. She couldn't be bothered to get up and get it. Lazy moo.
Well, there's a big knob on the screen, so she was transfixed.
Yeah, I said. And I said to her, I said, really? I mean, am I not enough for you? And she went, no.
Yeah.
Went, oh, okay, carry on. So
I'll have to check that out. I'll do a little
But
Using that
it's
search
just-
for that. I have to check that out.
Yeah, it's just like somebody conceived this program. They go, this would be brilliant, and you think, yeah, if you're 12, it'll be like, I saw women's breasts, you know.
Yeah, they always talk about the downfall of Rome and all the debauchery and stuff.
Yeah,
We're redoing it with media.
Yeah, yeah, it certainly seems that way, doesn't it? Yeah. Do you know what? To be honest with you, I think if you could go back in time and just show, some of these programs, even the Caligulars would go, fucking put it away, mate. Come on.
Yeah.
You're pushing it, aren't you? So, I don't know. It's
What's the way they do it too? Because like I've seen pregnant female billboards in France, right? And it's a beautiful human form, and it's not sexy, and it's just it's an expression of life. That would never fly here, of course, with religious idiots. But in general, I understand why they can do it and get away with it there. But it's not prurient. It's the human form.
Yeah.
And it's about life. And then, but you go to this kind of show with the big knobs on the screen and somebody drooling over it. And it's just, I mean, it's funny, but is that normal TV fodder? I mean, it's just, sounds like a pay channel thing.
Yeah. But I mean, but you look at some of these women, they weren't making up their mind until they'd seen the dicks anyway. Do you know what I mean? They could have cut to the dick.
Yeah, should just cut to the chase. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And just go, yeah, okay, cool, go for it. So, but you weren't allowed to see their faces, So obviously,
it's so great too because people always talk about objectifying people. How horrible it is. And here's a show that it does exactly that. Now, would they be able to do that with the women on the show and get away with it, or is it only the guys?
Oh, both.
So you see the same detail of the women.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, they got.
So it's gyno cam basically in the.
Yeah, they got beavers chewing wood, mate. Yeah, making a dam, no problem. Yeah,
that's hilarious.
Full or they'll do reverse, and they can check out their asses as well.
Because Japan has this weird thing with pubic hair being blurred and nudity in general, kind of, sorta.
Yeah.
But I found a magazine when I was over there last time, and it was the most objectifying magazine I've ever seen. It's like a Playboy magazine, but they had a general picture of the girl, and then it had zoomed in bits and little bubbles. Like here's the vaginal area, here's the feet, here's the face, here's the breasts.
Yeah.
And bubbles. So you go to the bubble you like, or look at the whole picture, your choice. Yeah. But they're catering to all the weirdos out there who want to focus on an object.
Yeah, but here's the thing. You see, when you have over censorship, like they do.
It's the outlet. Exactly. Germany the same thing.
And they have the same in China.
Yeah.
So that a whole underculture of that, of both desperate men and women, because because they've denied it. So this culture comes about. But if you look at some of the like advertising on some of those app games like on the iPad. And you have those little 30-second adverts that you got to go through before you can go on to the next part of your game. And you get some of these Chinese ones and Japanese ones where they are so degrading to women.
Yeah.
Like this makeup game that they advertise where the girl has to, because the girl hasn't done her hair and put on her makeup and everything like that, her boyfriend goes off with another woman. So your task is to make her look as pretty as possible and make the bloke want to come back with her.
Yeah.
And I'm going, there's 8-year-old girls watching these cartoons.
Yeah.
That's not good. It's not good. It's but that gets by. There's a whole area where there seems to be no governing bodies whatsoever. So
yeah.
But young schoolgirls in Japan, I mean, the way they're portrayed.
Oh, it's a fetish. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, they all got massive.
So even if they're not girls, the women still wear the outfits and go, "I'm a little schoolgirl,"
Yeah, so they're fully formed women.
Yeah.
Or sometimes overly fully formed women, but they've got to have that, and all that sort of thing going on, and you think, yeah, that's something we probably wouldn't be too comfortable with here at all.
No, there's even a thing there where
But
it's
cultural,
cute.
it's a cultural thing again.
It's
sometimes-
cute to have a young look and also to have kind of young, messed up teeth. So they'll get their teeth adjusted to look like a kid, like young,
Yeah.
fucked up teeth.
Yeah. And
And it's
overly
like, holy
big saucer
shit.
eyes. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And they've got to have big breasts out here that move gently up and down for no apparent reason whatsoever. Like there's a strong wind in the room, you know? And they have short cut dresses and all the rest of it. I get the cartoon style.
Yeah.
Is it manga?
Anime is the...
Hentai or something.
Well, hentai is the prurient stuff, the creepy stuff.
Right, okay.
Hentai
So-
basically means pervert. you know?
Yeah. Right, yeah, so it's the hentai stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
And you think, okay, that's a system, you know. That's a shall we call it an art form, right? You know, you get it. I get it, but
Like the
it's-
fantasy tentacles stuff.
well, yeah, but it comes into the you know, once it gets into the gaming culture in the background, because the parent, I imagine the parents don't know that the kids are seeing half of these adverts for other games that are so patriarchal, you know, and so down on women. It's sort of
Yeah.
like, I feel uncomfortable seeing some of these adverts.
Sure.
But you'd get
Yeah.
no choice. You have to watch these adverts to move on in your game, you know.
Well, I mean, when you start talking about creepy stuff, so I used to work at Nikon, right? So I didn't travel to Japan back then. I had already done trips to Japan through other companies, but yeah, a bunch of my friends there were, you know, Caucasian guys who were married to Japanese women who were translators who knew the language inside and out.
Yeah.
And so they were exposed to the culture. They lived there for a long time, saw all kinds of crazy stuff. They're also into some of the illicit behaviors over there. But, you know, this is something that people don't talk about over there. But there was literally a comic over there for a while called Rape Man. And his whole thing is to go out and rape the female characters, and they always liked it. And it's like, wow.
Oh, yeah,
Imagine trying to publish that in the West. I mean,
Yeah.
you'd be shut down so hard. You know, it'd be underground for sure. But
Yeah, but well, that would be fine. I mean, I wouldn't want to censor or ban anything, but if there is things of a certain nature, they need to be penned off. That's the only thing. All sorts of weird and wonderful shit goes on. We know.
yeah,
But not as soon as you censor, ban, restrict, it just makes it more popular.
right.
You know.
Yeah, no, you make it exciting now. Like, oh, it's oh, that's bad.
Ooh,
Oh,
forbidden. Ooh,
yeah.
let's go
Ah.
look. How
That's what's
bad
great
can it
about
be?
that South Park episode where the parents pretended something was so cool the kids thought, oh, we can't like it now because the parents like it.
Yeah, yeah, that reverse psychology. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. But yeah, no, it's. Oh mate, I don't know. I mean, in my youth, I have been to. I can't remember. I think it was somebody's birthday. But we ended up in a. It was a strip joint up in town, and it was the first one we'd ever been. I'd never been to one before, and I wasn't quite sure what to expect.
Yeah.
And
Because they're a mixed bag. You never know what you're going to get.
well, yeah, exactly. So I was hoping that there was going to be sexy times. You know.
Yeah.
You know, I'm what?
Well, if you pay enough, they are. But
Yeah,
those are
I
certain
think
clubs.
I'm about 17. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And go, sexy times like that. And I went in there and it was like the woman dancing was older than my mum,
Yeah.
right? And it was literally like, hello, dearie, kind of thing. It was like, okay. And
But
it
you know, some
wasn't-
guys are into that. So
Oh, yeah. But it wasn't that she was old or anything like that as such. It was like she was
you
like
were just put off by, shocked.
she was
yeah.
really old.
Yeah.
And I go, oh God, you know, she don't.
She's
know
the
that
founder of the club.
Yeah, you know, they used her as a the sort of like basic design for the Channel Tunnel. You know what I mean? This girl had been around.
Wow.
Like, if she sat on a bar stool, she'd slip to the floor, kind of thing.
Holy
And it
moly.
was like, yeah, it's a bit. It was a rough joint. I know there's obviously there's nicer ones and all the rest of it, but it
Oh,
costs
sure.
a little more.
Yep.
And good, working girls, come on, they're trying to earn a crust like everybody else. But this place was like, no, not so sexy time as I thought it would be. But I think a lot of things are like that. You know, they go, oh yeah, there's this secret sort of like, whoa, God,
Yeah, because
and
I've
then
talked
you
to
get
guys
there
who
and
went
check
to
it out, and you
Amsterdam and
go,
stuff.
this is shit.
Yeah, I've talked to guys who went to Amsterdam where it is legal, and it's regulated and clean and stuff like that, and they were kind of bored. They're like, they want it to be more dirty. I'm like, well, no, this is what happens when, people have they're a sex worker, they have a decent job, they have protection, they have probably paid pretty well, no one's beating them up, no one's stealing money from them, they have medical help. This is what happens when you do it the right way, versus here where it has to be underground because everyone's afraid of it, and then you have abuse and people taking advantage of the system. So I mean, just do it the right way. Let people have. So that's what's funny about Nevada. The entire state, prostitution is legal, except for Las Vegas. So what do people do? They go to Las Vegas. They drive like an hour outside of town to a local town, or some other places on the way there, and they're there to go there and do legal business.
Yeah.
But Vegas, for some reason, outlawed it a long time ago. Yet the bars and clubs over there are full of them. But some are also stings, so you never know if you're going to get busted there. So people say, I'm not going to take the chance.
You can understand why prostitution is illegal in Las Vegas, because if people are fucking, they're not gambling.
Well, there's that, but also because organized crime, it has a foothold there historically.
Well, yeah,
right? Bugsy Siegel and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So, it's all that shit. So, but it's other things. Nevada's a weird place anyway. I mean, it's one of the few places in the U.S. that you think guns are crazy here. Nevada, you can own anything that doesn't explode or is rocket propelled. Yeah. So you can have a machine gun from a tank. You can have a massive sniper rifle. You can have full auto. You can have the M249 from the Humvees, the current M60 replacement that they use in Desert Storm and stuff. You can own one of those and go out and shoot it in the desert whenever you want. But if you cross state lines with that, you cross state lines with that, you've already had at least 2 felonies.
Yeah.
And and some states have a 3 strikes rule. And so, yeah, it's pretty crazy.
You should go out you could start a business. You could go out to Nevada with a metal detector and collect all the brass.
Yeah.
Melt it down in ingots. There must be loads of it out there.
Oh, sure.
Wow. Mad.
But yeah, it's just weird. People, they want to have this double standard, right? Like, sex is dirty, sex is wrong, sex is this and that. Oh, but don't tell anybody. I'm going to go to this place and shh, and we're going to control it. We can't let people say it's okay, but we're still going to partake in it. And it's just a creepy double standard.
Yeah.
And you're going to forever have people being subjugated, taken advantage of, abused, hurt, all kinds of stuff, because the system is flawed like that.
Yeah, but it's actually worse if it's illegal and it has to go underground.
That's what I mean. And then anything could happen, right? People I mean, people literally, some people have a fetish to kill people, strangle them while they're having sex and then get away with it, right? It's underground crazy shit. And you wouldn't have that as prevalent, I would imagine, if you controlled it, legalized it, like a lot of countries do, or some states have done.
Yeah.
You're always going to have a creepy element no matter what, but I think the impetus to go out and do creepy stuff is less so when it's more normalized, and then therefore the people who partake are safer.
Yeah. Yes, it's a thorny subject.
It is, but it's people make fun of the cam girls all the time and all this, and call them trash and all this kind of stuff. I'm like, look, it's a legitimate business like anything else.
Yeah,
it's people willing to pay, people willing to get entertainment. I think Kardashians is worse than a cam girl, so because it rots your brain.
Yeah. Yeah. God, I hope the stupid doesn't rub off on me.
Yeah, and it, just like any other endorphin rush, you get a release. You're less violent. You're less wacky. You're less crazy.
Yeah.
You're happy. and you're going to probably, in general, your mileage may vary, but you're going to be a
Yeah.
more adjusted person, at least for those few hours you've been relaxed.
Yeah.
And you're not going to go shoot people, and you're not going to go beat up a bunch of people, and it's like pot. I mean, a lot of people don't get violent on pot because you're out of it, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And sex can be the same thing. It's the
It's like
relaxes.
I can't remember who said it now. What that guy said about when they were having a crack at drag queens. I think it was something that was going on in Florida at the time, and they said, what was it? He said, "Guys, do you know what a drag queen's never done? Wandered into a school and started shooting."
Happened though. Then that recent trans person who did that now made people mad about that. Like, well, now it's all bets are off. Anyone can be doing this stuff because one person did it, right?
Yeah.
So you can't win.
Yeah. It was like I was watching one of these American Reacts to videos, and the guy was watching this thing, and they were saying about how we had a incident in Scotland, a shooting incident in a school. Why can't I remember the name of the incident now? Some people remember it.
Yeah, I don't remember. I'm so used to shootings here; everything just blurs together. So.
Oh yeah. No, I think this was the first, as far as we know, the first school shooting we'd ever had. I keep thinking of Glenfiddich, but that's a fucking whiskey. Oh God, I know it. I know. But anyway, there was a school shooting. Dunblane, thank you, Wagyu. Again, Mr. Googaloo, Wagyu. Yeah, it was Dunblane. And after this incident, guns were banned. Completely, just banned. And this American could not believe that we banned guns just like that after one shooting.
Yeah, at least have like 20 or 30 other mass shootings before you ban them. Come on.
Yeah. No, we decided we'll skip that.
Yeah.
We'll just take it as read and ban the fuckers. And people were handing all their guns in,
Oh, speaking of that, so I missed the last couple of pubs you had. Well, part of the reason is one of the trainings I was in this week was armed attacker response, because with layoffs coming, people were worried about people coming and shooting up the place. So I had a 3-hour meeting one afternoon this week. We all had to mandatorily go for the last couple of weeks, pick a slot, go. And a former military cop kind of guy came and did a training class on active shooters and psychological stuff and first aid and some other basic stuff in case it happens, And this is what they're doing now in the workplace, because it's they have to do it in schools now. They have to do it lots of places now.
Yeah, but you cannot, but you could never be able to understand how bizarre that sounds to everybody else outside America.
Of course, that sounds bizarre to me, and I live here.
I know you get it. No, I know you get it. But a lot of Americans who, where they think America is the only country on the planet, the people.
Well, it's funny because
it's like, what? You have to have armed response training.
Yeah, well, only because of the last year or so, because it's just on the rise.
Yeah.
But it's funny because even in other countries where you don't have guns, and Ramsey could probably back me up on this or counter it, the knife violence in Australia is off the charts. They don't have guns, so they have a lot of knife violence. So you're going to have somebody somewhere using something. It's harder to mass kill people with a knife, but you can still kill plenty of people with a knife or edged weapon, as they say.
Yeah.
There's a really creepy video from they were shot. Wisconsin police shot it. You can actually find it online. They were making fun of it on Red Letter Media because it's pretty wild, but it's graphic and crazy. It's called Surviving Edged Weapons on YouTube. You can find it. It was a police-only training thing that leaked out, and it's crazy the improvised weapons these guys come up with out of anything.
Yeah,
like the guy has razors on the back of his baseball cap, or the guy has his gas cap in his motorcycle is a knife inside the gas cap. When a cop pulls him over, he can stab him with his gas cap. And it just, you name it, anything can happen, right?
Yeah.
So
but I mean,
even if we got rid of guns, we'd still have a knife problem.
yeah, but at least with those kind of weapons, there's a certain degree of distance where they're ineffective. Whereas you can shoot somebody with a gun from quite a distance and they not even know that you were there. Whereas knives, it's more, if you don't let the other person get in your face, as it were,
Right.
you got a chance. But when somebody bursts into a school with a gun, your knife isn't going to do you much good.
Yeah.
Unless you're coming up from behind. That kind of thing. So I can see where banning guns here made sense, but it didn't do anything for knife crime.
What's that? The famous, I think it's an Irish thing. The smile. There's a nickname for the smile when you cut someone's mouth.
All right.
There's a specific name for that as a punishment, and then you're permanently marked with scars around your mouth.
Yeah.
I forgot what it's called, but it's some kind of smile, place name smile.
Okay.
There you go. Glasgow kiss. I guess that's
Glasgow
right.
kiss. Yeah.
And so you're marked, right?
Yeah.
And so people know that you're either like should have been killed or were warned or whatever. It's like, Jesus Christ.
You done something wrong. Yeah.
No. And in the movie, like Each of the
Why
Killer,
so
the guy actually
serious?
uses. In the movie Each of the Killer, the guy uses that as a feature. He sliced his mouth and let it heal, and puts his little earrings in it to keep it together. And when he wants to bite somebody with these sharpened teeth, he pulls that out, and his mouth opens super wide, and he like kills people with his mouth. If you haven't seen Each of the Killer, it's a crazy ass movie.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's almost as bad as what was it? Shoot 'em up.
Shoot 'em up is just silly, right?
It's just bizarre, isn't it? Really.
And like here's the prostitute that nurses, so that the fetish is taken care of there.
Yeah.
And that movie's totally insane.
Kill a man with a carrot. Yeah.
But yeah, the gun stuff obviously is way out of hand, and they take the Second Amendment way too literally. Because if you read the Second Amendment, it was written at a time when we had muskets.
Yeah.
And you could have some creepy potential oppression from the government, and you could arm a small militia and fight for your freedom.
Yeah.
Right? But now they have drones and tanks and bazookas.
Yeah.
And you're going to tell me all of your cool guns you have at home is going to take on the government? Give me a fucking break. You'll be a grease spot in seconds. And they barely have to lift a finger. If they really wanted to, they could take you out from orbit,
Yeah, well, they got drones for all that now, haven't they?
They got drones, they got missiles. So if they want to waste, $1 million on you, they'll throw a missile your way, But yeah, they can use drones, they can use tanks, they can use, they have fully armored guys that are way more armed than you are, and they're protected with body armor. And again, unless you live in in Nevada, where you can have all that cool stuff, but they still have explosives you don't have. They still have rocket launchers you don't have.
Yeah.
They still have other stuff that will still kick your ass quicker than a simple assault rifle will do it.
Yeah.
So these NRA guys are so stupid. They're so blinded by the fact, well, I don't take my guns. I'm going to defend myself and my family. It's like, okay, well, you just got your family killed by being a maniac, and the government will take you out.
Yeah.
So that whole Second Amendment thing is dumb. It's an antiquated thing, and it's misunderstood and always misquoted. It's nothing about what they say it is. It's an older idea of protecting yourself when the government gets out of hand.
Yeah. It's like we don't really do that flag thing here.
Oh, the protect the flag thing?
Well,
don't burn the flag thing?
Well, no, you'll have houses with the US flag hanging out.
Yeah. Flag Day.
Or buildings and government buildings have the US flag on them, and we don't really do that. It's because you see lots of houses everywhere, and say there's like 20 houses in the road, and 6 of them will have at least the American flag, Stars and Stripes, hanging out the front. Everybody's trying to out patriot each other.
Well, the other thing about that too is if they really were patriotic and understood the rules of the flag bearing, there's etiquette for that. And so if you notice businesses that hang it all the time and don't take it down daily, you're supposed to keep it in good shape, put a light on it at night. And there's certain rules you have for displaying the flag. You're not supposed to just leave it up all the time and let it get ragged. And obviously don't let it touch the ground. That's an old rule. Don't let it touch the ground. And so these people are supposed to respect it, don't even know how to display it properly. They don't follow the rules of etiquette. They're just idiots.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they think they're patriotic because they have the flag, but they do so many non-patriotic behaviors.
Well, I mean, Richard Hilton explained to me the whole, the whole thing behind the Stars and Stripes. Being on display and everything like that.
Sure.
Hey, babe.
Hello.
I said, although I get it, I must admit, it was almost like, are Americans so stupid they don't know where they're living?
Yes, they are.
What country do we live in? Oh, look, that one.
Yes. Now I have to talk about the Canadian flag.
No, it's not. Yeah.
It's just a fucking leaf. I mean,
exactly.
Come on.
As if you didn't have enough of them.
That. Yeah, exactly.
Well, the ones you haven't burnt down, that is.
Well, yeah. But we have plenty to burn, that's fine.
Where do you go to get leaves? Oh, Canada, I think. That's the place to go.
Yeah, in the fall,
they're so good they eat them. But it's like, our flag is made up of 3 flags.
Right.
And, and it's... And you go, yeah, but when Scotland leaves and they remove their part from the flag, that's going to be a weird-looking flag. Or if Wales decides to bugger off as well.
It's actually funny that there was a Scottish guy at work for a while before he moved elsewhere, and he had a whole poster on the history of that flag, how it was put together. And I didn't know that it was assembled from different flag pieces from different parts of the UK.
Yeah.
And interesting history there.
Yeah, it's like because the Red Cross white flag thing, which is the St. George flag, and it's so funny because they go, oh yeah, that's the flag of England. That is English flag, St. George, mate. You go, yeah, he was an Arab. What? George was an Arab. Never been to England in his life. What? No, he's not a fucking... No, fucking ain't. That kind of thing. Waving it around but don't understand what the hell it is.
I love stuff like that, yeah. It's the ignorance. And they're ignorant on purpose. They love it,
Yeah.
But, I mean, Wales, they got a flag with a bloody dragon on it. They know how to live it. They know how to do a flag, mate. That's how you do a flag.
Yeah.
Put a fire-breathing dragon on it.
That's
fucking cool.
That's a good one. I like that.
Yes, Saudi Arabia have a saber. Pretty cool.
Yeah, which basically says, you fuck up, it's going to happen to you.
Yeah, come, don't
Your
fuck
head,
with us.
Yeah, something's coming off. A hand, a head, something. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Yeah.
So is that like fun with flags, like with Sheldon on, what was it? Big Bang Theory. He had a podcast that was called Fun with Flags. I discovered one thing I hate about my Hydrosynth.
Okay, go for it.
One thing.
Go on.
When you turn it off, it always goes back to preset 1.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck, I hate that.
Yeah. I don't know if there is anything to change that.
There's no deeper setting? I never tried to change that, but I did notice that.
I tried. I have the manual. I looked. I've asked on the Hydrosynth group, and they said, well, you can do a save changes, and then it'll go back to that. Yeah, but no.
Have you tried that Hydrosynth app? I never tried that. I downloaded it, but I didn't try it. Does it have any extra features in it?
No. It's really just a librarian.
Librarian, okay, right.
Yeah. I mean, you can.
System set up and save. To save a new state.
Yeah, that's it. But
Right, rather than it just remember.
yeah, just
Yeah,
you have to
yeah, I'm
remember
with
to
you.
do that. You know.
Yeah. No, I never remember to do anything. I turn
Well,
off the
no.
two computers and flick the switch, and it's like,
Yeah,
oh fuck, I know what I'm supposed to do. Yeah, always the same.
yeah. So I mean,
So
that's
yeah,
one thing. But it's just when you write something, you're on the, in the DAW, and then you forget to set the. Yeah, you just go fuck. What sound was I using? Oh yeah, number.
yeah. Was it a multi? Was it a single?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, I don't have multis at least.
You don't have multis. Oh,
No, because I have the poor version.
oh, oh. I thought you-
Yeah, I
you
like
thought-
on the virus, for example, it will start up my last preset. So I like having that feature. I'm
Well,
surprised they don't
every
let you do
synth
that.
is like that. Every
Not everyone,
fucking
but I
synth.
mean, certain ones that I like a lot definitely do that.
I don't know of any other synth who doesn't do that.
Because what I did with mine was I tried messing around with it so I could have because there was this one sound that I keep using and because I like it, and I think it's 0013 or something like that, and I wanted that as the start sound, and what I ended up doing was completely initializing my first patch to a sine wave.
Can't you
And
starting
it's-
to turn into Dalek shortly?
Pardon?
Dalek, you're getting Dalek scratchy.
Oh, again? Oh, hang on. I've left
It's
it
getting
open.
there.
Yeah, I've left it open so I can.
There you go. I think no, it's not frozen. Very good.
It's gone now. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah,
All gone.
Yep.
all
What is
done.
Now, till it comes back.
Yeah, for now.
Yeah. Now, you see, it never, ever did this when it was connected to the PC.
See, that's why Apple sucks.
I mean, Apple's
Well,
always
I'm
had
sure
some weird
there'll
issues.
be
There was a
fix will come
known
along.
there was a known issue with Wi-Fi for years in the older Intel Macs where you'd have to periodically just stop Wi-Fi, restart it to
Yeah.
make the Wi-Fi kinks go away. But it's just a quick toggle. It wasn't a big deal.
I think I used to have that on my iPad 1 as well. I used to have to do
Yeah,
that
there's a few
lot.
things have had it. So I mean,
Yeah.
if you know it, it's so what a big deal. I mean, everything's perfect.
Yeah.
Again, if everything's
yeah.
perfect, I wouldn't have a fucking job. So
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
I
So
must
you
admit-
build the imperfection into the
exactly, I got to
Yeah.
support it a little bit because it keeps me paid.
Well,
So-
here's the thing my Hydra does that drives me fucking mental. When I fire up Cubase, the only keyboard that is connected to it is the Hydra. All right? And every single time, there is no MIDI.
Really?
Yeah. And I have to turn off the Hydra and then turn it back on again, and then I get MIDI in Cubase. Every time.
Oh, that's
Now,
weird.
I've tried taking the Hydra out and putting something else there instead. So I put in the sledge. Fire up Cubase. Blah, 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 no problem. Ensoniq. No problem. Right? Or any of the other USB ones or any of the other controllers. No problem. Just the Hydra. I have to turn it off and turn it on to get the MIDI to work.
Huh.
Every single time.
Huh. Okay.
Well, and Sonic stuff is pretty much bulletproof, except as Sentient noticed, WIDI does not work on some of the Ensonics because the MIDI power is not that much.
Yeah.
That's one of the flaws. But other than that, it's pretty much bulletproof.
Yeah. But there again, but like you say, it swings and roundabouts because although lots of things I've noticed that seem to work seamlessly in Windows, and I am having trouble with on Mac Silicon. However, when it comes to, well, I say this, when it comes to Bluetooth, right, PC, oi.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
it can be a
Bluetooth
little-
audio, I mean, Bluetooth MIDI is okay, kind of, sort of.
up to a point, but the WIDI stuff.
I'm sorry, Bluetooth audio, not MIDI.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bluetooth, the WIDI stuff, you can have one, but I'm having problems running multiples. But I know Bluetooth was really, really good on the Macs. However,
Yes.
that said, I've had nothing but trouble connecting anything Bluetooth to this fucking Mac Studio so far. I've had to do it several times. And
Is
it's
it
like,
drop a lot and come back, or does it never connect?
no, it can't find things. Even the roly stuff. Even
Shit.
now, with my iPad could be in fucking Dubai. And I'll turn on, I'll turn on the Mac and it'll find it. And here with the block going, here you go then. And it's there going, well, it's here. Well, connect then. Nothing.
Oh,
You
wow.
fucking bastard. What's going on? It's about... Because one of the things I was looking forward to was like, yeah, right, I've got big Mac. Hey, and I'm going to have no problem where I pull out a rise, turn it on, and it goes, boom, connects, and off we go, right? I'm having nothing but issue.
Actually, that's a Rolly thing. If you spill some cocaine on it, it works every time.
Oh, that's what I'm doing wrong.
Yeah, see, that's why they spend all that money.
See,
It's all the research on cocaine sensing.
Yeah, because I'm supposed to put it on the keyboard. I've been putting it out my nose.
Well, something's supposed to fall out organically onto the pad, right?
Oh, I see. Yeah. Well, unless you haven't got a hooker laying on it, of course.
Yeah.
Because that's where all the money went.
Well, it's supposed to roll off
Cocaine
your ass
hookers.
onto the pad as well. So I mean,
Couldn't believe it. They blew most of the government money on cocaine and hookers. It's like, oh, that's genius.
It's like the Motley Crue or something.
Yeah, and then after a while, go, yeah, we're supposed to be developing a synth, aren't we? Yeah, we better get on that.
What are we
much
doing?
money left.
I forgot where we left off.
Yeah.
Yeah. How much money do we have left? Oh, not enough. Fucking.
And all the way through development, it's like, okay, so if we do this and this, and whose panties are these?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, so it's and then you wonder where the gel comes from in there, really. But that's.
Yeah.
It was a jizz joke.
Well, their problem is they got confused with panties left by the hookers and panties they bought from a Japanese vending machine.
No, those are the edible ones. I was chewing them forever.
I've seen those machines. Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah.
So there's a great video where, God, who was it? Tom Green, when he went to Japan, he did a Japanese special. And he went to a place in an apartment complex where you could go buy the used panties in the little Ziploc bags from this creepy old guy who didn't want to be on camera. But finally, he just didn't care anymore. And the bag has the panty and the picture of the person who wore them.
Oh. Okay. That's a niche market, I'm sure.
It's crazy over there. They actually had guys scaling. There were guys scaling external structures like an apartment complex to steal panties hanging on wires.
Yeah, no, they're weird. Yeah.
Gets them out, doesn't it?
Well, I mean, it's like, hey, I see something. You know, I'm not a normal criminal. I'm not going to break and enter. I'll just go climb up the balcony and steal it from there.
I see David Sidechicks in the chat. Has he got his Hydra yet? He's our latest Hydra owner.
Did he really buy it, or is that a joke? I thought that was a joke.
I thought he bought it.
Really?
Yeah. He looks like a man that needs a Hydra.
Who?
David Sidechicks.
They're fun. I just need to use mine more. There are too many other distractions. Once the Osmos came, it's like, fuck everything else right now.
Yeah, well, I was a bit worried about that myself. I was a bit worried about that myself because I was going, well, maybe the Osmos will be able to control this better. Let's see, shall we?
Well, that's when I got the Seaboard. It took precedence over everything. I loved it so much.
Yeah.
It's just...
Yeah, what's the update on the Osmos, Kent?
End of the month is what it says at the moment still.
Yeah.
I expect that to change to end of next month as soon as I get to the end of this month. So, because I've only got about a couple of weeks to go, haven't I? So.
One thing also about the Hydra that I don't know if it's something I maybe in the settings or what, but I tried it with the CSADV from Arturia because I mean why not, right?
Yeah.
And the ribbon and the poly aftertouch doesn't work. The ribbon doesn't do anything.
Is your MPE turned on in the settings of your Hydra?
Yeah, I think. I'll have to look. Yeah.
Have a check. And then make sure if you use in your door don't set MIDI, do set MIDI channels to any
Right.
or all, depending on what DAW you're
Yeah,
using.
yeah, yeah.
Because if you have it on just say one,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah. It wants more than one. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it wants them all. Actually, all 15 of them. It's not using them all at the same time, but they need to be available.
Yeah.
Put it that way. So, but that's why it's that's fine in a DAW because you've got billions of channels available.
It's like that Queen song, "I Want It All."
Yeah. So, but yeah, I really tried. I tried so hard to get the Rise to control a string library in a very usable way, and no,
Really?
yeah.
But a guy's got to work with that Symphobia, right?
Yeah, but I think it's in a very monophonic way.
Wow.
Yeah. I wanted more, obviously. So, but the bottom line is, if you've got a string library and it doesn't support MPE, you're not going to get it. And you just have to face the facts. And the only way you can really get that expression is to be able to have, obviously, a multi-slider controller and 4 hands, ideally. So that you can actually get it to do the things you want it to do.
Hey, that was a specialty at the Orchids of Asia, the 4 hands.
Yeah.
Remember that football owner who got busted at the strip club, at the massage parlor?
Yeah.
There was a thing called the 4 hands. He got it all the time. He got busted for 4 hands.
Bloody hell.
This guy's like a billionaire basically, and he's going to some like low rent strip mall.
Yeah.
And probably not even tipping the women. What a cheapskate asshole! I'm glad he got busted.
Yeah. Yeah. You wouldn't think that's something a millionaire would have trouble getting.
Well, again, it's that we were talking about earlier about it has to be dirty, right? They want it to be something. It can't be nice and proper and it's something skeevy about it. They love it when it's dirty.
You get too much of something, you need to be able to push that barrier further and further and further.
And also because he doesn't respect women, so he's treating them like garbage and so.
Man, I don't know. Well, I mean, like I say, I'm really looking forward to seeing what I can get this Osmos to do, and I hope me and the Osmos get on with each other.
It takes days just to get all the fucking presets. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah, well.
So people complain, hey, can you get more presets for it? I'm like, what do you want? It has a ton already.
Yeah. Well, I must admit that I think the most rewarding experience I had with the Rise wasn't with what's the software?
Equator.
It was with Strobe.
And that's a great thing about this Osmos. It will work with any of those apps, so you're not limited to your Egan Matrix stuff.
Yeah.
People are using it just fine with the Equator and everything else. So if you want the hard keys and the Osmos approach to things, use those with that.
Yeah. But the interesting thing about Strobe was, I don't know. I think I've got the preset actually saved somewhere, but in Strobe I managed to do a CS80 brass in Strobe. To work with the Rise, and it's better than the Arturia 80.
Nice.
It's well beyond that.
The one thing you're going to have to do though is because there's no slide function on the Osmos, because it can't. You'll have to make custom presets for the special ones you want to use in Equator to make up for the fact there's no slide. Yeah.
Or you have your Hydra nearby.
Oh yeah, that too. But if you want to stick to it, if you want to stick to it, you could just modify a couple presets to work the way the Osmos works.
Yeah. But I got Strobe to do this brass preset to the point where I tried it with Richard Hilton. I said, right, one of these is Strobe and one of these is the real 80. I said, so tell me which one you think is the real 80. And I played them to him. And I don't know. The second one. I went, nope, it was
Oh.
the first one.
Really?
You know, just didn't know. I went,
Hello,
"Good, thank you."
Dave.
How you doing, dear?
All right. I'm in the mountains.
I say, look like you're
Ah.
on vacation.
Kinda, yeah. We're at a KOA and up in the mountains in Estes. Estes Park, you probably know where
Oh
it is.
yeah,
Yeah.
went there when I was a kid.
Yeah.
We used to live in Boulder, so
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, we had a moose in the neighborhood.
wow.
Juvenile moose. They had to move it back up here somewhere. It was just wandering around lost.
Yeah, I ran across a moose once on Grand Tetons National Park
Yeah.
in Wyoming, and it was pretty pleasant. But they can be angry at times. You got to watch out for those guys.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yes,
Oh,
they're
yeah.
going, run across a moose. Wow.
They're also like just absurdly large.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
and
no,
just,
they're-
and just funny looking. They just look funny.
It's like a big deer.
It's the nose, yeah.
Yeah.
The big face, yeah, the giant face.
Yeah.
It just looks funny.
But
Unfortunately,
but they are huge.
around here, the only moose we get is chocolate.
Wah, 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 wah.
Oh, have we got? No, I haven't got that one yet, have I?
Oh,
Oh. I've only got. No, this one will do.
There you go. It's fun.
oh, so you got excited there.
Yeah. Woo, woo.
Yeah,
Some of
and
these
by the way,
deviants.
the place where I'm from, native language means land of the moose.
Oh, okay.
We're talking about moose, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard that they'll generally leave you alone, but don't mess with them. Or,
Yeah.
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
don't assume they're cute and fuzzy. They're not
The
deer.
more-
Let's put
The
it
more
down.
the most dangerous they're dangerous because they stop on a street, on a road, and they just start eating stuff. Oops.
Echo.
Hey, you got echo
Echo.
from Manny.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, I don't like to hear myself. I still hear myself.
It sounds like one of those old Radio Shack microphones that had a cheap echo in it. They called it reverb, but it was just a cheap echo.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. Sounds good now.
Yeah, he's
it's
muted.
gone.
Yeah.
He's muted.
So
so
yeah,
he's trying to work it out.
Yeah.
Well, he did- Oh, so Dave dropped, huh? That's weird.
Got
Yeah.
all that gear and he can't work this bit out.
He actually, a
Come
moose actually showed up
on,
again, and he had
Manny.
to shut down.
Come on, Manny, mate. Come on. Get them sorted out.
Oh,
You got
look
a
at-
box of them.
Yeah. No, it's just a green screen with images of synths and technology.
Oh.
Oh, Dave's back. Yeah, I got hit by a moose.
Yeah, I had to lay low for a second. There was a couple of pretty rough-looking mooses walking by.
Yeah, we're carrying flick lice, wearing leather jackets.
Yeah.
That was like the old
Okay.
Moosehead slogan: "The moose is loose."
Yeah, oh, yes. About this hoose.
These had like the cigarette packs in their, rolled
Yeah.
up.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I've seen
The
enough
thing
of
is,
those now.
You know,
Kick in the bins.
a moose face and a camel, they look a lot alike.
Ah, yeah.
Distant
I can-
cousins.
They're similar.
That's
Yeah.
why we don't say camel toe here. We say moose toe.
Ah,
Oh, come
moose
on.
knuckle. It's moose knuckle.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, that's so bad.
Why is it named
never
after
heard
so
that?
many different types of animals?
If I had, I wouldn't have admitted. No, no, that's funny. It's funny. It's funny. All right, I said it live.
Good God.
Well, we were talking about beavers chomping wood earlier, so it's appropriate.
Well,
so.
there we go.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh man. Yeah. Oh,
Why known as Big Beaver,
Ah, yes.
That's it. Big brown beaver. Yeah.
huh?
And Bullwinkle.
And Bullwinkle.
Yeah.
yeah, I can look out. Last night there were some deer out here, but I've seen elk before from this spot, so I always keep an eye out. Yeah, it's kind of fun to see them. And chipmunks, if you're into that.
They're not as good, but you know.
That could be
And
misconstrued.
they split. 'Cause
The dams aren't very good, though, are they? really tiny.
Yeah, that's what it's. Yeah, it just
Yeah, one shower gone. No, it's no good at all.
No good at.
Oh man.
Yeah, when Matt posted that clip, I couldn't find it, man. It was so funny. I was like, oh, I just fucking bought hydrogen to whatever I did. That was just such a classic moment.
Yeah.
Did you actually buy one though? You actually?
Oh yeah, I bought it.
Yeah.
I was bidding on it a while because I saw Kent's, and I was looking at his. I was like, man, that really looks cool, man. I was like, let me just go check. And we were talking a little bit about it. I was like, let me just go check. And I was like, oh man, that's a pretty good price. It's pretty much brand new, and someone's just bailing on it. And I was like, well, I'm gonna chip a little bit off. Maybe I'll bid on it. And then like about a half hour later, I was like, man, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't. I went back and checked, and that's when I just read it. And I was like, I just bought a hydrogen.
You have won this.
Congratulations, you just won. Yeah.
It's so priceless because it's so.
What did you get it for? I'm curious.
$965, I think.
Okay, that's good. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's for a 49. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, it's kind of absurd.
I got mine new through a sale, Perfect Circuit, just a little bit above that. So it was a killer sale.
Yeah. Because normally, what, 12?
I was like 11 or something like that. It was.
Yeah, but when you get down to the price, it's just like, well, I warned it. That's my danger zone. You get down to about $1,000, and if it's a good, synth.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you're like, wow, that's.
Well, it's the same thing when I got my analog keys from Electron, used with the backpack and a deck saver for under 1,000. And the backpack is killer.
So whenever you see someone that buys the deck saver, they have some money to throw around. Right?
But it's great because it can be in the backpack and it get banged a little bit. And I don't have to worry about it.
I love deck savers.
Yeah,
now, but I actually a lot of the synths I buy, I've had good luck with people having deck savers.
My Machina Plus came with one as well, and it's really nice.
I actually bought the Launch Key Pro came with a deck saver. Of course, now I'm probably sell it, but
is the echo back?
No,
they were good.
You sorted it, buds.
You're right.
Well,
who knew what that button did, right?
What was that? YouTube running in the background or something? No?
You know how it is. It worked the last time you turned on the setup?
Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, we know that one.
Yeah.
I had the same here a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
Nothing touched, and yet Robbie's there going.
Exactly.
Yeah. I go, but everything's the same.
But I wanted to comment on what you're talking about the Osmos, Andy, is that you're so right. It's like there's so much stuff in there to get through the presets and then customize them and play around with it. It's like, what do you mean you need more?
Yeah.
You can't even you don't even know how to use the ones that are in there.
I'm not surprised because even with the Continue Mini,
mm-hmm.
I think I was talking the same thing. Like the presets you have to use different technique on different presets, right?
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like to understand each preset, you think you do, right? You kind of do. I always roll through them and I make some notes if I'm not an editor, which ones I like the best. Mm-hmm. Then sometimes they come back, oh, I like that one. Then I'll come to something else like, why wasn't this on the list? I'm like, probably because I spent 30 seconds and pressed it real hard and went, wow. Yeah. And I went, oh, that's awful.
Right. Didn't bother to learn the cracks, the sweet spot.
Yeah.
And to your point, with those, I mean, it's very important that you slow down. They put so much time into that.
Yeah, because I was showing somebody the board the other day who doesn't know shit about any of that synth stuff. And I said, check this out. I know it's weird, but listen to this. And like the one that's called Balloons from Hanoi or whatever, it's really weird. A plucky patch. And as you travel through the aftertouch, it sounds a combination of rubbing a balloon and a kind of a stretched out string sound. And you go very slowly through the travel, and it's so cool. These little subtleties in there that you wouldn't know if you said bing, 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 and next preset, bing, 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 bing. You take your time and just like work it, and it's like, wow, this is fucking weird.
Yeah.
The power's there, you know. Just
I almost got the feeling with the Continue Mini that they started doing the presets, and then after a while they just got exhausted. And said, that's enough.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The first 10 are brilliant.
That's right.
Then it's like after a while you can almost tell. It was like.
Well, to be fair, a lot of the Osmos presets have similar qualities. They're not all unique.
Well,
yeah, they have a quality. There's like 4 families of them.
Pretty much, yeah.
But boy, some of the physical modeling and this resonance stuff. Oh God, it's beautiful, man. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's. I no doubt that thing is.
Like somebody said, "Hey, can you play a piano sound on that?" I said, "What's the point? This is not a fucking piano."
Well,
right?
it is. Unless, yeah, I know it is.
I mean, you could make one, yes, but it's not the point at all.
What the point is, exactly.
I'm not sure you could make one, but yeah.
I mean, you can make like an E piano or something kind of. Yeah. There are a few on there already that have that quality.
Yeah.
But they quickly, dive into other qualities very quickly. Just by moving the key a little bit or whatever, it's like no longer stays like an EP because all the FM stuff in there.
So
exactly. It's like the same thing with the C15. It's.
Oh, that thing's beautiful. Oh
it's
man.
Quite an interesting.
I love that thing.
Box.
That's
I have
next
to say,
up.
it is built phenomenally well.
Yeah.
See, with Dank in the chat was saying about he's waiting for an 88 key Osmos. I'm not so sure that would be a good thing.
No.
Because it's not really needed. You can transpose it so easily.
I mean,
it's like
when I got my Rise, and I thought, oh yeah, this would be great if it was 61 or 88. And then when I got the Grand, I found that the area that I was using on the Rise was still the same area I was using on the other one, and I had all this real estate up the top end I wasn't really using.
You weren't using,
and didn't really need to use it.
Yep. Well, and some of the cool things about the portamento legato feature for the soft slurs between things, that's a very small area.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, sometimes when you think more will be better, and it's not necessarily the case.
Especially on some, like you said, some of the modeling, you're going to get outside the range and it's going to slow down.
Yeah.
I mean, it could. I mean, hey, you never know. How much, Manny, how much more capability do you think that software has?
Which one?
The Egan Matrix.
That is a very fine question, David, and I don't know why. I've read a lot of all the manuals. I still have not gone in yet.
No,
I haven't either yet.
So,
it's the last.
So,
like a 40.
It's funny. It's like with the C15 popping in here. It's like it's in a paradigm I'm totally familiar with already, and the interface all works. I don't have to deal with lower level math.
Yeah.
But what I could answer relative to what I know is in the engine, what I hear what's in it already, it is going to be one of those things where it's just what drops out of the cracks, okay? Because anything that's inherently based around physical modeling or these hybrid synthesis techniques, it's what sweet spot of one does something unique when hybridized with the other. Like in the C15, you have your basic FM wave shaping engine, and it's just 2-op. You go blah blah woof woof, but you've got the all-pass comb filter in it, and then you have these two things side by side that cross feedback to one another, and so it's like, oh, okay, that's gonna have some neat things to fall out of the cracks, and you just got to kind of direct it into it once you see how it's behaving. So. I think the reason why it has the sound that it has, the Osmos, is just because, like what happened when we did the VL and the VP. Once you get stuff stable and working, you kind of play in that space because at some point you got to get it presets out and blah 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 blah, But I'm sure there's a lot of stuff there because some of the presets do some really weird things, going from very VAE to very model-y and in some spots in between. So someone that has the time to find those interstitial spots and refine them, I think it's gonna, it has that potential for sure. That was a long-winded question and answer. I'm sorry.
No, I didn't expect. It could have even been an open-ended question, but because I'm kind of looking at it, yeah, it's fascinating, and I hear some VA stuff. It just seems to me it's still got another gear, but it may not be easy to get there with it, and which is exciting, It's exciting, but it's fun. It's interesting. I love it. I think it's really cool times, for that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's so much, I don't want to say potential, so many variations in what you can do and hear with sound these days. I mean, hell, we just got a freaking update to put a granulator in the Micro Freak, for God's sake.
Yeah.
It's like.
Oh, no.
What about the Egan Matrix web channel, though, the YouTube channel?
Oh, yeah.
Where
yeah.
he shows like, oh, by the way, Osmos does this, that the
other stuff doesn't.
Continuum really didn't do well. It's using the engine in a different way, which is also clever. So has legs for sure.
Yeah, but what I love is especially Eddie, the guy with the Egan, Mr. Egan. They're real straightforward about it. They're not trying to make them compete or, they're really, again, not to no surprise, educational with how they approach it. They're like, look, and they just keep saying, go there and explore them. They're not competing with each other. They're both awesome. They're not necessarily for the same person,
Right.
And that's okay. It's not like a winner and a loser. So yeah, no, and then, the poor Hydrogen, which is super cool too, Oh my God, that's crazy.
It's really funny though. It's like how everything does strike everybody different because of other stuff I'm working on. I've been swapping a lot of gear around with Dave Polich, and we've been sharing stuff back and forth. And I've let him have the Hydrosynth, the Groove, and the Osmos, and the Polybrute, and for some time swapping out. And I'm just surprised at what strikes him as what he digs versus what strikes me and what I dig from them, because they're like totally different stuff. He loved the Osmos, which, yeah, I get that. He had no love for the third wave, none. And I'm going, whoa. Is really.
Did he already like Waldorf or PPG of any kind or no?
Yeah, well, he doesn't own it, but he still uses the VS, the soft synth version of it. But for something about it, it's just like it just didn't click with him. Same thing with the Hydra. The Hydra didn't click with him. Different strokes for different folks.
Well, in other news, I've just been to the Expressive E website and signed in, and it still says late June. They haven't changed anything yet.
Well, you got 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Well,
mine said that for a while for
got me trade down here already for
April.
it.
I didn't get it till May, I think it was. So
yeah, ours slipped a couple of times.
But you're probably close.
Yeah. It can't be too long. I mean, when Spears, he borrowed one of the French ones, I think it was, the first batch that arrived, and he had it for.
That's the Osmos with attitude.
The Osmos with the wrong chip in it. There was 500 of them that they had to redo again. Hence some of the extra delays. Apparently, put the wrong chip in it in China. And I said, so what do you think? And he's going, oh man, you are going to love this. I don't say that now. I've still got months to go. Any chance you could bring it over? Oh, no, I can't do that. No, I can't do that. It's not even supposed to be here. Oh, man. So I spent the last 2 months pretending that I hadn't bought one. That's helped.
Exactly.
I was trying to forget that I haven't ordered one, and people going, "Have you got your Osmos yet?" Oh God, you've reminded me.
Well, that was nice. I had a NAMM, so I got to try it for the first time.
Yeah, you know what old Spears said to me? He said it's just the. It doesn't matter how light you touch the keyboard, and you get a sound from it.
Some presets are crazy. Like you barely touch anything.
Yeah, he said it's so you have to play it, really properly play it. You know, it's just like the 80. You play it. It's not
There's
just
this weird
banging it out. You know.
Well, it's weird how it does the velocity. It doesn't just do differential change in key position. It does absolute. That's what they call that first touch.
Yeah.
So you can literally just rest your finger on it, and it's like pushing a lever, and the lever is like turning a knob.
Yeah.
So some of like the scrapey Bowie sounds, that's where they have all that dynamic come from. It's really cool.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't have, or does it have lift
It does.
release and stuff
Yep.
like that? It does have
Yep.
that as well.
Yeah.
You can make it go
Oh.
ping sometimes. Ping.
Yeah.
It pops up.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
You like literally slap the key and it just like comes off, or if you just like take your hand off quick, it's like, what that?
Yeah. Oh, nice. It's like everything that I love about the Rise being presented to me in a form that I'm familiar with.
But here's the funny thing. Because it is so damn expressive and variable with every key doing what it wants.
Yeah.
When you do a standard chord for one hand and then you can do like a solo in another hand, if you don't have tight control of your muscles and you do some adduction with your or abduction with your fingers, you're getting on your chord. So you have to kind of relearn how to play some of those chords or concentrate when you do it so you don't get drift.
Yeah. Well, this is where the Rise has been excellent.
This is more
training.
picking in the Rise though, because
Really?
it's very subtle.
Oh,
But-
okay.
But Ken at least probably is better. Probably will have a shorter learning curve than some people.
Well,
Just-
I'll be playing the hell out of it when it gets here.
It's just because they're
I'll
hard
never
keys,
put
you
it
don't think
down.
about that, right? On the Rise, you
Right.
always think about that.
Yeah.
And so now you have to remember, oh shit, I have to remember not to spread or contract my fingers accidentally, right?
Well, yeah, I mean that's almost what I was saying the other day about the touche, right? I never had to. All of a sudden, I felt like I had to concentrate, like I never,
Yeah.
so muscle memory in a way that I had not, and it was really whoa, like, like really learning something totally new from a touch
Does there,
standpoint.
amongst all
Cool,
the
though.
patches, is there a solo cello?
Something like it, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely.
Yeah, there's
Oh,
a couple of solo
excellent.
strings.
Right. Brilliant. Because there's
there's
a
some-
thing I want to do that I tried to do on the Rise and I can't do.
There's one even sounds like an Arhu, which is really cool.
Yeah, they have a lot, almost a
Lot of international instruments on there.
Yeah, a lot of that stuff.
Excellent.
Beautiful
Excellent.
tech.
This is what I want to hear.
International instruments, that's what we called failed attempts at making traditional instruments.
Well, sure, but it's close to some of those. Like there's a really good Bansuri flute from India. There's a really good like a fake duduk.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, because I sometimes I get this with Equator where it will say like this, sort of like this, it's sort of like solo string type of thing, and you play it, and although you can get the technique that you require from the Rise, the body of the sound isn't right.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? And I'm going, I've got this sample library here that would nail this, but it won't talk to it, and it's like,
So here's the rub.
Go for it.
You're going to have some very nice behaviors, but your timbres are going to be off compared to your sample libraries.
Still, so
Right.
it's a continuation in a
Yeah.
way. Okay.
So
No,
for
I
me,
can still take it.
yeah.
You know,
So
it's
for
all right.
me, the ones that do the best compromise of that is honestly the Swam strings.
Yeah, that's great.
Right, okay.
They have the best timbre with the widest behavior nailed in. So that's the holy grail, and it's like the uncanny valley of animation is that the ones that are in the Osmos anyway are
Yeah.
still kind of caricature-ish on timbre.
Yeah, but this reminds me of what Fiona said to me about. She goes, "You're going to have to design a keyboard that's going to do what you want to do, because you're not going to find one. You're going to have to do it yourself. Find a keyboard that can do these controls but transmit them as CCs, so that sample libraries can receive them and you can utilize them. But it's not the software, it's the mechanism. I'm getting a headache just thinking about how to do it. Cheese on bread.
You can do an Osmos expander.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. That should be easy.
Oh my God.
I don't know what that means. It just sounded really.
Yeah, it sounded good.
Sounded like the next thing.
Yeah, it sounded like the very next thing to do. Yeah. I don't know. I must admit, as much as I've trying to get real, I know Ty can do it, but I can't get the realism that I want using CC controller sliders while playing. I could never really gel with that process.
How about foot pedals instead?
Foot pedals I can deal with, but then you're limited to how many foot pedals you can have on any one particular board anyway, can't you? I mean, you get.
But that's one of the cool things about the C15. They're using 2 foot pedals and a foot switch.
Yeah. You can do 4 pedals actually.
Oh, 4 really? Oh, I didn't know that. That's cool.
Oh, no,
I always saw 2 set up.
Yeah, two of them double the ribbons.
Oh, right.
Yeah, because Ty said, he goes, C15's not for you, Kent. You just won't get on with it. Right?
It's ADD anxiety heaven, right? So.
I mean, he loves his, but he goes, no, you wouldn't like it. Trust me, you wouldn't like it. Right? And I do trust him, because there was something I got, and he said I wouldn't like it, and he was right. I didn't.
Even that little modulation stick is really cool. The pitch stick, kind of like they have on it's like a mini Nord stick.
Yeah,
I like that.
It's interesting. I don't like the taper of the curves side to side. You have a percentage setting you can set, but like the dead zone and how it hits the extremes for me,
really?
It's not nearly as nice as the one on my Nord G2. I don't know what the deal is. I mean, the lever's a lot shorter. That might be part of it.
Yeah.
But I'm struggling with that a little bit. It's a very strange paradigm for an instrument, because there's so many standard things it doesn't have, like no LFOs. You know, no direct velocity routings to a filter.
And originally didn't have MIDI.
Right. Yeah. But again, when you embrace what it does, it's actually really cool. I kind of poo-pooed it when I first played it, 4 years ago? But I'm liking it a lot.
Yeah. It's great. Have you tried that block diagram editor on the screen?
I'm embarrassed to say, I leave the editor up. I use it for naming things. I can get around really fast on the front panel, so I don't bother using it.
No, it just was cool how you can zoom in and out and scroll around. It's kind of cool. The whole thing.
So you can see all the stuff, but I don't know. It's 4 nested feedback loops. It's not that hard to remember what you have set up. So I use the panel.
Well, I mean, if you're programming DX7 SYs, it's like a walk in the park, right? So you have God powers.
I'm the wrong person to ask, but yes.
Yeah.
That's basically the point. The point.
Oh, man. I'll probably never be satisfied. I'm just that kind of guy.
Oh, you'll find some flaws with it. You'll say, "Oh, this sucks, that sucks, whatever." But
well, I'd actually be almost disappointed if there wasn't.
But spend the time with the presets. Go very slowly on ones you kind of like initially, and you'll be like, "Holy shit, this does that too!"
Yeah, but it was kind of the same with the Rolly, wasn't it? Because there was so
kind of, but not.
It's
more than the Rolly though. As much as I love Rolly, the Osmos just takes it further as far as all that expression.
Yeah. And some of the macros do surprising things that unless you play around with them, you're gonna go like, "Oh, I didn't know that was in there."
Yeah.
Oh, right, okay.
And the cool thing is that you set your offsets, you can save it as your own thing. You don't have to get into the programmer. So that's kind of cool.
Yeah, the panel does actually a lot. It's a little menu divey if you go in the weeds, but it does a whole lot in there. Like even some of the stuff you take for granted with physical modeling, like the body size and the timbre and those little things, are all right there. You don't have to go to Egan Matrix.
Yeah.
But people say, "Oh, how am I going to edit this?" I'm like, "There's a lot of shit there. Look at it first. You know, stop bitching so much. You know."
Yeah. They're like, well, it doesn't have it, so I'm going to not investigate what this one does because it doesn't have the one I want. So.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. People like to complain.
Well, Andy, you'll probably appreciate this. Maybe Manny. I don't think the other two do modular, but some of even when I've used the Continue Mini, sometimes with the physical modeling, it's like I can hear the mutable. It's almost like, wow, I've done that with the modular with like 10 modules. I'm exaggerating, but I'm just pressing down and maybe a little effects, and I'm like, oh my God, this sounds like kind of mutable-esque, but it was a lot harder to do it than this. It's just doing it with my little finger,
Yeah, even lowly rings is pretty powerful. You can do lots of stuff with it.
Yeah, and I feel like this like, to me, I looked at it and said, man, I want to filter some of this through the modular. And I'm thinking, holy cow, it's already like just has so much going on interesting. But then like ripping it through beads or something or clouds, I'm like,
and if you get a chance, try Elements. That one's really nuts.
Yeah.
That one's crazy, man.
You get that sad. I'm like,
honestly, Dave, I can't dare go anywhere near Eurorack. I just can't.
Yeah, you don't need to. You got enough.
No, it's not that. If I do, it will just go mad.
Yeah.
All those tiles behind you will actually be modules.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'll be a whole wall of it, and I'll stand next to it pretending to be a young Hans Zimmer.
There you go.
So yeah, speaking from experience.
Yeah.
Before the pandemic,
yeah,
that's
no such thing in here.
Honest to God, when I was in the workshop and I had those two System 700s I was doing, there was an original, beautiful, lovely old 3C, a 55, a Digisound, and a Polyfusion. Ooh. And I was like a dog with two dicks, and I was loving it. And it filled up the entire workshop. But it was so impractical, But I loved it, absolutely loved it. And then I've looked at some of these, like we're watching Rand's today, and he went through 3 or 4 new modules that have come up, and I'm looking at some of these going, ooh, yeah, I like that. I like, oh wow, I really like that, and I like this, and I'll need to get some VCOs and possibly make it 4-note poly as well. The next thing I know, it'll just be everywhere.
It's cheaper to build the anaglyph.
Yeah, but longer. much longer.
Hey, Ken, this is where the Dirty Harry quote comes in. A man's got to know his limitations.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't. I really, really don't. 16, I still don't. So, you see, a man who can have 16 CS80s in his house, he doesn't know limitations at all. He doesn't know what it means. He certainly can't spell it.
Yeah, that's a little bit, a bit too much.
Yeah, it's funny because my mum loved it. She loved the CS80. Absolutely adored it. Everything about it. She loved Vangelis. She loved the CS80. She loved the sound of them. She would even play them. I mean, she doesn't normally go near synths, but she would sit and play a couple. She can't play anything, but she would just play sounds and press the keys harder for the aftertouch and stuff like that. Absolutely adored that synth. Them and Minimoog. So she really loved them. I had a synth come in there once though, and she goes, "What's that pile of shit? What was it?" She really didn't like it. It'll come to me. What was it? Oh, it's Tysco 280. She really didn't like it. She didn't like the sound of it, didn't like the look of it, nothing about it. Absolutely detested it. It was horrible. I said, they're all right. saving grace was the 400 SX one.
So it actually had different architecture than that one?
I think they are different, yeah. But the thing about the 400 is it's sort of like a really rich sounding Poly 6.
So I love the SX240.
The 240 is cool.
God damn, that thing's cool.
I know she didn't like the CS70. She thought that was horrible.
It's horrible.
Yeah, she went, what were Yamaha thinking? Mm-hmm. And I totally agree with her.
Max Strip Reader, though. Cool.
Well, when they work.
When they work.
Yeah. What did she say about the because I said to her, oh yeah, it's only got the one filter, hasn't got the two, but low and high. It's got one chip to do both. But it can't. I think it can't do them at the same time, if I remember rightly. So you can't mix them together. And yeah, no, she just didn't like it at all.
Actually, on the Ramsey this morning, that was the biggest thing in the scam thing, was what the guy wanted for that CS70.
Oh, for Christ's sake! and that OBX.
Mm-hmm.
Was it 36,000?
Yeah.
Australian.
I have fun looking for those. There.
Dude, you know you can go out and buy a new one now, don't you?
Yeah. The bargain was the Colossus.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there isn't that many of them about, is there?
No. They took that to NopCon last year. They had it out, and we were messing around with it.
Yeah.
It's cool.
Yeah.
Got to have a lot of burnable income.
Yeah.
And space. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's huge.
But I think they were 21 grand new.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Mid-20s.
Yeah.
But then again, I don't know if that only was UK shipping. This one made it across the pond, right?
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think they worked out about 20. But I remember when I was talking on the phone to Tom about them and saying, "Really? You're gonna do that? Yeah. It'll be all right." Okay. Fingers crossed for you, mate. I think it basically paid off. We sold more than 20.
I like the guy demoing it with the lab coat on. For full effect.
Yeah. Oh, man. They come a long way. Hey, I lent all my analog solution stuff to Ben. I don't know if he's actually used them.
Yeah, I don't have anything by them. They make nice stuff.
Well, he's got the, what did I give it? I lent him the Leipzig.
Leipzig. Mm-hmm.
The Vostok. No, it wasn't the Vostok. It was the other one. The little sit up and beg SEM type one.
The Telemark?
No, it wasn't Telemark.
Semblance?
No.
Okay. I'm leaving now then.
Do you know what? I can't remember.
That's it. You're done.
Yeah, you're done.
Yeah.
Get out in the air. Nyborg. Thank you, Wago.
Oh,
The Nyborg and the Poly one. The big one. The Poly. God, why can't I remember the name of it? We used to build them, for Christ's sake. I can't remember. Do you know what it's called? I cannot remember what it's called. But the one he's got is the one, because Fiona built 50 of them for Tom. So they're all hand built since, but I mean, I think the early System 100 that he did were hand built as well. Not so much the later ones. Once the money started coming in. But I can't remember. I cannot remember what the name of that big one is. It's really annoyed me. It's a 4-note poly modular. I suppose semi-modular. Actually, think about it.
Do you still get the Macbeth stuff once in a while?
Yeah, it pops in.
Yeah. Is that very popular?
There's not a huge amount of it about, I must admit, but yeah, it's still very popular with people who have them.
I like the kind of easel thing he copied with the metal key bed. That's kind of cool.
Yeah. Well, that one I put into a new case, the M5N. I took 16 kilos off that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Just weights inside of it.
Polymeth. Thank you.
I said polymeth.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, well, I tell you what, it would have helped when Fiona was building them. Because, honest to God, there was so many different resistor values in it. It's stupid. And she'd be there, she's getting all the 5Ks and the 4.7s and the 71Ks and then assembling all these boards. And then she'd be doing the ICs and then all the pots and then the switching pots and all the rest of it. And all the jack sockets. Oh my God, the amount of bloody jack sockets we had to solder in. It's unbelievable. We thought, 50? Yeah, that won't take long. I think it took 3 months, solid, working every day.
Hey.
You know, there at the coffee table, watching TV in the evenings, putting pots in and soldering resistors. And
add that to the list of old married couple activities.
God,
yeah.
Synthesizers. Oh, mate.
Yeah, it's good family entertainment.
You get the kids for the really small parts.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny. Robin Vincent had his kids put together those teenage engineering module things.
Yeah,
that's kind of funny. It's a whole family project.
I mean, I was gonna say, shuttle them loose on the Deckard stream. You get it done in less than a year.
Well, I mean, you know, Fiona helped me when I was designing the folly that is the anaglyph, and she was learning different skills so she could help out more. So she wanted to be able to do more in the way of, because I was designing most of the synth using Lightwave's modeler. Would you believe, Andy?
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah, and she sat down and learned how to use Lightwave modeler as well, so she could start designing parts of it. And yeah, it was a good laugh. That I think the designing it was fun, and then when it started to get to the prototyping part, it was like, oi, not so good. Because that front panel, I still got that anaglyph front panel that's out in the garage. It takes 2 people to carry it, and it's just the front panel with the pots on it.
Oh,
nothing else. The wiring alone, all laced up together, it's like this thick, sort of thing running across the bottom. It's just mental.
But you actually had a working prototype?
Partial.
Really? Oh, that's cool.
Well, one part of each part of it. So, like, wow. I've got a mock-up of the main VCO. Well, one of the mock-ups of one of the analog VCOs, a mock-up of one of the digital VCOs, and then a mock-up of the analog filter, one of the digital filter, and so forth and so forth. So it was, you know,
it's almost like an evolver. That's cool.
Yeah, but it was. I was trying to take the best of everything and try and shove it in one huge, you know, mahogany box, basically. And
that always works out well.
Oh, yeah, Manny, mate. I tell you, if you'd seen the R&D that was going on, you'd be there going, no, stop, please, just stop. Yeah. No. Have you heard of a thing called price point?
Well, it's not even that. It's getting it all to work.
Oh, man. Well, I must admit, as weird as it sounds, I got the digital VCOs to work first and better than the analog ones.
Oh, that's funny.
It was fighting the analog ones, and the digital ones went like that. what? That was the last thing I was expecting. So it was, I think it was 16 sweepable waveform, VCO.
Mm-hmm.
And there was only 64 LFOs in it. So,
Only?
Yeah, so we kept that low.
Yeah, it's not barely usable.
Because what started that off, there was this German guy who threw a shitload of money at me to build him a 16 LFO mod for his CS80. All right, so he wanted a free running and a synced LFO for each voice card individual. But he wanted to be able to switch it out between normal operation and the mod operation. But why? Yeah. Well, the thing is, he's telling me this, and I'm going, yeah, why? And he goes, I've worked it out on paper, and yeah, it will sound great, and everything like that. Okay. And I went, okay, if that's what that's what you want to do. So I built this thing, and I had to keep turning the trimmers on the power supply up. Try and keep it at 15 volt because it was just using more and more energy. Power. And in the end, I go,
I'm giving it all she's got, Captain.
Yeah. And I go, I said, look, I'm really sorry. I'm going to have to put a second linear power supply in this. And I'm really struggling to find somewhere in the synth to put it because you've already got boards everywhere for this fucking mod. But I managed to do it. And I got to the day where it was fully tested. So I trimmed all these LFOs up and everything like that, and they all go, and they had to go to the same control on the front panel, so it had to be dualed. So you had it as normal LFO that was the internal, and then when you switch it over, it would jump. It's a digital switch, but it was. I had to alter this part. It was all engineering shit, It's like drilling and blah blah blah. But anyway. Get all this done. So there was nothing on the front panel to indicate that this mod existed in this synth, which was one of the stipulations. And I played this big chord with these 16 independent LFOs. And it was fantastic sound. It was like really wow. And because I was assigning it to things like, because he wanted it in proper true stereo, and you could assign the LFOs to do panning of individual notes, but there was a control where you set how much it panned, or you could have it as random, so some were doing this and some were doing this and all this sort of thing at different speeds and all the rest of it. When it came to doing these pads, it sounded fantastic. If you were just playing it, it was fucking awful because it just didn't work at all. But he flew over. I said, look, it's all done. And he flew over, and he tried it all out, and he goes, "Oh, this is wonderful!" And it was obviously up his street. We load it up, and he ships it back. I get a call 2 weeks later. He goes, "Something has gone wrong." I go, "Yeah, really?" I'm massively surprised. He goes, no, you don't understand. He goes, "I do not like it. I want you to remove it all from the synth." It's like, are you fucking kidding me? So he brought it back, and I had to tear all this stuff out. I had spent months trying to source, because this was another stipulation, 16 original IG 00150 LFOs, so proper CS ones, and you get 3 in an 80. That's how rare these fucking things are, right? And well, it was fine because we ended up with all these LFOs. Okay, well, that keep a lot of CS80s going for a while, wouldn't it? And I literally removed everything. And when I turned it on, I go, right, I better check this power supply. Turned it on, okay. Oh shit, that's 23 volt. Wind it down. Where suddenly this weight wasn't on it anymore. So anyway, got it all back together and put everything back as it was. So it was all original again. And he was happy as Larry. And I haven't heard from him since. But got a new car out of it.
Yeah.
What was it that turned him off on it?
I think it must have got to the point where he tried to do other things with it other than holding down big droney chords.
Right,
And then when he was trying to do something a little bit more musical, he's going, "Oh, I don't know what it is I'm listening to anymore." Yeah, it was just because it was thicking everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, even if you set it very subtle, it was everywhere. It was just too much going on. So you could apply it to obviously pitch for the VCOs, which is one thing. On the filter, it really didn't work because moving lots of filters up and down all over the place at the same time, you'd think, "Oh, that'd be interesting." It's not. It's just loads of frequencies all together. You don't hear individual sweeping because there's another filter doing it over the top of it, so it just cancels itself out.
Yeah.
So, but he was convinced on paper it was going to sound, angelic. So, it was angelic, but she'd shit herself. So, filled the bank. There you go. So that was, I must admit, helped me in not going too mad with the anaglyph, but I still went pretty mad with the anaglyph, to be fair. So,
wow.
Yeah. So it's lucky I didn't work for Moog, isn't it? The dual manual Polymoog.
That was a thing?
Yeah, we're polyphonic aftertouch. I think we'll have some of that in there as well. Why not? On a string synth.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's great to shoot high, but come on.
Yeah, but I mean, you can shoot high, but don't expect it to sell.
Well, yeah.
It's ones and twos, isn't it, really?
There's a Selena kind of patch on the Osmos, which is pretty good, and you can do poly AT on that.
Yeah. And then suddenly it stops sounding like a Selena.
Well, it's, yeah.
Exactly. It's like the whole point of that is the whole dealing with the paraphony and the articulation because of that, right?
And that very static velocity.
Yeah.
Yeah. Otherwise, it doesn't sound like one anymore. You go, hang on a minute, this isn't right.
It's an evolved string machine.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Just back when samplers were hitting, people go, "Oh, great!" It's like, well, that doesn't sound like a not string ensemble. It's like, oh yeah, because each note's separate. What a concept. Yeah.
Yeah. Mind you, if I had £1 for every time I was approached by a customer to ask me to make their 80 true stereo. So they wanted to have bank 1, say, the right-hand channel, and bank 2 is the left-hand channel. And I start to explain them what is actually involved in it doing that. And they go, "Oh, don't bother. It'll be all right. Don't worry about it."
Can you just staple two CX60s together?
It'd be easier. Yeah. Sellotape 2 of them together, and you're done, mate. It's fine.
Stereo. There you go.
Yeah. Done. And you get two glide strips.
Yeah, that's right. The Prophet 10 version.
Yeah. But, I've had people say to me, "Oh, I've got this CS50. I'd like it to be 8 voice." Okay. And I'd explain to them how much it will cost and what's involved in making it 8 voice. And they go, "Oh, I'll just look for a CS60 on eBay."
Yeah, you think?
Yeah, I think you should. Yeah, because it's just no way. So, but I tell you what, Manny, I wish you were here, mate. Have a look at this GS1.
Oh yeah, it's funny. I'm tempted to see what Nordlander will let his go for.
Mm-hmm.
But I got no room.
Yeah,
no room. Now,
well, I've tried this memory upgrade,
mm-hmm.
And it's designed for the GS2.
Yeah.
Well, that's all well and good, but even in the GS1, if you just put the one RAM upgrade in it, it only sees half the banks. And it misses out every other bank. And if you put both of them in, which you have to do very carefully because they're too big and they One slightly sits on top of the other one.
Stacked?
Yeah, literally, sort of like the board just sits slightly on top of the one next to it in the next socket. And I go, oh, yeah, this will be better. This will work. No, it doesn't. It's just worse. Now you've got twice as many banks being missed out. So
the memory addresses aren't interleaved; they're stacked.
Yeah. So it's when one goes high, the other one goes, oh, I'll go high then. And it's supposed to be low.
It's supposed to be low.
Yeah. He'd go, oh, for fuck's sake. So they've come out because we know that the owner is not going to want that, and it went back to trying to get a working card reader for it. And I actually managed to repair one. Can you believe that? I actually managed to get one to work. And I'm now waiting for Tiny to come back with the other library that he's got, because the the one I've got, because I've only got the one here, because he said, oh, right, we're going to use the memory kit and not the card reader. So he just left me with one. Yeah, well, I've been using that to try and get a card reader working. So it goes through, it comes back, the light flashes. I didn't read that. Try again. I didn't read that. It's like, I know you're reading it. So hopefully get the library down there and we'll bang it in. And hopefully that will be the end of it all.
It'll finally get out.
Yeah, the bastard can go. The other one's gone. The other one's already, that's long gone, so that's fine. But this one is still in my front room. They're just so big.
Well, it's like a spinet piano, for God's sakes.
Yeah, but, you know, do you know how heavy an 80 is?
Oh yeah, I do.
All right, almost double it.
Really?
Yeah, and you're getting into GS1 territory. Yeah.
Wow. It's like 400 pounds.
It's a very, well, in places, it's that the wood case is this deep. If you can see that. There you go. It's about that deep all the way around. The lid, I can't pick up the lid on its own. Needs two people to do it. And then you've got that DX1 keyboard in it,
right,
which is a wooden keyboard as well. And that's not including the legs, the lyre, and everything else. It just weighs so much. And it's that awkward shape as well. You need those big wide.
You can't pick it up in the right spots, even with two people almost.
Exactly, but at least you've got those nice wide American doors.
Oh,
because the doors in this country, oh my God, man, you know, I have a needle, you know, and you have to tip it up on its edge and then hopefully get it onto a dolly and wheel it out, but it's still dodgy, moving it about. And then we have to try and get it into that transit van. Oh my God. I'm still not looking forward to that. I almost don't want to repair it so I don't have to do that. You know what? Just make it a permanent fixture in the room. Put some flowers on it and done.
There you go. I mean, even Yamaha down here doesn't have a one. They just have a GS2 in synth space.
Yeah.
I don't know who rebuilt their readers. They have a fully functional reader on it. I can't remember who did it. It wasn't Paul. Actually, Rob Rosen may have rebuilt it.
Oh, really?
But the only thing that interests me with stuff that old, honestly, is if you could ever suss out the working programmer.
Yeah.
Is the reader simple tech, or is it kind of weird esoteric stuff?
It seems pretty straightforward enough, really.
Yeah. As long as the servo's working correctly and the head hits the card, it's just a
there is pedestrian. This one custom chip on it. Well, we assume it's custom chip because it's got Yamaha plastered over the top of it, but it could be anybody's chip with Yamaha. But on the schematics, where this chip is, it's just a dotted line, blank square on the schematics. We go, oh, okay, all right, we're going to play that game.
Exist.
Yeah.
What other systems at the time used that kind of reader, though? Was it a one-off, or was it like a common thing that they repurposed?
Well, one of the card readers I got here says that it's a Canon.
Oh.
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
Yeah. But I have another card reader here that looks absolutely identical in every single way, and it says a tie sheet down the side of it.
It probably was some pseudo Japanese mini computer standard of the day.
Yeah.
Right.
But one of the ways of if you can't get a card reader working for it is to find some old dead CS70 from somewhere and nick it out of that. It's exactly the same card reader. And weirdly, I don't know why, but it's more likely the card reader will be working in the 70 than it is in any GS1 you come across.
Probably because from what I understand, most of them die because of capacitor leakage, taking out the faces and the motor windings.
I
They
don't think
have newer components.
Well, you see, with the CS70, you can create sounds and you can save sounds into memory, and that card reader doesn't play a part in that. Whereas the GS1 is an empty box until you put stuff in the card reader. So, and if you want to change sounds, it's card reader because there's no control. Well, you might have
constant use.
You might have the programmer nearby if you're lucky, but then there's chances of that working is slim, isn't it?
Has someone virtualized that hardware programmer for it? The computer programmer?
I don't think so.
No.
I mean,
No.
Unless you had a functional GS1 to hook it up to figure out how the communication protocol goes back and forth, that's a reverse engineering hack.
I mean,
because forget it.
The 5 people on the planet know how it works.
Well,
yeah, but I mean, when you drop that main board down from the lid, and there's 2 big boards in there, and they have those lovely gold-plated 40-leg ceramic, those white tile-like processors in there. And it's like, oh boy. Okay, we'll assume they're working and move on to other boards instead. But what makes me laugh, there's 2 keyboard controller boards in these GS1s. There's the ones that have the components on them so that you can put the MIDI kit in it. Mm-hmm. And then there's the board that doesn't work if you put the MIDI kit in it. How about that? So you can have one that's MIDifiable and one that is not. I mean, you can get the components and put them in, for sure, but there's few to put in there. And it's relatively off-the-shelf stuff. But it's just like, well, why did they make one with the bits missing? And then one with, but still no MIDI kit in it, nonetheless.
Well, given the date of the development of that, it's probably the other way around.
Yeah.
They probably did a Rev 2 board to be able to put it in because MIDI wasn't even on the drawing board when it was originally released.
But even on the ones pre to that, did have the print there for the components. Wow. It's weird, isn't it?
Huh.
And the MIDI's really funny. It's basically you disconnect the keyboard. Take all the plugs off the keyboard, put in this MIDI board, and then connect those plugs up to the keyboard instead. And there you go. It's just bizarre.
It's so funny how that just circles back to the whole concept of the guy wanted all those LFOs in the CS80.
Yeah.
It's like, no, the shit wasn't built for this shit. It's like, get something new that does what you want. Leave it. Leave it.
Because I got the because I had a CPU board that was working and a CPU board that wasn't. This GS1 has MIDI, and of course the CPU board that I had that doesn't work is the one that has all the components on it for MIDI. So I had to then take the working CPU board and then make it more working. so it would talk to the MIDI kit. It's like, why do I do this job?
And the irony is, an Essence FM and a Hydra synth, and I can do everything a GX1 does.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
We're halfway there, Jeff. Maybe we're all.
You're back.
I have a DX7 too. So.
Oh,
but hey, there you go.
Right.
FD.
Is that two or also?
No, it's two.
Wow. Yeah, no, Mark Knopfler loves this GS1, unfortunately. Otherwise, I'd try to sell him a Hydrosynth and be done with it. It'd be a lot easier. It really would. But the thing is, that what it originally came here for is that it works beautifully, but then when they wheel it into the studio, it won't. So they wheel it back out again, and then try it in there, and it works. And then they wheel it back in the studio, and then it stops working again. With rapidity. And then they send it to me, and then I set it up in the front room, and it works perfectly.
Did he tell you what he liked about it so much? Why? What specifically?
I have no idea what he likes about it so much.
Like
maybe
nostalgia? Was it?
I don't know. I don't think there's an awful lot of GS1 on any of this stuff.
Or he's trolling you and he's just pushing your buttons.
Just has money to burn.
I was going to say.
See, Brooksy was right. He's an asshole.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the thing was, we had Steve Picaro on PSN that time, and I forgot to ask him. I said, was it working when you had it? When you moved it from one room to another, did it just stop working for some reason? Because what it would do is you turn it on, it just makes this horrible buzzing noise, and all the buttons lock up. And I could never recreate it. I could never get it to do it. We were wheeling this bloody thing into the kitchen and back into the front room and rattling it about.
Man,
Turn it on, and it would work. It just works.
It almost seems as unlikely that it is. Whatever's up with the power, where they're plugging it in.
Yeah.
Something ain't right.
Well, this is a suggestion we've made. You know, obviously it doesn't like working in the studio. The room you store it in, get a long audio cable and play the fucker in there.
Right, and the MIDI works, right? So
yeah, exactly. Get a long MIDI cable or a WIDI. You'd be laughing, mate.
You ask him if it still worked, and he goes, I don't know, I just put my folded clothes on it, so.
Yeah. But I mean, he gets his minions to wheel this thing backwards and forwards, and they're probably just going, right, let's get this old bloody piano thing in there. Give it some of that, you know. Because I wouldn't give it too much grief, because that lyre with the pedals isn't exactly the strongest looking thing going when you consider the weight that's sitting on top of it. But man,
definitely strange though.
Yeah,
that's weird.
Well, it's 19mm bolts that hold the legs on. That's how big this thing is, and how heavy it is. Where it needs 19mm head bolts on it. Good God.
So legs screw right into it, basically.
Yeah, they just have these big metal plates, and you just bolt these legs on.
Wow.
And then the lyre has, I think the lyre has 3 bolts to hold that in place. But it also takes the weight of the whole thing as well. And it's like, and that's where the power and the pedal and audio connect up to the keyboard.
I like nostalgia, but it sounds like way more trouble than it's worth.
Oh, this thing is, yeah. And to be fair with you, mate, I mean, you load up the piano sound on it. When you consider how much it costs, how much it weighs, and how much electronics is in it, and you load up the piano sound, and you go, it's a DX7, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, there's dynamics down the bottom end that you can get that you don't get on a DX7. Or at least I don't think you get on a DX7, unless you plug a DX7 into an 88-note key controller, then you might actually still get that and all.
You just bust out the $400 Op6 and then call it a day.
Yeah. And the ensemble is not great. It's not very lush at all. Not really.
Is it noisy like the Roland?
Oh, Christ.
Heck yeah.
Oh, fucking hell.
Worse?
Is this working? Can you hear a sound? All I can hear is...
Oh, wow, yeah.
Yeah. All right, poly aftertouch. Yeah, okay. Man, you can get the Hydra now.
Is the Poly AT that good, though, or is it just kind of okay? Is it?
Well, it's the identical keyboard that's on the DX1. It's
okay.
Heavy. It's heavy. It's a heavy.
Yeah, it's not as nice as the 80, but it's nice.
Yeah. And it's you just think it's a lot of farting around.
Yeah.
For that. So I don't know. Maybe he just likes using because he used to belong to Steve Porcaro. I don't know.
I forgot, did Vangelis like those or only the 80?
No, Vangelis had a GS1.
He did. Okay.
Yeah, that was the one that was in the hall. That's from Nemo.
Oh, okay. Right.
Yeah.
What did he use it on? Can you think of something he used it on?
Blade Runner.
Oh, it was okay. Right.
Yeah. You see, the thing about...
Just that. Okay, only that.
No. No, the thing about the GS1 is, if you have access to the sounds, he would play that, and you'd think he's playing the CS80. There was places where they met quite well. And you go, well, that must be the CS80 because you can hear the poly aftertouch. No, it was GS1.
Right. Interesting.
Yeah, just for the whole... Because of the playability of it, because of that nice, heavy wooden keyboard. So
those metallics and stuff and some of the scenes where they're doing transitions that sound gongy and metallic-y, that's the GS1?
Yeah, I imagine there's a bit of that going on, yeah.
That's
absolutely.
cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice. Yeah. The other thing was it stayed in tune longer than the 80. Well, I think he had about 4 80s at Nemo. And then Dusty would tune one, wheel it in, and he'd just carry on recording, and then he'd wheel the other one out and start tuning that one.
Revolving 80s. Bring a new one in, tune it up.
Yeah,
it's like a
absolutely.
relief pitcher.
Yeah.
Anyway, thanks for guys letting me hang. I'm going to get some dinner with the fam.
See you, Manny.
All right, man.
See you, Manny.
Happy
Take care.
Father's
Look after
Day
yourself,
for
buds. All
those
right.
that doing that tomorrow.
Yeah, there's that scene where they would land the spinner and then zoom into the police station office window, and it's a kind of gongy, metallic-y, reverberant sound. I bet that's the GS1.
Yeah, GS1.
Sounds awesome.
You know that sort of juxtaposition, sort of like that thing.
Yeah,
that's GS1. That's GS1.
Oh yeah, okay, sure. It sounds plucky.
Yeah.
I always thought it was
probably
like a layer.
CS80, but it's not. CS80 can't do that.
Can't do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
It's not
And
in its purview.
I thought it was like a layered something with a piano underneath, but no, okay.
Yeah.
The X1 makes sense.
Bearing in mind, I think he had. Did he have access to an EMU by then?
Oh, probably.
He had an E1, didn't he?
82, 81, 81.
Yeah, I don't know if he had it by then. I'm not sure if there's emulator on Blade Runner.
Did he have Fairlight? No access to Fairlight?
Not that I was aware of.
No? Okay.
He must have done at some point.
Or a synclavier with the sampling?
No. Because, I mean, his mainstay setup was to have a Logan String Melody 2. The thing that he used to use to death was his Roland System 100. Not M, but the 100. The 80, obviously. But I think he always had, he was always peppering it with other keyboards all the time. So there'd be an OBX in there eventually, or a Mini would pop in. He didn't care. Poly 6, it doesn't matter. As they became available, he'd whack them in and have a crack on them. And if he found that it did something for him, it'd get used. But the 80 was the mainstay, along with obviously grand piano. So,
I loved his detuned piano on Blade Runner. It just sounds so nostalgic.
Memories of Green,
sad.
It was sad.
It is beautiful.
His reverb when he was using the Lexicon 244.
Yeah.
He didn't use that for very long at all. But I don't think anybody did because they kept breaking down.
This was like 8U rack kind of things. It's a big, massive thing.
He went on to the 480 XL inside, which was just as nice, really.
Yeah.
But so he had a few key pieces of gear that he absolutely adored and used as much as possible. And then the rest of it was interchangeable. Just drag it out of the cupboard if you felt like using it. Actually, not far different from how I set things up here now. So, except my 80 isn't turned on.
And he had minions to do all that for him. So.
Well, yeah, one guy at least.
Oh, was it one guy? Okay.
Yeah, I think it was one guy did all the lifting and pushing about all over the place. And a couple of guys that worked, mixer and tape deck, or reels, I should say. And then Dusty, who was doing all the tech stuff, and well, a bit of everything, I suppose.
Now it shows him playing the percussion in his videos. Did he really do all that percussion himself?
Yeah, he loved playing percussion. Yeah,
wow.
He was well into it. Yeah, no, he did enjoy it. Because a lot of it wasn't what we would call what a percussionist would call what's the word, challenging.
Well, it's like orchestral percussion, and yeah,
it wasn't
timpani and cymbals and gongy sounds. And
to be honest with you, most of us could have a go and do it. Do you know what I mean?
But then he played a lot of instruments as well, because in the Apocalypse des Animaux, which is like 73, there's like one piano and trumpets and every fucking, and he plays everything. Yeah.
I mean,
fucking genius.
Because up until I think it was China, or it might have been one or two albums before, I don't know. But he wasn't massively musical. His music was very experimental. It was all over the place. It was.
Oh yeah.
It was like disjointed and aggressive and.
Well, Bobo is.
Yeah.
I can't listen to that album at all.
Yeah, it's like Heaven and Hell. Some of the tracks on Heaven and Hell.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Oh, dude, slow down. Yeah. And then he had a crack. And then when he started doing more melodic, record sales really went through the roof. And he goes, fuck this, I'll carry on doing this then. This works. So, but that was in the golden age of being in the music business. You actually earned money you could live on back then. You know? So, and, well, more than you could possibly live on in some cases. And
that you can die with, actually.
Yeah. But it's something ridiculous. Like I remember talking to him on the phone and just having all these questions for him. Poor sod, He just wanted to thank me for lending him my 80. But I thought, this doesn't occur very often. I'm going to have a good conversation with this guy if it kills me. And I was asking him all sorts of stuff. And it was so incredibly knowledgeable. And his memory must have had mind like a steel trap. I asked him about, can you remember what the notes are in the sequencer that does Spiral? He went, oh yeah, you got a pen? Yeah? Go, right. C? Yeah? Okay. And it was like, blah, 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 to go up. And he said, just play that fast.
Oh, no.
And I come upstairs, I put it all into Cubase and ran it, and it was... I was like, fuck me, there it is. Because I tried listening to the record slowly,
Can't figure
turn
it
it
out.
right. And you go, no, that's not it. I'll just ask him, yeah, boom, like that. For fuck's sake, mate. So, and he said this thing about, because I said, I love playing Long March. And he said, oh yeah. He goes, how do you do those chords though? He says, I've heard many people play those chords and they always play this particular chord wrong.
Oh wow.
And I'm going, oh yeah. And he told me the chord. I went, oh, I know the chord you mean. Yes. No, I do. Yes, I play it with that off G sharp. Yeah. Like that. He goes, oh, good. All right.
That's cool.
But it's really funny. It's sort of like, oh, dude, you're just so into your music. It's, well,
Yeah. Meanwhile, I can't play the song I wrote yesterday.
Oh, you and me both, mate.
No, isn't it? It's effed up. Maybe he had to play him. Maybe. Right?
Well, no, what it was, he just lived playing. He just lived it. Every single day he would be in front of those keyboards and he'd be just banging them away. And it was like second nature to him. It was like breathing.
Yeah.
Which would be a lovely way to be. But we have lives.
Yeah.
We have commitments and all the rest of it.
And we need money.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think Vangelis was short of a bob or two, to be honest.
Yeah.
So.
But that's super cool to get to just have a chat like that.
Yeah, it was lovely. Yeah. Absolutely fantastic to have.
I mean, it really is fantastic. It's almost like, what are the chances?
But he was a really nice guy and by nature, I guess.
Yeah, because it was that kind of classic thing where the phone goes, and I go, oh God, who's this? This time of night. And I pick it up, and he goes, oh hello, is that Ken? Like that. I go, yeah. He goes, I have Mr. Vangelis here. We would love to speak to you.
Oh God, he doesn't even.
Like this something. He goes, my God wishes to speak to me. Yeah. No, praise. Allah. Wow. Give it some. Yeah. And he goes, I'm handing you over now. And it's like, hello. What's that is? I go, how are you? Fucking hell, man.
I'm good.
Dude. Put it this way, if I had £1 for every time I played one of your records, I'd be so rich.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? So, but yeah, and exactly the same thing happened with Hans. I was massively into Hans' stuff. I was introduced to Hans with, it'll come to me, Rain Man. That's when it,
that's a good score.
When it was really with me, yeah. And then obviously there was Black Rain, and then all these other films were starting to come out. And then, and it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and then it's Gladiator, and it's like, whoa, all sort of thing. And then I'm in the workshop one day, phone goes, I go, oh, fuck, who's this? Pick it up. He goes, hi, is that Ken? Yeah. Yeah. He goes, oh, it's Hans here. Yeah, Hans. He goes, Zimmer. I go, fuck off, like that, right?
Did you say that?
Yeah. And he goes, no, honestly, it is. I went, really? Like that. He goes, yeah. He goes, oh, wow. Well, hi. I go, fucking hell. You're like, really? And while we were having this chat, oh, Christ, did we have this chat? And he's saying, oh, I got this Moog System 55. He says, oh, it's such a pile of shit. I really need it really proper working. And I've been asking around, and your name keeps coming up. I went, yeah. He goes, can you look at it for me? Can I look at it? Yes. Yeah, of course I can. Another hero phones up. Do you know what I mean? It's just wow. Wow. And then it was halfway through the call, and he thought we were talking about something or other, and you hear him go, and he goes, oh, hang on a minute. He goes, what now? Hey? Oh, for fuck's sake. All right, hang on. I go, what's wrong, mate? He goes, oh, he says, these bloody musicians, they're always bumming me for fags. I mean, what? Why don't they buy their own fags? He goes, I don't pay them enough. Oh, okay. So, yeah, so I got to meet him as well, and it's like, fucking hell, I like this job.
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah, yeah, it comes with a certain degree of shit you have to deal with, but there's good bits in it as well.
Like a GX1 in your front room.
Yeah, you think you go, oh wow, that'd be fantastic. God, I wish it was gone.
Yeah.
My robot Hoover goes, oh God, is this thing still here? Ooh, fucking bonk, bonk, bonk. And it's the amount of dog hair under the GX. Fucking hell. Because the robot Hoover's going, no, I can't get in there. Just forget it, mate.
Do it yourself.
Yeah, so you got to go in there with the brush. I go, we've got this £800 Hoover. I'm on my hands and knees brushing hair. What the hell is going on here? I don't know. Much of that needs servicing now. I've got to put new brushes on it and clean it all out. It's a right old state. It actually looks like a cat going around the house. There's so much hair on it, in it, over it. It's sort of like a very, very slow, deliberate cat moving across the floor. I don't know.
Yeah, well, you certainly have met a lot of interesting people other than me.
Yeah.
I mean,
But sometimes you get like kind of funny things in a way. Where I had a guy come to the door with a Jupiter 8, and I go, okay, what's up with it? He says, oh, it's been to several tapes, they can't get it going. Funny enough, this Jupiter 8, my dog fixed it. Long story. Straight up. But what it was, and he goes, yeah, this is famous JP8. I went, is it? He went, oh yeah. He goes, I'm the guitarist with Hot Chocolate. I went, okay. I go, so what track was it used on? He goes, Everyone's a Winner, babe. This is the Jupiter 8 that was used on Everyone is a Winner, babe. And I'm thinking, and then immediately I'm playing the track in my head, going, where's the fucking Jupiter 8 in this?
Yeah. Where's the keyboard?
Yeah. And then my mum come out, and I said, "Oh, this is Neil. He's a whatever his name was." And he goes, he's guitarist with Hot Chocolate. And she goes, "Oh, like that." She goes, "Do you know Errol? He was in the same band." What do you mean? Does he know Errol? He was like just there. Where he's here, Errol's standing there. Of course, he knows him. He's not going, "Who's this random black man who's just come on the stage?" Of course, he knows him. So she's talking to him. And they're having this long conversation while I'm still looking at this JP8. And it's about how he goes, he's going to my mum, he said, "Yeah, you know the part that goes ding 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 ding." He said, "I wrote that, but they took the credit for it," like that. So, okay, I'll just get on with working on this JP8, I think. But what it was, he said, he goes, "I'm the guitarist for Hot Chocolate." I go, "I can't remember who the guitarist from Hot Chocolate looks like." I was 8.
Yeah.
You can't again scratchy again.
Oh, thank you. All right, here we go.
Yeah, and that guitar player ended up playing in a band with Arsenio Hall. On his show, TV show, Arsenio Hall. He played with that band, yeah.
Ah. But he said it though I was going to know precisely who he was.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Kiss his feet, yeah.
Yeah, but that's funny. But I mean, when I was doing stuff for Daft Punk.
For who?
Daft Punk.
Oh, Daft Punk, yes.
Yeah, I was doing stuff for Daft Punk. I remember my mum going, she goes, "So who do they look like? Who do they like?" I said, "I don't know, they look like crash helmets." She went, "What?" So I borrowed Fiona's crash helmet, and they go, "Look like this." She goes, "No, I still don't know who they are." Bless her.
And sorry, when you say doing stuff, fixing their keyboards?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
One of the things they've done, they bought this incredibly rare Moog Sonic 5. Which is a great big wooden thing, as opposed to the Sonic 6, which is that little suitcase thing. And they bought it from a very well-known American company. I'm not going to say. And it didn't survive shipping coming to the UK. I opened it up and found out that this American company that's very famous for electronic equipment had completely fucked it when they serviced.
Is this Armin's?
No.
Oh,
I'm not going to say who it is.
No, I know. That's fine.
Yeah, because it's repercussions, my man.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they are big. And what they've done was one of the retaining bolts that holds the big speakers in the back, they put through the cone of the speaker. And it's a looped circuit, so if one of the speakers doesn't work, nothing works. And they just torn this speaker to pieces, and I had to repair it. I mean,
how do you recone that?
Yeah, I mean, where do you find a 4-ohm 12-inch speaker? Yeah, I had to physically repair it, which I was able to do, believe it or not. It's an old speaker trick. You use sticky back paper and rebuild the cone. Rebuild the tear. But I also had to resolder the tiny, tiny gnat's dick of a copper wire that comes from the cone's coil and runs along the speaker, and I had to solder that out because they'd gone straight through that as well. But it worked out in the end. It was all good. But if they had come to the door, I wouldn't have known who they were. Mind you, I wouldn't either. Hello, dear.
Hello, gorgeous. For some reason, I'm not hearing you properly. Just wondering if I need to change my sound settings.
Well, we can hear you well.
Well, you're coming through fine.
Hang on. There we go. That's better.
Okay.
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Good, man.
Too bad.
So I came in right at the beginning of all this, and I said, I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah.
Here I am.
In a minute, yeah. 6 hours later, yeah.
Took quite a while to get through that dinner.
Well, it did. It took an awful lot of wine as well.
Yeah. There's a lot of chewing going on.
Yeah. And then some wine.
Yeah. The chicken was a little tough. It took a while.
It was. It was. And stuff. Yeah. How you all doing?
Yeah. I'm just boring everybody with my
fuck no, it's super
repair
interesting, man.
stories.
Great.
No, we were having fun.
How are you, Dave?
I'm good. Hold on. Oh, wait a second. I'm getting.
Every single
Kid introduces something.
Another moose sighting.
Vivid voltage, battle styles, chilling rain, evolving
Pokemon.
skies, fusion, billion stars, astral radiance, lost origin, and silver tempest.
There you go, guys.
Whatever. It used to just be Shahrazad or whatever it was the one to have, wasn't it?
Pokemon. Gotta love it.
Well, you got to get them all.
Yeah, you gotta get them all.
Hey, speaking of movies, Babylon 5. It's going to be a movie. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I've already ordered it. I pre-ordered it.
It's still in production.
No.
No, the animated thing's already shot. JMS has been tweeting about it for like 3 months.
Yeah, it's now done. The trailer's out.
Yeah.
And you can pre-order it, which I did yesterday.
I didn't do that yet.
Yeah, and I think
that was a trailer. I didn't watch it.
From what I'm gathering, although it's a new story, imagine if you take sound bites from the series, which it feels like they did.
Yeah. Well, some people were dead. They had to.
Well, exactly. From some of the characters that are no longer with us, and etch them into the story. It appears. Okay. It appears, but it might not be because they was talking about other voice actors coming in.
It's cel-shaded 3D, right?
Yeah, very stylized. It kind of works, actually. It kind of works.
That's what he said. I didn't watch it yet. I got to check it out.
So he's getting sucked into time and gonna, what the universe was like if the Shadows had won the war.
Did he get Frankie to do the music or somebody else?
It doesn't sound very Frankie.
Okay. As long as he didn't get the guy from the other one, the sequel to it, with the giant Excalibur spaceship thingy. That guy's music sucked. Evan Chan or something like that. His music was awful.
Well, I mean, Excalibur wasn't wonderful.
No. Was it? What was it called? Not Conquest. I forgot now. I blocked it out.
Yeah. Yeah. What was it called?
It was a C word, pretty sure.
Crusade.
Crusade. There you go.
Crusade. Yeah.
Crusade.
Yeah, I was.
It
I
was
was
the
way
C
off.
word, yeah. Yeah.
That's the go-to one. Yeah.
Yeah, that is the go-to one, and it was a bit.
And how are you this evening, Andrew?
Yeah, doing all right. How you doing? Just doing some chores here. I was working and patching fucking servers all weekend. So.
Yeah, but you're not showing us pictures of floors, which is carpets, which is very disappointing.
How about this? I'll give you a quick flash of the floor I'm actually vacuuming right now.
Oh, easy.
Take it easy.
Hold on.
It's a black carpet. Okay.
Hold on.
Yeah.
There you go.
Not carpet.
Oh,
hard floor and a little bit of carpet.
My life's now.
Oh, it won't take long to hoover that, will it? Come on.
No, but I already had.
Doormat.
While I was muting you guys, I was vacuuming the
That's
whole
the
upper
definition
floor.
of a tease right there.
So,
Yeah.
gotta leave them wanting more. First taste is free.
That was like a Behringer
First
release.
peek,
He goes,
right?
I have a carpet here, and you find it's a doormat.
Yes. And it falls
And
apart
how
very
you-
easily. It's poorly made doormat. So
He did show us
And
a
how are you, Jeff? Have they taken away your matches yet?
The matches? No. Well, I have a lighter now, so I'm modern.
They trust you with flames? You're Canadian. No.
Oh yeah, we got questions.
Yeah.
It's far from here. Okay, it's not here.
New York
Yeah.
wants its air. Yeah, New York
Closer
wants its
than
air
here.
back.
And today we got more smoke, but then it started
Oh,
raining.
wow.
So yeah.
Well,
But
thanks a lot.
because the weather, it said polluted air. Okay, right. So don't
Yeah,
go
that's all
out.
they say now. Unknown polluted.
Polluted
air.
air.
Yeah,
Okay.
unknown pollutants.
My wife's
Yeah,
been
it's-
complaining about that all evening. It's the big dinner and the wine,
It
you
was
know.
the tough chicken, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, no, it wasn't. It was very.
The wine helped.
It was a
Those
very good
fucking
dinner.
Canadians.
There was some potatoes and lots of wine, and polluted air.
You get just the right amount of pollution, though. It just
Did you eat beans again?
pulls out some.
Everything
Extra.
comes at a price.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
I think should get a haircut. 'Cause
Why?
You, me
Well,
both,
it's-
Jeff. You, me both. I mean, look.
It's fucking too long now.
If you,
It's
if
just
you
a
have it over your,
You can't do that. Like Samson, you'll lose your powers.
comb it
Yeah,
over your,
no, but
cover your face
Yeah.
completely with it, and it'll act as a filter for all those pollutants.
Yeah, see, it won't
Yeah.
Yeah.
be the whole you want thing.
Yeah, that's what I was doing during COVID. Never wore a mask.
Didn't have to.
Oh, yeah.
Mind you, you're the only
Kidding.
one here that can do an impression of Thing from the Addams Family.
Yes. Yeah. Cousin It.
Cousin It, sorry.
Yeah.
Beg your pardon.
I came in once as Cousin It. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And no, but seriously though, I mean, for the
Oh, we're
longest part of my life, I was like clean cut suit and tie guy.
Oh.
And it's just in 2019 I started growing my hair again because I used to work in head offices. I work in insurance. You cannot look like that when you work at the head office.
So it took a while before you worked up to setting wildfires.
Yeah. Nice, Andrew.
But the
So when did
suspenders
you
and the bra
start
were under the
getting
suit,
enamored
so you
with
could get away
matches?
with that.
Yeah. When did the match? Here I say fetish start.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're
There's a
basically
photograph. There's a photograph of me from the sort of mid '90s, I think, where I'm in a very notable house in the UK somewhere. It's a hotel, which had a political scandal associated with it. And next to me is my then
Buckingham
boss.
Palace?
My then boss. It's called. I can't remember. It's somewhere in Oxfordshire. But next to me is my then boss, Dave Caulfield, and on the other side is a bust of Beethoven, and I've got my hair over both of them. I had hair down to my ass because I thought it was really cool at the time.
Wow.
Yeah, I thought it was a really cool thing to do.
You had a Lady Godiva period?
It was a twat period.
Well,
In my case, not in every case, some people wear it well. I was just I just looked like a git. I really did.
I just look like fat Jesus.
Yeah, exactly. And the reason I got it
out of my head, Jeff. Now it's back. Right?
Yeah.
Well, sort of. The reason I got it cut. My then wife used to go to I was living in Gloucestershire. It's about 100 or so, 110 miles or so into London, and I used to drive my then wife into London, to the centre of London at weekends, to get her hair cut by this one particular hairdresser. And I was sitting in there one day, and she was getting her hair cut, and the hairdresser was being very effete, as hairdressers sometimes are. Oh, look at you. And this guy walked past the windows to this hairdressing salon, and he had really long hair, a big ponytail, and he was on what was then a brick of a mobile phone. And as he walked past, I looked at him and went, God, what a twat you owe. And that was it. It was because it looked like me. He was quite a large chap, and he didn't look, he looked like it didn't suit him. I have to say, Jeff, that's a look that suits you enormously.
Well, thank you. I'll take it seriously.
Yeah, it works on you.
I like it.
Does.
If I did it, somebody tried to put a lead on me because they thought I was an Afghan hound. It works on some people and it doesn't work on others,
Yeah, but it works also because it's not gray, right? If I had gray hair, no. No.
Yeah, when you say political scandal, Andrew, do you mean Profumo?
It was the Profumo affair.
It was the Profumo.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's it called? The place is called. Give me a moment.
A funny name for a hotel.
It is. No, it is a funny name for a hotel because I never quite get it right. It was then. It was then actually,
on the front.
It was then actually the home of. I believe it was the home of a female, one of the sort of female politicians who was part American, part English, and she and her husband owned this place. What's it called, for God's sakes? It will come to me. It will come to me, and I will remind you.
Okay. So what's a Profumo affair?
The Profumo affair was the defense minister in the 60s at the time who was having an affair with a woman who was also having an affair with the London bureau chief for the KGB.
Oh, of course, yeah. So, yeah.
Who was having an affair with?
There was a conflict of interest as well as a conflict of penis.
Yeah, Kent was only 3, but he was having an affair with her and with John Profumo as well. Yeah.
Which didn't counter the affairs, unfortunately.
Kent started early. He just got it. He got in there early.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I was 4, but willing to learn.
And they were all waiting to have an affair with Andrew.
Oh yeah, queuing up, mate. You've never.
They had a thing
right
about
around the block.
floors.
Yeah, right around the block, wasn't it?
Yeah. And that's what happened. I don't make this stuff up.
Was that your lovely wife going? You're talking shit.
No, she's gone to bed because she knows I will.
I often hear this from downstairs. She's going into the kitchen and goes, "You stop talking shit."
Or
yes,
are you talking shit again? Yes, darling.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I'm awake, aren't I?
Yeah.
My lips are moving, aren't I?
My eyes are open. Of course, I'm talking shit.
Yeah. Well, of course I am. Yeah. Yeah. What's that?
Why I get up in the mornings? Oh man, I think we need another noise. Hang on. I do like that one.
Yeah,
it's a good noise.
I like it.
That's a good noise. Just seeing if I can do anything here without going through into my little mini home studio.
No farts.
When have you ever heard me fart?
Last time you were on.
Oh yeah, there was that. Yeah,
there was that.
Twice.
I heard it, and I didn't even need the microphone. It came through the window.
Yeah. But aside from that, when have you?
What? Apart from the roads, the sanitation.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I'll have Greenpeace round here at some point saying, "What are you doing?" Yeah, that'll happen.
All at the front with their banners.
Now we know.
And they'll be right. They'll be right. Actually, I'm making light of something which is terribly important. But yeah.
You would have been a boon for the Zeppelin industry.
I'd have been a model, I think, for the Zeppelin industry.
Well, you got your flame fetish, and you're.
I mean, look.
Have you just farted? Well, if I didn't, I'd float out the window.
Dangerous combination right there.
Yeah, there's things hanging off. Oh no, that's my knackers. Oh no, I'm an old man.
No.
So they're down by my knees. Ankles. Actually,
Well, the older you get, it's like yeah,
that's what happens.
Yeah. That's why I don't run up the stairs anymore.
Fortunately, I never talk about it because we guys, once we get a little older, we never confess to being impotent. But I've got a 3-piece suit, so I know I'm impotent. Oh no, that's important. Shit, hang on a minute.
Fucking what?
Oh no, it's all out. I've let it out. Oh no.
Old men don't run upstairs because they'll just get black eyes. Never run anywhere naked. That's my advice to you all.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the balls swing around everywhere.
I don't know what I don't know what he was wearing, but it needed ironing.
Yes, that's one of my favourite jokes. That.
Have you ever thought about Botox for your balls?
Really?
No more wrinkles.
Mind you, I saw an article somewhere. There was a thing where it was a thing to inject oil into them.
Really?
Yeah.
What?
Or into your arms, and it gives you kind of fake muscles. And there was pictures of these guys who really didn't know when to stop.
Well, they have actual implants. They have calf implants, washboard implants, pec implants, ass implants, everything.
Yeah. But this guy
I've had all of those, but they're hidden under the fat.
It only works for a while, right? And then
See that ab implant? See that ab implant? I've got Donald Trump under there. That's Robert F. Kennedy. Somewhere here, I've got most of Florida hidden under here.
Do you have Jimmy Hoffa there too somewhere?
Oh, not Florida. Not Florida. That's America's Wang.
Yeah. Jimmy Hoff.
Yeah.
You talking to me? Yeah, that's they're all there.
Wow.
Fortunately, I never confess any of this though, so no one knows.
No,
it's probably best.
It's not public on the internet either.
No,
great.
No,
well,
no one will ever know. No one will ever know.
On this show, nobody fucking watches
it. Yeah, well, there is that.
We're here, and we're not watching it.
Yeah.
Its other nickname is Short Attention Span Theater. So
yeah,
it's like because I've only done it a couple of times, but I've gone to the studio in YouTube and then look at the stats for a show that we just done, and it will say and it has the sort of like the duration of the average person watching the show, and it's about 20 minutes.
Yeah,
that's pretty impressive.
Yeah. Because after 20 minutes, they're going, what the fuck am I watching? What else is on?
So there's a local...
Realize you're wasting your fucking time.
You go, wait a minute, I thought they were going to talk about synthesizers.
There's a local newspaper called the San Francisco Chronicle, and they had a weekend thing called the Pink Section. And in the movie review section, there was always a little man that represented the movie review. So if the chair is empty, he left the theater. If he's asleep in the chair, obviously he didn't like the movie. If he's like leaning forward in the chair, he's kind of excited, and then on top of his chair, yelling, screaming, clapping, he loved the movie. I'd love to see that representation of the show and the little man in the chair.
Oh God! It would be a little man in a chair on fire.
Oh, this one wanking. There's a wanking.
Yeah, there's a wanking one. Yeah,
and a guy standing behind him with a gun.
You know what I mean?
It would be one of those deserts with the wind just going. and the dunes slowly shifting.
And the sand covering the chair. So
a while back, I had a guy saying, he goes, "Oh, what's Pro Synth Network?" Because I'd gone to the door wearing a t-shirt, and I said, "Oh, it's I do this music technology program
thing
on YouTube." And he goes, "Oh, okay." I said, "Yeah." And then other nights we do what we call the pub, where it's just a bit. He goes, "Oh, what do you talk about on that?"
What don't you talk?
Yeah.
Well,
we do. Yes.
Stuff.
We probably covered it.
Things.
Yeah, you'd never catch me on either of those. I mean, really, honestly.
No. I mean,
too much self-esteem.
I mean, you live in the Cotswolds, for God's sake.
I'm just too stupid. You'd never get any sense from me. I mean, who wants to know my opinion on anything? Apart from nun stabbing, jelly on kittens, that kind of stuff I'm good at.
I have a question.
Yeah, go on.
I have a Persian. What flavour should I use?
Lilac.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
There we go.
Lilac on their Persian pussy. Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah, I'm not turning any down at this point.
Lilac and Castrol. Lilac and Castrol, that's what I suggest.
Oh, yeah. That was the old joke, wasn't it? How to make a cat bark.
Set it on fire.
Yeah.
Woof. Yeah.
Cover it in petrol. Woof.
Hold on a minute. Madge?
Ah.
Have you got any petrol? No? No, she hasn't got any petrol. No petrol.
Let me go siphon the car.
Yeah. We'd do it, but it costs too much.
Yeah.
Mind you, where's Cleo? She couldn't have followed you up into the mountains, surely.
No, she's not allowed to come up here. She would have freaked out on the drive. She would have been howling. She would have been a buzzkill.
Well, she would gather the moose.
No,
yeah. So what are you doing up in the mountains, Dave?
Oh, we just come up here. Oh, nothing, basically. But,
FBI's caught up with him finally.
The safe house.
Intense carpet investigation going on right now. Can't talk.
Hey, don't knock the mountain carpets. They're special.
I know. Me and Andy are working. We'll have a little more to tell. Hopefully next week.
Nice.
No, we're just
Red rum.
I would say some of the best mountain carpets were in The Shining. So there you go.
Oh God.
Red rum.
Yeah.
How horrible.
Still great, man.
Whereabouts? So which mountains are you in? California?
They call them the Rocky Mountains.
The Rocky Mountains. Yes, I know them.
Mountains. They're just
the Runchy Mountains. Yes.
You know the John Denver song, right? Rocky Mountain High, Colorado. Right?
Yeah.
Not Wales, then.
No.
Oh man, I was going to come get in the car and visit you.
But yeah, you get to see some moose, maybe some elk.
Yeah, well, you see a lot of them in Wales. They're normally in Cardiff on a Saturday night. Call them what you will, but that's how.
Probably a lot of moose, that's for sure.
Don't worry, if I see a moose, I'll get some live footage.
We have a local bar called the Cardiff Lounge, and it's pretty dodgy. So.
Oh yeah.
Kids do.
It's about right, Andrew.
Yeah.
Woo! Come on, moose.
This place is huge.
Have you thought, Dave, about instituting some sort of a wood theme there?
A wood theme?
Yeah, it's just...
Well, where are they going to get the wood from? They're in the mountains.
I know.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Well, right now it's afternoon wood. Later's going to have morning wood. So.
You were up until about 2:30 writing that one, weren't you?
No, just the garbage just flows off the tongue. So.
Oh.
I have to say, the Rockies up in Colorado, and I mean, just looking at the place you're in, you're going to have a fab time. It's a lovely place.
Oh, it's pretty cool. Yeah, it's not too far from where we live either, which is always kind of shocking because, we're like in a suburb, but then within 30 minutes, you're just like, holy shit, we got these mountains this close to us. Why are we sitting in the house?
It's like that here too. It's really cool.
Yeah, you're just like, God, we got to get out more. These are pretty cool. I think like people fly to come here. We're like right down the road. Nah, it's really cool.
Yeah, I gotta go to the Rockies.
Is that your cabin, or do you rent it? Do you?
Oh yeah,
They break in.
Yeah,
They just break in a different cabin every week.
Yeah,
rock through the window. It's booking.
I told you we got it wrong, Ken. I told you we should go and break in more. There's a lot of sheds look like that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, come on.
Yeah, the days of
and they're made of wood.
Cabins is long gone. You had to do that like in the 70s. No, we come up these little campgrounds and stuff and can bring the pets and just get out of the house. It's really cool. I was actually thinking when I was coming up here, I should just come up here by myself, man, and like get some gear, and just record for a couple days because it's
a couple of magazines, wank off. There we go.
I always I have to say, one of the reasons I've ended up where I am, which is in Gloucestershire. It's like full of it's not Colorado, but it is very lush. It's very hilly, lots of trees and valleys and weather coming through. And one of the reasons I love it is when I was doing a lot of composition, I used to go up and come up here and spend time with a friend, living in his house for a few weeks at a time to write, because he'd have this huge glass wall. And I'd set up my kit in there, and I'd just be looking out and writing it. And it was that thing of, it's not that somehow the music just flowed easier there. It flew, it kind of flowed from the landscape and from the weather because it was a blank canvas into whatever I was composing.
Yeah.
And it was a great thing, and that's one of the reasons I love being here.
No, I get it. There's yeah, I didn't grow up here either, so it don't have a strong negative or positive association with it, if that makes sense. Like it's still kind of new to me sometimes. When I kind of walk through it, I go, wow, man, this is like crazy. But very well, that's one of the reasons I moved out. It was just to get somewhere with a little more open space, because that's when I was a kid, that's the way I grew up. I grew up pretty in kind of farmland. And then, so this is it's still pretty spectacular to think it still exists. And we've had like a lot of rain, and the fog was coming through the mountains. And one of the beautiful things about the Rockies, a lot of the bigger mountains, is they change how you see them. And it's kind of weird at first, like, the light will hit them different angles. And then of course, there's snow or growth on them. And they're not as fixed as your perception of them, as someone, if you're not.
Yeah, every view is a new view, right?
Yes, point, right. Yeah. Everything, you just kind of go, oh my God, So it is pretty cool. And just to see some wildlife of some kind of size, just thinking, wow, man, it's living free. That's pretty cool, not in a zoo. That is also really spectacular.
Yeah.
Until the fucking moose chases me, then I might have a different opinion. Who let that moose in the campground?
We must have bears as well.
Yeah, no, but I would much rather see a moose than a bear.
Oh yeah, bears.
Black bear.
Yeah. Black bears, they could be iffy. Grizzly bears, your lunch.
Get it?
That's it.
Yeah, black bears are normal, no big deal. It's just grizzlies got to worry about. But in California, they're extinct, so we killed them all off.
Mountain lions are the scariest thing here, right? That's
mountain lions. Yeah.
Make my.
You know what the scariest thing is? Human beings.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. There's some truth to that. It is.
We actually enjoy the horrible things we do. They just do it as an instinct. So
yeah, they do it. Yeah, because they have to. Yeah.
When we came up right during COVID, and the tension was like almost palpable between people that didn't want to mask and people masking, and you could feel it. The tension so high for about that year or two, especially with the MAGAs and everything. It's kind of simmered now that we're all, but boy, it was, somebody would pull up with a bumper sticker and you just almost have to bite your tongue.
Yeah.
You're in Bobert country.
Yeah, it was really.
It's funny. I was talking to a pal of mine when I moved up here 30 years ago, I guess. I was living in London before. So I moved up here and there's a local pub, right in the middle of nowhere, close to where I now live. And I used to go there. And it had and it still does. It has people there who are now billionaires. And it also has people who are farm labourers and everyone in between. There's no gambling machines. There's no jukebox. It's just beer and sitting outside and people talking to each other, right? And they talk. They have completely different political views, but they talk, right? They can be left or right, extreme or otherwise. And people who are extreme, everyone takes the piss out of them, everyone. But they all find a way to still talk, and throughout all of this they do, which I found deeply attractive. And I was just, I think it's so sad that we now live in an age, or we have lived in an age for a good long while now, and I hope it's changing, where having different opinions, entirely different political opinions and sources of news, etc., means that you can't talk because you're a them rather than an us. Whereas for years I've just been used to, for most of my life, people saying, yeah, right, you believe that, but I believe this, but we can still talk and have a pint and discuss our things and go, yeah, silly bugger, rather than you die.
Yeah.
That level of vociferousness is just unbelievably weird. It's unbelievably strange.
It's very what's the word? Not disjointed, but disassociated with reality. It's like what are you really upset about?
Well, and they just dehumanize the person in front of them that doesn't have the same views. You're not a human being, right? You're dehumanized completely.
Right. Yeah. It is. And it is interesting. So you come up here and you are kind of mixed, different people coming in and out. And people behave themselves. You can tell they behave themselves. Right. And, and at some level that's at least encouraging.
Well, the problem is some people never got out of high school. You have fights in high school to solve problems. And later on, you're supposed to learn other ways, but some people never got past that stage.
Well, that's it. Yeah, and you will find that can change by area where you live, and people kind of congregating where that's acceptable, and then you move other.
But it's not. Yeah. Go on. Sorry.
No, I'm done. That's it.
I was just thinking. I was brought up. As a teenager, I was brought up to be essentially a racist and a misogynist and all of the things, all the ists. I was brought up to believe that because that's what my parents very benignly believed that stuff. It wasn't something which they thought too hard about, but it's what everyone
called casual racism, right?
Yeah. Really casual, but it became, it's embedded. And so it took me years to fortunately I got into the music industry where, you just, it kind of you get through a process of osmosis, you learn that the world is a different thing from what you think, and people are actually all pretty decent. So I've been very lucky. But when you spot people who have stayed in the same communities and the same neighborhoods and have the same point of views, I look at them and think, you poor buggers. I don't hate them. I just think, you poor bastards. I was lucky enough to experience a way through that and find this other thing. So it's and this whole MAGA thing and over here the Brexit thing, all of these things are deeply disturbing and really unsettling. But I feel more sorry for the people that have those views than I do hate them. Because it's
absolutely.
a point.
It's more than they realize it's telling, and they can't. Yeah, I went through a lot of stuff. Well, especially racial stuff where I grew up, where it was deeply mixed, and it took me so long to process what had occurred through different generations. And it's too long of a discussion. Maybe in the 70s, let's say, where the blacks were moving in, and they were coming fresh from intense discrimination, right? And understanding, let's say, for example, hostility towards you, right? And I was a little kid. Now, a lot of what happened was the ones that really became racist became, well, they were really mean to me too. I'm like, yeah, but they're talking about racism, slavery. You're talking about some kids being scared and aggressive with you based on their parents, right? And then, of course, this went on, and because our family was one of the families that stayed in the neighborhoods where that changed, let's say, right, became very mixed. I had the fortunate experience to realize that it didn't change really that much, and that all of this was just complete malarkey. And anything that was a real problem was due to individuals with serious poverty and people coming in who really just weren't socially. Honestly, it didn't matter what color they were. It was more about, you could pin it to other things. It had nothing to do with race.
I think one of the things that occurred to me a long time ago that stuck with me is that generally human beings are tribal, right? We have tribes, and it's our street is better than that street, and our side of the town is better than that side of the town, and this side of the tracks or the river, we're better than that. You know, they're a different breed from us, and up north or down south, they're different from us, and other countries. So there's always a way of finding a tribe, right?
I play keyboards, guitar players suck.
Yeah. And I
I
think what's really interesting is when you discover that most isms, whatever they happen to be, arise when, as an individual, you don't know what to do. You're stuck, or you're struggling to see sense in something. You don't know what you're scared, and so you revert to the tribal thing, which is, what do all the people I know that I like say or think? And that's when that all begins to start to ferment. And that's where we've been stuck for a very long time. A very, very long time.
Well, the need to belong.
It's a shame. It's a shame.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that idea of tribalism, yeah, it's still very present, but it's also, I mean, societies evolve very slowly. Technology goes very quickly. And it's technology that is causing a lot of issues as well, because it's easy to find a tribe. I've said a few times, you guys are my tribe, I mean, so, I mean, yeah, it's a lot easier to find your tribe and stay in that echo chamber.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, I'm smiling because I'm looking at what Dave's walking in amongst. It's just gorgeous.
No, you're laughing at me. You're just putting it on Dave. That's all right.
Yeah, I was laughing.
I'm used to it.
I mean, I was laughing at my tribe was laughing at your tribe and saying we're better than that tribe.
That's
Canadians.
The thing is,
oh no, and especially in Quebec. Quebec is the armpit of Canada.
They're the worst. They're the worst.
Oh, the armpit of Canada, I tell you. I mean,
these are the moments in the show, I must admit, when you just wish there was a flat earther around. You go, oh, yes, yeah. Dave was recorded earlier.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and we're just timing it. Yeah.
There are very few things that really, really piss me off, but those sort of things, it's one. That's one of them.
Hang on, what are you saying? You're saying that you're not really going to suggest the Earth's round, are you?
Do you know what?
You said that earlier. It's crazy, you know.
I almost got run over by a little train with bubbles. That would have been.
Is there a cow behind you, Dave?
Yeah, it was a train with little bubbles. It almost mauled me. They were coming through pretty hardcore.
Yeah.
You know, hey.
Nice sky carpet.
Well, I can tell you one thing. If the earth is flat, did you say?
Oh, that's too fucking funny.
All right. Let's get a good.
Speaking of the racist stuff, there's a great song by the Busboys. There Goes the Neighborhood. You ever hear that one?
No.
It's like a reversal. It goes, there goes the neighborhood. The whites are moving in. They'll bring their next of kin. It's a classic song. It's really good.
Yeah.
One thing that worries me a bit about the direction the U.S. is taking, the Supreme Court, is that they're now going back to, and they're saying, that they are going back to what the founders had in mind when they wrote the Constitution. Well, the founders had slaves, women didn't have the right to vote, and they removed the abortion rights, and so I mean it's
we're making it great again. Yeah.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Because we all know Trump won that fucking election, and he will win the next 10 ones.
From the outside looking in at the States, it is odd, but then all of our politicians have gone mad, and all of our political system has gone a bit weird. It's coming back now. It's coming back. People are getting prosecuted, and all of that stuff is happening. And I have to say, the thing that's most surprised me about the States is the decisions. Aside from the abortion thing, the decisions that have been happening recently have been encouraging that even the people that are batshit barking to the right mad, that are appointees in the Supreme Court, seem to be making decisions that are tending to be more balanced. And I find it odd, but I'm deeply encouraged by that. What's your experience of it living in the States, guys?
It hasn't gotten any better. It should be, but it hasn't. It's taken a while.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
It's got to get worse before it gets better.
I mean, I literally have friends and coworkers and stuff who, just in the last couple of years, completely flipped the script and went from normal, reasonable person to Trumpy maniac. Not flat earther, but just about everything else.
Yeah.
Conspiracy nuts. The QAnon nonsense, which is completely ridiculous. All of this stuff about pedophilia, and it turns out a lot of these guys who are the loudest, of course, have turned out to be convicted pedophiles or soon to be convicted pedophiles. It's funny how that works out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or they're anti-gay, and turns out they're secretly gay, and that comes out.
Secretly, exactly. The biggest homophobes are,
Right.
Yeah.
I secretly like cake, only it's not that much of a secret, really,
Yeah, you're not hiding that one very well.
To be fair.
There's a Chinese
All right, here comes the
saying.
train, guys. Home. Sorry.
Oh, here we go.
Eric, see it?
Choo-choo.
Oh, I thought it was a moose. So.
Steady. That's far too big to be going at speed.
Had to give you a little excitement. Yeah.
What the actual flip was that?
You gotta get ready.
It knocked me over the first time. She was coming through, and they're all just smiling. They're just like, "Yeah, man, get the hell out of the way."
Hey, do an old-fashioned train hold-up.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be cool. Anyway, that's all I had to contribute. I'm trying to get you guys a good mountain view here. Oh, there's some mountains behind me. So,
Yeah, we can see it.
To be honest, Dave, to be really honest, they're lovely, but Andrew's floor, that was something, Andrew's floor, that was
the most mundane thing was the most special. Yeah.
That was
the doormat.
Yeah. Dave, are you near Pikes Peak?
No.
Pikes Peak?
No,
it's a real place. Pikes Peak. Is it?
I know.
No, I'm near downtown Estes.
Oh, Estes. Okay.
Still some stuff there.
I've always wanted to drive up Pikes Peak in a mad custom V8. I've always wanted to do the Pikes Peak drive. Always. And
the one in the UK. Oh no, it's the one. There's okay.
There's lots
I was thinking of Goodwood. Sorry.
Yeah, there's lots of hill climbs and things in the UK, but Pikes Peak is that iconic sort of thing. Actually, Kent, it would be good to do in your Mach 1, only it wouldn't make it up. It would fall apart.
We'd have to fill up again on the way up.
Doors would fall.
But it would be good to do. It would be so much fun to do.
It'll come down quite fast.
It would.
Yeah.
That's
not
true.
so great going up.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's
So
true.
yeah.
I could cycle up Pikes Peak, only I'm lying.
Yeah, of course.
And the bike would have an engine in it.
Well, yeah.
It's an e-bike, nice e-bike ride. Yeah.
There'd need to be cake stations every 10 yards.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? E-bikes. That's a contradiction in terms.
No one pedals anymore. They just e-bike everywhere.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah. Oh, I got myself a bike to keep fit. It's electric. What the fuck? What?
I see that a lot.
I have an e-bike, but you can set the assist from the battery to whatever level you want. And
it's always on full. Nobody pedals anymore.
When I'm using it, I dial it down to the lowest so that I can get some exercise, and it's a good thing. But it is funny seeing a great big wobbling fat person like myself on a bike where you've got into the sofa and turned off all the restrictions, and you're whizzing past a bunch of people on their road bikes and in their lycra, doing this whole sort of thing, and you're cycling past them, sitting upright, going, "All right, gents,"
and smoking,
and smoking.
That's the weird thing about e-bikes, though, isn't it? If you have an e-bike and you set it to have as little assistance from the motor as possible, isn't that a bike?
Yeah,
well,
it is.
For long trips, it's good. Sometimes you get tired and you need a little bit of help. Long trips.
But it means for someone with arthritis, which I have in my spine and stuff and all that kind of thing, it means that I can go on long rides and I don't have to worry about hills, because guess what? When I get to them, I can just dial up the electric bit to help me get up them, and then when I get to the top, which is 40 yards away, I stop and I have some cake. And then I turn around and 20 yards down the hill, I have some more cake.
So Ben Jordan bought a really cool off-road e-bike, and he was doing like 40-mile rides in it. And, by the 30th mile, going uphill, downhill, stuff like that, you get a little tired. So having an assist kind of makes sense for that. But, going 1 mile, you don't need an assist. Right?
In all seriousness, I go out and I do probably 70-mile rides, something like that.
You do, yeah.
Well, no, and then back again.
The voodoo.
Seriously, I do. No, it's 35 hours.
Oh, we're saying, okay.
You can do some. There's some decent hills around here, and you can do some big rides, and it helps you to do that, and it's brilliant, but not tonight.
Well, when I take the dogs out for a walk, I take them down to the green here, which is about 15 houses down, right? Take them around the green and then bring them back. When I come back, my hip hurts so much I can barely walk. Do you think that might be arthritis?
It could be. Go and get it seen to. I've got the same issues, but that's because I'm a great fat wobbly person with an e-bike.
Go and get it seen to. This is a concept.
You know what, Kent? Maybe an just suggestion here. Do you eat a lot of white flour and pasta?
Not particularly.
Not anymore.
No.
Not anymore. Do you, Kent? Sorry.
Not particularly. No.
No. I've got a gluten intolerance, so we eat mostly. I mean, although I appear to be I am a fat person. We eat fresh veg. We eat meat, not that often every week. We eat a mostly vegetable-based diet. Pretty healthy.
Me too.
I just eat an awful lot of it.
I mean, this is why Fiona's furious with me, because I weigh the same and have the same waist size that I had when I was 17, and that really, really pisses her off.
Yeah, me too.
I've never got fat.
Well, one of my friends was like that forever until recently, because you get older, your metabolism shifts, and now he's getting fat.
Well, I'm 60 now. It should have happened.
Yeah, not for everybody. Some people.
At 50, I finally started to put on weight, and it was shocking. It was like, because I was to rail, and I'm still pretty thin, But all of a sudden, I looked in the mirror like, who's this fat guy? You know.
Well,
Yeah.
I did have a doctor come out to me about 8 years ago when the National Health System was still working, and he did bloods and all the rest of it and blah 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 and all this sort of weighed me, and they did my BMI and all this stuff I needed doing, and he comes back, he's got the results, and he's sitting in the chair here, and he says to me, he looks up and he goes, "You have the metabolism of a neutron star." He goes, "You eat stuff and it burns before it gets anywhere near your stomach." He said, you haven't got a problem. I went, "Oh, cool. How long will that last for?" Don't know. It may stop tomorrow. You don't know.
Yeah.
But no, it's still going on. And I can eat like a bloody horse and I still can't put it on. It's ridiculous. And of course, Fiona is furious.
Well, the truth is, I've got the body of an 18-year-old. I keep him in the
cupboard,
inside of you.
No, it's in the cellar. And don't tell the authorities, because they always ask difficult questions, don't they?
Yeah.
But seriously, Andrew,
It just reminded me again of that Frankie Boyle joke about the monkey with his legs sewn together.
I told my wife I've got the body of a Greek god, and I found Hephaestus, who is essentially he's Vulcan. Vulcan. He's got a gimpy leg, so he limps. He's got a great big fat tummy, but he manufactures things. So that's me.
Well, it's like Dionysus too. Dionysus was not svelte, so.
So there we go.
And the word is not fat anymore; it's gravity challenged.
Yeah, I don't have so much of a waist as a Lagrange point. As a Lagrange point.
Lagrange point. Yeah, the furniture revolves around you, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't need stands for my synth. They just stand there around me.
Yeah.
Gravity holds them
my
there.
belt is in geostationary orbit at the moment. It's there we go. Just gone past. There we go. Yeah.
Astrophysics jokes. Yeah, they're always fun.
It's fun actually. My friend actually is into satellites a lot as well as astronomy, along with me. But he's way into satellites. And one night he showed me a bunch of geosynchronous satellites in a line. It was really cool.
Oh,
we actually found them. Yeah, it's.
Well, the Starlink, when they launch them, it's pretty fucking amazing, because they spend a long time before they get.
Yeah, but that's Elon Musk. Anything Elon Musk, I pretty much don't like. So.
But it's still cool to look at.
It's cool. It's cool. Yeah. But
We just have to say he had nothing to do with it.
he'll take credit for something he never did and all that bullshit.
As long as we agree on
Who
that.
doesn't?
Yeah, but he's the king of it.
I did that shit on the floor. Oh no, I don't take credit for everything. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, never mind.
Well, that's okay to take credit for, because that's honest.
But
Right?
that's why you have so many dogs in the house. There.
Yeah, you go.
So you
I
can
did
blame
that.
the dogs.
Dogs they go. No, I did that. What are you on about?
It's like the dog farts. You blame the human for the dog.
Yeah.
I always blame Fiona. I always blame Fiona for
That's why it's good to have a girlfriend. Yeah.
Throw it on the dog.
Yeah.
Right. Like, did you hear that?
Fiona, God, what have you been eating?
Thought it
Bone meal?
Hey, but no, it was definitely.
Sorry, Kemp, was that me? Wow. It's reached that far. Blimey.
Yeah, they do, mate. I tell you.
Sorry.
I had to get double glazing because of you.
Guys, like,
Are you going, Dave?
yeah, I gotta go. I'm losing power here, and yeah.
You almost got killed by a train on camera. That was crazy.
That would have been great. That would have been better than a moose. I think I would have got more.
You know what? When you said there was a train coming, I was going, great, I'm going to actually really see live one of those big Trans Am, those huge diesels coming through.
Yeah,
and then it's Noddy on his bike. And what the fuck was that?
So, Dave, I know you're leaving us just because you're jealous of our lifestyles. So, look, it's fine. It's fine.
I know.
Yes.
Well, I'll check back in an hour if you're still there.
never know.
If we're still alive, yeah, okay.
Yeah, might be a change of government. Who knows?
Yeah. Yeah, look out for the moose.
Jeff, away from
Yeah.
each other, please, while I'm gone.
Moose.
All right, I'll see y'all later.
There we
See you,
go.
mate.
See you, Dave.
Bye-bye.
Bye. What an awful man. Oh,
What a wanker. Yeah.
That's a new spin on what a wanker. Yeah.
oh. How awful. Thank God he's gone. Now we can talk about real shit. Now we can talk about Jeff behind his back. Oh.
No.
Wrong window.
Wait.
I'll
wait,
take over on the
Andrew.
walking cam. Here's some more trees and stuff.
Hey.
I'm not there.
Some more American sky.
More clouds, more
Oh.
trees. See if the spider's still over here.
Yeah, but what's the road like? What's the pavement? Is there any carpet?
Manhole.
great
Look
carpet.
at that.
See?
Manhole.
Now, I could knock one out over that.
bet.
Manhole.
Oh, the
yeah.
spider's gone. The little spider's gone.
Mind you live in Spot the Prius country, don't you?
Yeah, it's very, very common.
Yeah. A lot of Priuses.
They make sense. I mean, if you're going to get anything, a hybrid makes more sense at this point.
True.
Than, full electric. Full electric is so limiting.
Do you know, I agree with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, hybrid.
Because, it's if they have for some reason your batteries start not working so well, you're screwed, right? Charge station or not. You're always going to find a gas station somewhere. So you have a chance to not get stuck.
There's probably a manhole filter, Wagyu, don't worry. That'll be blurred out once.
You want to fill a man's hole? Here you go, Wagyu.
Oh, look, both of them.
There's a whole bunch of them. Look at this. There's actually 5 right here. Look at this.
Wow.
I didn't
Wagyu
realize.
Yeah, Wagyu's going to get so excited.
6.
Yeah.
There's 6.
Wow.
You have choice of size too. So
Yeah, but there isn't a manhole for 6 miles.
Yeah, so he's not in San Francisco then.
No. But he is in manhole country.
We need the spring again.
Oh, sorry. Here we go.
There we go.
As my penis does most mornings.
at least it still works, man. That's a good thing.
Actually, my penis most mornings, I think, is this. Oh, fuck it. I'll pick that up later.
It's like the song Detachable Penis.
Yeah, I'll pick it up on the way back from the bog.
Yeah.
You mean you can find yours? Blimey.
Yeah, it glows in the dark.
Yeah.
It's highly irradiated.
He
Oh,
put
my
a
God.
he put a Google tag on it so he can find it with the GPS.
Yeah. Honest to God, safety tip, don't try and fuck a fridge. That's all I can say.
Wow.
Okay.
Well, except every time you open the door, you can always go, ta-da!
Well, there is that, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, we're out of milk. Oh, dear.
Or I thought the bottle of milk was empty. Now it's full.
Some nice flower porn.
Whoa.
Ooh.
Oh.
Poppy.
Very pretty,
My
huh?
God. Yeah.
Excelente.
That's the
It's
type of
getting me hot.
So. Yeah.
You just
Come on.
killed that flower
Come on, Wagyu, what species of poppy is that?
and discarded it. You flowerist.
Here, I got St. John's wort over here. Want to see more flowers? I got St. John's wort.
I've got warts. Oh, no. Sorry.
And St. John gave them to you.
On my visit to San Francisco. No.
That's a powerful antidepressant.
Yeah, so if you have behavioral problems, just go.
Are you supposed to hold it on your chins if you like butter? That's what you used to do with the kids, wasn't it? Hold the butter
Listen,
up under the chin.
if you like butter, it's nowhere near your chin. It's
Oh, yeah.
it's very itchy.
I tell you what, I honestly don't miss butter. I thought I would, but I used to consume so much butter.
Yeah, I don't have it much anymore.
Bad for you. It really is so bad.
Cheese, I love cheese though. Don't take cheese away.
Oh no! I'm sorry. Life without cheese is just death.
I had
basically.
years without
Walking
cheese, and
Dead.
I got to go back to cheese.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I gained some weight. It's all good.
I love that processed stuff. You know,
But
the
it's
stuff you
good
can bounce
quality
off
weight.
walls. Yeah, I love the processed stuff. I love the the proper.
Oh no!
cheese as well.
Don't say that. The Velveeta and American cheese and stuff, that's garbage.
Yeah, I
It has
know.
to be
But
real
you've
cheese.
got to have that on your burger, man. You've
Oh,
got to have it.
real cheddar, sharp cheddar.
Oh, no, I
Yeah.
can have cheddar anytime.
Or brie
I'm
on
on
your
processed
burger.
crap.
Or that Dubliner cheese, Kerrygold Dubliner cheese. Oh man,
Oh right, yeah,
stuff's awesome.
yeah.
Good.
I think
I've
Andrew
never
is
had
not
a cake burger that I've liked though. It's really funny. That.
Well, cheesecake.
Victoria sponge with a big burger back in it. It doesn't work. It doesn't work.
No, I imagine it wouldn't.
No.
Oh, Primula squeezy cheese.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
Now you're talking.
Oh, sex in a tube, mate.
Oh, yuck.
Oh,
Yeah, no
Too
kidding.
many chemicals in that. I don't like that.
Oh man, yeah. I mean,
In order to stay liquid like that, it has a lot of stabilizers. That's not
Yeah.
a good thing.
yeah.
Sex in a tube.
So many stabilizers, a 4-year-old could ride it.
Yeah. Now maybe you could use it for lube, but I wouldn't eat it.
What's that?
Oh,
Well, it's stingy.
that's like the lemon curd joke. Have you heard of lemon curd?
Not that one. I know lemon curry from Monty Python.
No, lemon curd is like a lemon. It's a curd you make from. It's like a jam, lemon jam.
No, yeah, it's in like pies and
lemon
stuff.
jam.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lemon jam. Yeah, you can have it in
So,
tarts.
yeah, and yeah, there's a whole thing, a skit about Sherlock Holmes, Watson, and lemon entry, my dear Watson. But I'm not going to go into that.
It's lemon entry. Yeah, yeah. Go. The body has lemon stuffed up his ass. It's lemon entry, my dear Watson. Yeah.
So what did you say to your lyric? Wait a minute, Kent. You said it's like it's so far away. It's like putting vegetables up your ass to see how they taste.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was the thing.
Oh, fuck! I laughed for like 10 minutes.
Well, you know what's funny? There are people who literally get drunk that way because
What?
it doesn't
Oh, yeah,
get
yeah.
digested. It gets absorbed by your lower half, and it goes right to your system much easier than going through your stomach and all that.
Yeah, they
Wow.
They go upside down, they put a beer
tampons.
bottle in, they drink beer with their ass.
Yeah, or they soak tampons in alcohol.
Oh, that
Have it
too.
up their
Yeah.
asses, yeah.
Wackos everywhere.
It's great. I mean,
You know some very, very strange people.
Well,
It's the internet, man. You know everything from the internet, good and bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's.
I prefer to read, but I know what you mean.
Well, yeah, you can do that too, but it's
Well,
always
the
good and
internet.
bad.
Well, the internet was supposed to bring everybody together, but what it actually did was bring everybody closer together so they could scream and shout at each other.
yeah,
And when I
it's
say
supposed to-
read, I mean books with pictures in and some colouring crayons. But you
of
know,
course.
it's the same.
Well, it keeps you quiet, doesn't it?
Yeah, the internet was supposed to be the thing where everybody would enhance their intelligence, and like people have never been
Yeah.
fucking more stupid than today. We're back to fucking caveman.
This massive knowledge centre.
Yeah.
No, not knowledge, information.
Well, information, yeah.
Information. It's got lots of information.
I'm
Whether
still
or
a
not,
sucker for cat videos, though.
But
Yes,
it was supposed to be for knowledge.
she's gone. What the fuck?
When you were talking about the lemons, you probably thought you were talking about that.
Yeah, Mister.
She got scared.
She goes, no, not again.
The spinster of this parish has gone, and
Yeah.
Mr. Evans has gone as well.
Oh.
Well,
Where's they? Oh, the door's open. Hang on.
Oh, yes. It's
Yep.
out chasing moths and mice and
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
then,
Andrew, you are correct. This is the information age as advertised, but it's not the knowledge age. It's a bunch of idiots with random info. So.
There's a
and guys are having a chat on YouTube, you know.
Yeah, there's a term. In fact, I'm reading some. Here we go. Alistair Reynolds at the moment. This one's
Oh,
covered. he I'm not sure if he coined it actually, but in science fiction, the term was coined some time ago, post-literate. In fact, I think that was Dan Simmons, post-literate.
Yeah.
And it refers to people who can have access to any amount of knowledge, any amount of information, but without the internet or without some sort of network that gives them the information they want, they know nothing because they're so reliant on it. They don't bother to hold it up here because it's always available to them. And that's kind of where we are now. We're getting towards a post-literate society.
Yeah.
Which is a shame.
Well, even simple things like I used to have to remember phone numbers, but with a cell phone, I don't remember anything anymore.
Yeah, because remembering things was like good practice for the brain.
Yeah.
Brain?
Yeah.
Well,
you've got a brain?
I can remember Fiona's credit card number.
Yeah.
But not much else.
If I had a brain, I'd be dangerous.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, what's weird though about the phone numbers, I remember all the phone numbers from when I was a teenager. No kidding.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I can barely remember mine now.
Once you stop doing it, it's gone. You don't do it anymore.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's also a thing that when we were younger, so we're sounding like old men now, but when we were younger, you didn't have that many numbers to remember.
No.
You had a close circle of friends, some family. You might have had 10 or 20, and some of them you stumble a bit over, but that's what it was. Now, any one of us has a smartphone with hundreds of numbers on it.
Yeah.
Hundreds.
They're smartphones with dumb owners.
Yeah.
But I don't know what my mobile phone number is.
It's free.
Is it?
Yeah.
What was it?
Whenever I want to reach you, I hit 3. I never get through to you. I don't know why. But,
Mind you, yeah. Think about it though, Andy. I mean, when we had the house phone, the area it was 01. Remember the good old days of 01 393 0755.
I remember when it was Palmer's Green 0619.
Oh God!
You had the place name numbers too, right?
Yeah. Place name then a number because you had operators who would connect you if you needed it. You know.
Yeah.
And most people you wanted to talk to were in your area, so you didn't have to remember that you were Palmer's Green. You just dialed the last 4 numbers.
Yeah.
Because everyone that you needed to speak to was close enough to you to do that.
Yeah, back then you had to like Lexington 619 or something like that. You know, that was
fun. Some sort of indication of location from the phone number, but the mobiles, it's anything, isn't it?
Yeah. But I'll show you something, and it has a display, right? It displays who called you. You know, there's that name. Yeah, someone called me today, and I swear to God, it was. That's a name that showed up. Who the fuck knows? And I didn't answer because I don't want to know who the fuck it is.
More like who the fuck cares, right? So
yeah.
Who
the fuck knows? That's a name that got displayed on my phone. So fuck that.
Oh, good old days of the phone would go and with the little display on the phone. If it said 78, it meant it was somebody in Epsom. If it was 01, it was somebody around here.
Yeah.
You know.
You knew all the area codes, so you knew roughly where in the country someone was calling from, and you'd say, "The fuck is someone calling me from Scotland or from
exactly.
Manchester? I don't know anyone there. Why? So you knew not to answer, not to bother."
Yeah.
The other one.
Then they expanded the area, didn't? Because it became 0208 was like London and Greater London.
However,
and most of the surrounding counties around London.
However, when lockdown happened, we all discovered something really, really brilliant, which is that we can all do this. We didn't do this before lockdown, and anything like it. I mean, here we are. I don't know quite where you are, Andrew. Whereabouts in the States are you?
Here, the Bay Area. It's near Mountain View, California.
Right, so you're California, which I used to frequent quite a lot. Kent is in prison. Jeff,
Again.
Jeff is in northern Siberia, and I'm of course in the middle of Nova Scotia.
Middle Earth, yeah.
Yeah, I'm in Narnia. That's where I am, in Narnia. But we're all talking. This didn't happen before, so some of these things allow us to reach out and make connections. This is a
Middle Earth.
Yeah, you poor fuckers.
One does not simply walk into Tesco's.
I don't. I crawl.
That's a lovely answer to give something. Where do you live? Middle Earth.
Narnia.
Second star on the right.
Lothlorien, where do you live?
Trumpistan. I live in Trumpistan. Yeah.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Where do you live? Total anxiety.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to get some good sounds on this.
Yeah.
Like a really trouser-ripping fart sound on it. And just push it without anybody noticing. And just look. Just try to pretend it was somebody else.
Some chuff noises.
Yeah.
Chuff.
But yeah, I think it might be an idea to start every pub with this going on.
Yeah.
Have that on a loop.
And someone go,
Maybe
"What are you
with less
looking at, you
reverb.
cunts?"
Yeah. Barman. Mate. Yeah, this is good. I like it, but man.
What's good about where we are right now with technology is I know I could turn up at any of your houses and each of you would punch my lights out just for turning up unannounced. So that's a good thing, isn't it?
I don't punch people for turning up unannounced. I welcome it.
Yeah,
unless they have a GX1.
It's straight. The life of an agoraphobic, right? Introductory music. Yeah. Life of an agoraphobic. You can never go anywhere, so you can't see anybody when you want to see somebody.
Right.
You know where you have, the close mate who comes round in the mornings and has a coffee with you, or drops in at lunchtime and something, and have a natter about what goes on during the day. Now, I did have one person that did just that, because they lived just at the end of the road here, and would often come in and practically lived here. He'd sleep on the settee sometimes if he was tired or whatever. Have stay for dinner, and he went and committed suicide.
Hey.
Yeah, during lockdown.
Oh shit.
And yeah, it was depression, but he got it at a clinical level. It was really bad.
Right.
But because of lockdown, he couldn't come up to me. I couldn't get down to him. Because funnily enough, I could make it to his house. I couldn't stay long, but I could make it to his house. I said, well, lockdown will be over soon, and he'll come up and see us. But he didn't, and he hung himself in his front room.
Oh,
and the first we knew about it was the police come to the door with Charlie, because Charlie was his dog. And that's how we ended up with a husky.
Man.
Sort of like the unplanned pregnancy sort of thing. We just ended up with a fourth dog, and fine, no problem. Yeah, but he hung himself, and it was just that kind of thing where, well, my mum had died, my auntie had died, all my dogs had died, and it was like just people dying, and then Fiona's mum died, and then Fiona's dad died, and then Mick on top of this, and you suddenly realised how important it was, him just dropping in unannounced, day or night, whatever it was, and just have somebody come round and, oh, what have you done today? And I've been doing this, or can you give us a hand with this? I can't move this thing; it's too bloody heavy. Yeah, whatever. And because he was a huge bloke, very strong, so he was able to help me with lifting heavy stuff. And you really miss that of having people just bing bing, and it's like, all right, mate, come in. You know, it don't happen.
Do you think it's because you're more flatulent now?
I think I try to wash more often just to stop people from being, you know, overtly sick on the doorstep when I open the door.
So you at least once a year now.
Yeah,
Okay.
because to be honest with you, I mean, Fiona's just so fed up having to wash my jeans all the time. She goes, "Don't tell me somebody else has been sick on you. Why? Why?" I don't know. I don't know. I opened the door and they just threw up on me. I tried changing my makeup, my perfume, everything.
Yeah, the makeup thing. I was encouraged, but I didn't quite make it yet.
Yeah,
you know.
I know. Yeah, so I think sometimes I overdo it, but yeah, you know, you do. You kind of. It's nice having somebody, you know, just turn up at the door completely unannounced sometimes.
Yeah, I get
very free form.
I used to like when my dad would come unannounced, and then he married this awful woman, and then not so much.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it has its downsides, I suppose, but I get to see them.
I can't. Speaking of agoraphobia, I know there's some research that's being done because it's kind of my field, psychology.
Yeah.
And with psilocybin, I don't know how it is in England, but there's some research that's done with that. Some good results. Just.
Yeah. I always wondered about whether it was one of these things now where it would be too much of a cultural shock, because I've been agoraphobic for 40 years.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It's sort of like it'd be like suddenly finding yourself in space. It's such an alien environment being outside.
I think that an awful lot of people have become more insular because of the way technology works and the way we live. One of the things which I do, which I'm doing, is working a lot on community-based projects. I mean, I have a business, and we do the money thing, and we do all these sort of exciting. Everyone thinks it's all exciting, the 3D stuff and the audio and everything else. But we are trying to buy the building we're renting, or part of the building we're renting. We're trying to buy the whole building, so that we can turn it into a community-based centre where we can reach out to the local community and bring people through and mentor them and give them the opportunity to use all the stuff and the tools we have and pass on some of the knowledge, right? And it's because it's as much as anything else because I've become acutely aware that those community bonds, those links across communities have disappeared.
Yeah.
They've really disappeared. They've evaporated, and that sense of community and linking communities together has almost gone, and we need to rebuild that. It's really important. So I kind of, but it doesn't make up for the fact that Kent smells.
Well, I've tried everything.
Yeah, but
soap, water,
scrubbing with dog poo doesn't help.
What?
No, it doesn't.
Soup.
Yeah, soup.
Soup and
It's funny because the Spanish word for soup is sopa, and in Spanish class the guys often would say, "Oh, I use sopa in the shower," right? But it's the soup, right?
Oh God.
Oh, you know about that? Oh shit!
Yeah.
You know what? I think it's easier for societies to become secular.
It's a lot easier.
It's easier to do than to be in a community frame of mind with things.
But it ties
and
back
it's true
to...
what you say. Since lockdown, it's like, oh, you know what? It's just easier to stay home.
Oh yeah, I'm happy home.
Yeah,
I'm happy at home. But it ties back to what we were talking before about the polarization of ideas. So I mean, do I want to risk go outside, talk to a stranger, and he's a fucking lunatic? So it goes to that, right? So it's you're better in your little tribe.
You just talk to lunatics online, yeah. So
Well, yeah, but Yeah,
I
but
mean,
you're
if I want to go
my kind
out,
of lunatic. So that's
if I
fine.
want to talk to a lunatic, I talk to a mirror. I don't have to go out.
Well, that's it. You see, yeah.
Yeah.
But there's partly that thing as well, isn't there? That this kind of medium allows us to engage without the risk of running into any kind of disagreement or contrary view. Because guess what? If I'm suddenly running up to something where I'm being challenged or having to think, I can just turn off. I can go away, and I'm protected. There's a big screen, well, small screen in this case, between us. But so it's a lot. I'm really interested in what you're doing with on the psychology front as well, Jeff. I think it's this whole area needs a whole lot.
Well, it needs a lot of something.
Conspiracy. Somebody shut him down.
Yeah, that's
He's
it.
into
We're
the
talking
truth of
about
something and it's all
psilocybin. There
done.
you go. Yeah.
Damn it.
There you go. Oh, it's coming back. It's coming back slowly. Oh,
here's a tongue.
Damn it! I'm back again.
Oh,
you're being censored. Someone tried to shut you down.
Yeah, it didn't work. Shit, he's back.
No, he's gone.
Oh.
I think if the cat is messing with your internet.
Yeah. It's that if the farts are interrupting your router very badly. Maybe the aerial's melted.
Are we back?
I think
Yes, you're back. Yeah, you were gone. We were here.
I was just saying, we need people like Jeff to help us join the dots.
I think that damp string that you've got going from that phone to the to the internet needs more water. It's not damp enough anymore.
The squirrel running his power is slowing down. So,
what happened?
Don't know. Are we back now?
I think you're all right now.
Oh fuck!
Say something intelligent. We'll wait.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. That would be a first.
There you go.
There's a pinger.
That comment inspired Wood. That's very good.
What I was saying, we were all a bunch of bastards.
Well, I hope so.
Well, we knew that already.
I'm an actual bastard, so yeah, it's not an insult to me. It's like, yeah.
Yeah. I was a bastard for a little while. But then I got better.
Oh yeah, I was a bastard since birth.
Yeah, that's a good time to start. Get it over and done with. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah. Oh fuck, that was funny.
Is that your penis?
By the way, if you would like the mouth harp sound, you want a real one. Most of the ones you find online are pretty shitty. I found one from Russia, of all places. It's called a Varga harp or something like that. It's a really cool, slim design, and the tone on it is really cool.
Oh, okay.
So,
Andrew, you're a very strange man to have that as a specialism.
Well, I like weird instruments around the world. I like world music, and I like sound effects and the sound of a penis getting hard. The boing, 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 boing.
Who doesn't like that?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Or in my case, flub. Well, I say flub, more sort of.
Yeah, it's trying to get up, but it goes boom.
Yeah.
It's like, not today. I'm not
It's just when you slap it, you slap it around, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but fortunately, as I've said before, no one's ever going to hear this. This will never be seen.
I found the joke up to be quite painful.
Mr. Floppy
Mr. Floppy.
Tiny penis, great big fat wobbly man, body in the cellar. No one's going to know.
Monkey with his legs sewn together.
Wow.
Oh, God.
Fuck, I'm laughing so hard I'm sweating.
Oh, God. Yeah, what do you do with a monkey with his legs sewn together?
Where did that come from? Where did that monkey one come from?
Oh, God, I can only imagine that the viewership at the moment must be.
At this point, I have to quote a bizarre Andy Warhol movie, which is almost redundant. But he did a version of Frankenstein with Udo Kier called Andy Warhol's Frankenstein. It was actually in 3D. And at one point, he's dealing with the cadavers and stuff, showing Igor what he's doing. And he goes, "To know life, you must fuck the gallbladder." And so he opens up the incision and starts doing this with the body. It's like, it's a real movie. Yeah.
Well, it's a Warhol, so.
Exactly. It's not really a real movie, but it's kind of a movie.
It's a Warhol.
He also did Dracula, which is also crazy. So.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
I
haven't had this much fun since I played a Tibetan arse flute.
With a carrot up your arse.
I actually have a nose flute, but I haven't seen the ass flute.
Comes with instructions. Per slips.
Eat a big bowl of beans.
Actually, if you take the plunger handle off, you have an ass trumpet.
But don't sit down. You never get back up again.
Mm-hmm.
Or you're walking around with a chair. It's one or the other.
There's still people watching this?
No, they're not watching. They're just asleep, or they're cutting their wrists in front of their lappies.
This is part of that addiction to social media everyone's always talking about. People just can't help it.
Oh, God.
No matter how bad it gets, you have to keep watching. You have to keep watching.
Yeah, but people watching, they probably think, well, at least I'm not that bad.
It's like the trailer from Last House on the Left.
Yeah.
Just keep telling yourself, it's only a movie. It's only a movie. It's only a movie.
Okay. I crashed the car today. Ran over 2 children. But at least I'm not them. Therapy.
Group therapy. There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be you.
It's so good to know that there is something like this in bite-sized chunks, not some sort of arse that's done something for 7 hours and 20 minutes.
Oh, nobody does that.
But you could take bits from each stream and
you do know
have a sitcom.
Yeah. Well, actually, the record at the moment is 11 hours 48.
Well, part of that was off stream, though. That didn't count.
Well, yeah. Well,
it was like 3 hours off stream.
Yeah, I wasn't actually there, but.
Oh, that one you left it running. That's right.
Mm.
That's right. The other one was about 8.5 hours, I think.
Yeah, because I didn't know that if I ended it, then everybody else couldn't carry on talking. But apparently you can. So.
You can, yeah. As long as somebody's still there.
Yeah.
I didn't realise it's almost 3 o'clock in the morning. What have you done to me, Kent?
I don't know, but it depends. Are your legs sewn together?
I roasted that carrot.
Oh, man.
Very spicy.
I quoted that joke to Fiona yesterday. She just looked at me.
Lucky I'm leaving.
Oh, man.
Man alive.
Oh.
Right. Well, I think I'm going to excuse myself, young Kent.
Have you farted?
No, I've shit myself.
Oh, well, you can't
It was
leave.
sharded. Yeah, he sharded. Yeah.
I must admit, your setting looks.
No, it's just a straight
really
shit. I just couldn't be asked to get up, so I just evacuated my bowels where I sit.
Hey,
God, I did. Oh, no.
Well, you're home. You can do what the fuck you want.
Oh,
you have to live your best life.
No.
That's it.
Bloody hell.
Oh, dear.
There's lumps in. Oh, no.
Okay.
Oh.
There's a small mongoose in that lot. What's going on?
Ken, did you spill your coffee on your winky dink?
How does that happen?
Not yet. I say that's
Winky dink.
Yeah.
Winky dink.
That's a
Winky
reward
dink.
for later.
That sounds a
Think it's
bit large
piping
for
hot.
me. Winky dink.
Oh,
Sorry? I didn't hear.
We had a thing when I was a
Right.
kid called Shrinky Dinks. You ever see Shrinky Dinks?
Shrinky dinks every day.
not legally, no.
No, it's a little toy. You cut the little plastic figures out, and then in heat they shrink.
Oh.
Your little plastic figurines. It's basically like melting plastic, and you're inhaling it, and it gives you brain damage as a child. It's great.
Yay!
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that explains a lot.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah. Everyone has their own special reason for brain damage.
Drugs.
Yeah.
Mine was enormous quantities of chewing cabbage up my butt. No,
No.
that was Ken.
Kate.
Sorry,
That was me. That was me. With
Yeah,
my,
yeah,
with my
yeah,
Tibetan arse flute.
Yeah, the best arse flute.
Yes, placed in ring and.
Fuck.
There they go.
I don't know. I like the tone of the Malaysian ass flute better than the Tibetan one. So
Really?
just saying, yeah.
No, I'm too much of a purist.
The Tibetan one is too zen for Andy.
Yeah.
And the Balinese one, forget about it. With the gamelan
do not-
orchestra, it's amazing.
Yeah, and rule number 2: do not share.
Do not share.
Well, you give it a quick wipe.
Oh, fuck.
Oh,
What's the E. coli between friends?
oh, I don't know. About £4.
That's free. It's free. You just pass the ass flute. You know.
It's about 20 on the open market. I think. Oh man. Stop.
Speaking of weird bodily functions, you heard about people making cheese out of celebrity foot fungus?
What
Bacteria? Yeah, it's a real thing. Celebrity foot bacteria and, cheese and fungus. Yeah.
Oh man.
Okay. Well, no more cheese for me.
Well, no, it's you have to buy that one. It's marketed as it's kind of like the civet processed coffee beans, where it eats the coffee beans and shits them out, and then you collect them and make coffee.
Oh yeah.
I've had
that's
we
okay.
accept that.
That one's
That's
okay. Just not the
fine.
cheese made from.
Yeah.
Well, no, but they wash the fucking beans.
Kinda. Yeah. You'll probably end
That's
up
a good
doing
fucking
Ray
coffee.
Liotta's knob cheese or something. I don't know.
No cheese.
Yeah.
That'd be the
It's very
next
small
thing.
batches. You know, the
Celebrity knob cheese.
Eat my smegma. Yeah.
That sounds like the sort of thing certain female celebrities or actresses who have a thing about candles scented with certain parts of their
Goop.com.
anatomy.
Exactly. Yeah.
Minge mozzarella. Go. There we go. That's a
Chuff
hot thing.
cheddar.
Chuff cheddar.
Oh man.
Asparagus. How about that? Asparagus.
Asparagus.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's a thing.
It wouldn't surprise me.
Put a little balsamic on there. It's really good.
Just need a little
Asiago,
salt
a
on
little
that.
balsamic. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, there you go.
Yeah,
Got a meal.
Sorted. Have that on toast.
Except your urine still smells, so you can't stop that. So.
Oh, well,
Yeah. Well.
that's why you need to drink your civet coffee. It's good.
It's so funny. If someone got this out of context, they would not believe any of this. But so many of these things are true and so stupid.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's like that when I was reading that article about people that inject oil under their skin.
Yeah.
It's like, what?
Well, there was a guy. I mean, these charlatans who do plastic surgery for dummies, and there was a guy who got busted in Florida many years ago, injecting industrial silicone into women for augmentations, and it's industrial. It's not even sterile. And it's like, what?
What?
One guy even I no joke. This guy injected a form of like soft concrete into someone's ass to build up the ass. And of course, it's a medical nightmare, right? Because it tissue grows around it and it spreads around a little bit, and then it's almost impossible to remove.
Yeah.
So, there's maniacs out there. It's terrible.
My God.
Yeah, but I left Florida, so I'm okay.
Yeah, you got away with it. You took the
I
money and
moved to
ran.
Canada.
Wow.
Open another business up there, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I do research on people. Here,
Well,
have
I'm
some
getting more and more
mushrooms.
dropouts, guys.
All right, darling.
Yeah, I'm
Good
getting
night, Andrew.
more and more dropouts.
Radio.
So I'm gonna
Wind it
pop
up
off.
again
It's
in the
3:00 in the morning here, so
Yeah.
I'm gonna head off. Good night, Jeff. Good night,
Yeah.
Andrew.
See
Good
ya.
night, Kent.
No, darling.
If anyone's watching, fuck you. No, I didn't mean that. I didn't mean that. That was Kent. That was AI did that. That wasn't me. That was AI.
Yeah, the AI.
It's your Max Headroom avatar, right?
I love you all. I love you all. You're all lovely. Thank you for watching.
All right,
really?
darling.
7.5 hours of this? Are you mental? See you
Yeah.
later. Bye.
See ya.
Bye. Still there.
It's like Field of Dreams. If you build it, they will come, and they'll keep
Yeah.
going back and back and back and back. And
Well, if you build it, I might come. But
well, yeah. Where's the point?
There he goes.
Yeah.
I feel better now.
Oh man. That's
Yeah. Bitter baby.
We're just a bunch of big kids.
Oh God, thank God.
So juvenile and so happy about it.
God, can you
I
imagine
still love the
being-
Three Stooges, so you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
I've never been into that, but I totally
In
respect
fact-
people who do.
Well, in fact, if you like Sam Raimi, anything, he and his friends and brothers and stuff like that, they've always been to the Three Stooges. Everything he's ever made either has Three Stooges stuff in it, like the physical comedy in Evil Dead, or the names of the characters in the credits, like the fake Shemps and stuff like that. They just love Three Stooges. It's everywhere in his work, even Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, they were good. They were really,
Oh,
really good.
for sure.
Them Marx Brothers, you know.
Laurel and Hardy.
Oh man, the piano.
You know what's great too is when you think about it, Three Stooges were doing pretty horrible stuff to each other for decades, and most kids didn't try to imitate that and hurt each other. But then you get something like Beavis and Butthead, and kids are like imitating Beavis and Butthead and hurting themselves and burning buildings down and all kinds of stuff.
And
People just
Jackass did the same thing.
Yeah, people just got more and more stupid over time, and
Oh, yeah.
and the material was always there to copy, but they just didn't. So
yeah,
you can't blame the
Well-
material; you just blame the idiots that follow.
Yeah, common sense was in existence back then. Yeah.
Yeah.
Long Dong Silver.
Wow.
Long Dong Silver. Yeah.
Too much.
Yeah, that's what she said.
I never joined a pub who'd let me in as a member.
Yeah, I don't see the comments. Too bad.
Oh.
Oh, you don't?
No, the tablet. I don't know.
Oh, you can have that open. It will work.
Yeah, I
You just-
can, but then it would be. I mean,
The screen is smaller. Yeah.
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 And I'd rather look at you than read comments.
You can't see our ugly
Although-
mouth if you. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
You know. Notice I like to look at myself.
Well, then you have boing sound again. So yeah.
There we go. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I worn that button out.
It just refuses to play now.
Yeah. You press it now, it's just a bloke going boing.
Oh man, that's funny.
Seriously, dude. Bong. Okay.
So, did they give you like a whole page for free, or is it full with just random stuff?
What it was you go to the site and they list a load of sounds that you can
Just put what you
download
want,
for free. Yeah. Not particularly. Some of the descriptions are a little misleading on some of them, you know,
Yeah.
and they're not all
Like that little
great.
girl screaming, that was kind of creepy.
Yeah, that's not very girl screamy at all. It sounds more
Yeah.
like two foxes
Torture.
and a fuck. actually.
Yeah, or torture. An animal being tortured or something.
Okay.
Those long, awkward wanks standing in front of a mirror for Jeff.
Well, at least it's finally public. Thank you for telling everybody.
Thank you for the.
You know.
Yeah, that's why the screen shakes like that sometimes. You know.
Why are they awkward? Does his hand hurt?
Nothing more shameful than a secret shame. It's better to be public.
Well, there we go.
Yeah.
I have no secrets for anyone.
Yeah. You're supposed to sit on your hand for 20 minutes and then it'll feel like
stranger.
a lady.
Yeah. There was a great file that went around in the early days of the internet and all the different sex positions, like the rear admiral.
Yes.
And the donkey punch, the rear admiral, the dirty Sanchez. The rear admiral is probably my favorite, but the dirty Sanchez is a classic too. That's pretty bad.
Oh man, just make up some.
Well,
these are real. I hate to say it, but these are actually real.
Have you ever done a Spider-Man?
I've heard about that one. Yeah.
What about the disappointed avocado? It was something like that. That sounds quite painful, actually.
Ouch.
You're going
again.
Crackle.
Oh, hang on.
You're eating Rice Krispies again?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Spider-Man is basically what the guy did in Silence of the Lambs to Agent Starling.
Kind of, yeah.
That's the Spider-Man.
Or you do a seagull. It's when you have sex on the beach and you stick your dick out, you put it in the sand, and then you go back in.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what's his name? The comedian who did a whole fucking series of that. Yeah, he did the Spider-Man and the seagull. I don't remember the rest.
Ooh, I wonder.
What are you looking at, Kent? Are we going to expect a boing?
No, I was just wondering whether the it's 48 kilohertz. Yeah, cool. 24-bit. What's the buffer size?
He's looking for the wanking sound effect, but it's not quite there. You just have to go.
I'll record one later.
Like that.
You know, just record when I want.
I tend to go for authenticity when I can.
No more theater of the mind nonsense, right? You gotta have the real thing. Yeah.
Let me have a look at buffer sizes. Because I like looking at buffers. We'll add what we got here. Advanced options. Yeah. Ooh, standing up without falling over.
Hey, Jeff, did you say you fixed your JD800?
Well, I can't fix it because the guy who won it before, I realized after that he broke the end and he glued it. But when he put so much glue that the whole metal casing is glued to the bottom.
Oh my God.
So I can kind of lift the left side, but the right side, I mean, you can see the glue. Like,
that's terrible.
Yeah, so now it's just a fucking giant sound module.
These cavemen that think they can work on stuff, and you know.
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah, I can only apologize. Yeah. Oh, Dave's back.
I still haven't gotten to mine yet, so
he didn't
I have
get
the
run over by
JD08
that
on order
massive
whenever it
train.
shows up.
Sorry, Andy?
He managed to get away.
The moose didn't get you?
Not yet. Check.
Yeah, check all your windows. Make sure you're safe.
Yeah.
Put a rug at the bottom of the door. You don't want to get him under.
Just say a rug that says no moose. There
Well,
we go.
if you're like a suspicious knocking at the door with the little moose paw.
Moose knuckle.
Yeah.
Big moose at the door going, can I talk to you about our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ?
Oh, I've done that once.
Yeah.
It was the day after, I was super hungover, and they knocked on the door, and I went and answered in my underwear. And I said, "Come on in." And I had them sit down on the couch, and then they started talking, and I'm still there in my underwear. I'm scratching my balls, and then at one point they said, "Well, okay, well we'll go. Okay, come back later." Never came back. That's funny.
I have had we had Mormons at the doors, 2 of them, but they were American ones.
Yeah, they travel all over.
Yeah, they went.
Yep.
And it was literally like Book of Mormon. Hi, like that.
You know what's really sad? They have to save up their own fucking money, sacrifice like crazy, travel wherever they have to get sent to, get treated like garbage by everybody because who wants to talk to them, and at the end of the day they're just smiling, going on through it, even though it's a miserable existence.
Yeah. Have you heard the news or the good news?
Yeah, the good news. You got what? Trump's dead. He was found mutilated in a skip.
Boing.
Yeah. There it is.
Well, I like bringing up stuff to them like the hypocrisy about the no caffeine. Right.
Mm.
But that means technically in the book it says something about certain beverages from a certain plant or whatever. I forgot the actual translation, but but they drink soda and they drink other stuff that has caffeine in it. I said, so is it the drug or is it the drink itself? I don't know. We don't question that. I'm like, well, why do you expect me to believe anything you say if you haven't even given it any thought?
Yeah.
We're just doing what we're supposed to do. We're a bunch of robots.
Yeah, do you know what? When people say things like, we don't question it.
Oh, yeah?
I just get vibes of 1930s Germany.
Well, yeah, it's indoctrination like any other indoctrination.
Yeah. It's sort of like, and the difference is...
you actually see him secretly goose-stepping away from the house.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, one had tanks. I'll grant you that.
Yeah, I've met several Mormons. I had some friends who were like hanging out with them for a while, and one guy was trying to bang one, and I said, dude, this is never going to work. She's pretty into it, but she's not 100% into it. And then I went to one of their testimonial readings where they sit around and talk to each other, and boy, was that enlightening. Holy smokes. It's just nothing but brain dead recitation and no questioning, and they don't like questions. Actually,
basically this show.
Well, I mean, you're talking about wanking, so there's something productive in it. So.
I suppose so. Yeah,
there is a release at some point, so that
you get some exercise.
Yeah.
Just one massive arm.
But it's. I did feel sorry for them a little bit because they are brainwashed into having this lifestyle, and spending their money and getting shit on for years, and it's some of them get killed sometimes, and so
the kids like that. It's got to be tough.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because they can have some large families, and kids are different. You know what I mean? There's one or two of them in there that are just like probably what the fuck. I don't know.
There was a couple here in Montreal, actually, maybe 20 years ago, who had a child who had a hemorrhage, and they can't have blood transfusion.
Right.
And the parents said, no, it's God's will, and the doctor said, fuck you, and they saved the kid's life.
Yeah.
And the Mormons sued the doctor.
Yeah.
Yeah, they lost, but.
But you still have to go through all that crap.
Yep.
And some cultures are even more extreme. I mean, they've made references to it in science fiction a lot. It's allegory stuff.
Yeah.
Where like if you've done what they told you not to do, not only would you possibly get sued, but sometimes you're considered tainted and no longer holy. And it's a mess.
Yeah.
I knew some Christian Science practitioner folks and followers and stuff, and they believe that illness is an illusion. You need to get right with Jesus, and you need to talk to a practitioner over the phone to heal. Doctors do nothing for you. That's why these kids die all the time, because the parents won't let them have proper medical care because the faith doesn't allow it. And I love it when they throw the book at them, because unfortunately a kid had to die for it, but the parents get prosecuted to the nth degree because they literally let a kid die for nothing. Yeah. It's very, very sad.
Wow. On that happy note.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a roller coaster, right? We gotta have our ups and we have our downs. Just
talk about wanking and then kids dying, and
So Jeff, what you got the Hydrosynth recently, right?
Yes.
Because I remember you showed it. What do you think of it?
I love it. One thing I hate. One thing only. Every time you power it on, you go back to preset 001.
Oh, you're not where you left off.
No.
Yeah, that's such a important thing sometimes, isn't it? In a silly way, because I like to kind of work through the presets, so it's nice to be able to kind of stop and.
Well, yeah, and yeah.
I mean, I know you can write it down. Yeah.
Seems like an easy firmware fix too.
It really does.
Isn't it?
Maybe update
you sure they
3.
Didn't, you sure they didn't do it on the latest one?
Didn't.
No.
I updated it as soon as I got it because the guy who had it before me didn't update it. He didn't use it.
I know. Isn't that weird when that happens?
I mean, it's like, yeah. But yeah, so anyway.
It's not weird, but it's.
Well, I mean, that's why he sold it, right? He said, I don't use it. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he did the right thing. But no, it's not in the new firmware. And really, I mean, that you'd think it's the easiest thing to do. Might not be.
No, it might not.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe enough people just didn't complain because, I'm thinking back to like the M1, the D50, G8800, they all go to preset 1 when you reboot them. So
No.
From what I remember.
No, I have a D50 and a JD800. If you're on 76, you're at 76.
Really? Oh, okay. I guess I haven't turned mine on for a while. I should go check it out.
Yep.
Oh, maybe it was an update because I swear blind my D50 used to always start from 00.
Yeah,
again.
exactly. Yeah.
Not mine. I've had 3, and and the deep mine. If you're on patch, whatever it is, you're back there.
Okay.
Now, had you played a lot of Poly Aftertouch before the Hydrosynth?
Never.
So, was it a revelation, or
It's I mean, on some sounds it's super. I mean, it's not good on everything, but no, it's great. It's fantastic. The ribbon you have to push very fucking hard though. My finger is getting.
Oh, that's weird. You shouldn't have to do that.
No, you shouldn't have to do that, Bubs.
Yeah, the ribbon's really nice on that thing.
Yes. Yeah, just like
mine is like you have to. Oh. Okay. Is there a setting for the sensitivity?
He may have turned the sensitivity down.
Yeah, I bet there's a setting.
Yeah. I'll look for that.
That's why I like the 49 perfectly over some of the other ones because the keys line up with the ribbon. So you can use it like a Trautonium.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's great.
Know exactly where you are because the keys are for reference.
And you can even you can even set the scale. So if you're playing a blues scale, it'll do the exact same thing. Yeah. That's great for that.
It is a really it's probably it's a massive step up, at least from that Explorer to that 49 key one. And even though space wise it was like, oh man, I just kept looking at it going, you got to get that one, man. That's like that's a big improvement, I guess. Yeah, I haven't even. I'm going to start watching some because I purposely didn't really try not to look at it too closely because I didn't, I was trying not to get it immediately, but a lot of times when I do these impulsive buys, they're really good decisions ultimately. Don't ask me why, it's like I just kind of go, I should get that. It's the ones I think about, and then it's like the wind blows out them by the time I get them. But
I've thought about it for a long time. I'm more of and I've been drooling, and so many times I was buying it online, I'm just like, everything is set up. No, I don't need it. So it's just, and for a year I was doing that like almost every weekend, and then
it's like the dramatic pause. You're hovering over the button.
Yeah, just like, and for me it's a question of space as well, right? So, but yeah, I said, well, okay, I'll sacrifice another bit of, because there's keyboards I need to have.
Yeah. I mean, that's why. No, I know. And then there's a few things I could probably remove, and not miss too much. This has just got too many features. I want to kind of explore to see, how it works for me, and stuff like the ribbons. Yeah, go ahead.
It's not. It's actually pretty fucking easy to figure out and program. I mean, you want to make a sound. You get into it. I mean, it doesn't take long. You know exactly where to go, and everything is there. So yeah.
The arpeggiator is really great with the ratchet right there and stuff. It's super cool.
Well, that's the kind of stuff that's really important to me, like things that performance kind of stuff. If I find a few things like that, and I go, oh yeah, there you go, because I've got my other big keyboard is a Nord Wave, and that's just totally different.
Yeah.
That's a to me the Wave is just like, I can just get some really just amazing organ and mellotron and stuff on it. It's so easy, and it just, when I record with it, it's just always, it's so easy to put in a song. Like you're getting, you're 80% done. It's like, all right, it's time for the Wave now. Let's finish. And I can just go over there, and it's just perfect, for that. But this sounds cool because that's the kind of stuff that is important. Just the arpeggiator, the ratcheting, and having some performance features where I can kind of feel like I could record live and do it kind of, you know what I mean?
It's just missing a D-beam.
What's that?
Yes, that's it.
The Mini Freak is brilliant for that stuff too. Really. When you just, like, if you just want to sit down, when you don't really want to sit and play a big keyboard, if you just want to have a little tiny keyboard and a couple pedals, then that's when the Mini Freak is brilliant,
Yeah, I have the software version of that because it was so cheap, but I didn't get the hardware yet.
I tried the demo version of the software. You could use it for 7 hours, and it didn't make me want to buy it.
Yeah, I can't. To me, that controller's where it's at, because you're just hitting those ratchets and randoms, and it kind of takes you in a little different direction.
Yeah, but it didn't blow my mind. It didn't make me want to go, yeah, I want that now.
Yeah, they basically took the KeyStep Pro approach and built the synth around that. With the
that's how I look at it. It's 50% about controller and TV connectability. You know what I mean? Having everything. It's not really. You don't buy it for like. I wouldn't buy it just for the sound engine, even though it can do a lot. But
yeah,
I don't approach it that way. To me, it's that thing. Okay, I want to get a sequence going. I want to connect my modular and everything, and
right.
Then it really gets things moving quick. But to my point, I usually don't multi-track with it a lot. Like once I started with it, then I'm going over to like the Wave or even the Reface, the DX or something.
Yeah, it's multi-timbral, right?
What's that?
It's multi-timbral, right? Is it?
Which one?
The Mini Freak.
Or
is it just monotimbral?
That's a good question.
I forgot. How many CV outs does it have, or CV gate outs?
I think it's only got 2. I'm trying to remember now.
So it's bitimbral. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it has much more.
Still 2 though. It's pretty good.
Oh yeah, it's.
So many things now are monotimbral. I like the old days when they made everything multi-timbral. Whether you use it or not, it's handy to have.
Yeah. Well, look, I'm going to hit the sack, guys. But what I'll do is I'll leave it running. Yeah.
All right.
Well, I need to have dinner. It's like, Jesus Christ, 10:30. I haven't had dinner.
10:30.
All right. If you really want to go to sleep, it's only
half 3.
That's good. Yeah. No, that was
doing all right.
Yeah. All right.
Not too
Well,
bad.
everybody have a good night.
What, 8 hours nearly? 8
Yeah.
minutes short of 8 hours, isn't it? So
Yeah.
that's not. It's an average
good.
one, isn't it?
So a bit more than average, is it?
Always leave them wanting more.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it's funny because Robbie said, you go and do one on Sunday night. I went, yeah, I said, probably. Why? He goes, oh, okay, I'll see you on Sunday night one. Oh, yeah, okay.
We're in a good roll
might as well
right
just
now.
leave it on.
Yeah.
At
Yeah.
least, right?
Yeah, we should just leave it on and not just take our computers to
Yeah,
bed.
people just come in and go out. And go in.
I've seen people do
Watch
that
it
with
sleep.
Google Meet. People have done a Google Meet setup where you can just keep dropping in when you want to, and it's kind of fun. Yeah.
Oh, man.
We'll have a marathon one day, right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
8 hours is pretty close to that.
I think we got a thunderstorm coming this way.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll see y'all later. Have a good night.
All right.
Right, you take care.
Bye, guys.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye-bye.